All right, Karl. Man, thanks for coming out.
Thanks for having me.
Absolutely. So quick introduction. Retired Lieutenant Colonel, the highest time A-10 pilot probably that will ever be, I would say at this point.
Well, we'll see.
It's going to be hard to catch you, but 7,500 hours in the hog. DFC recipient, so Distinguished Flying Cross, Bronze Star, 18 air medals, 11 aerial achievement medals, 13 combat deployments from Desert Storm, Southern Watch, OIF, OEF, and then whatever they named
Freedom Sentinel after that. Yeah,
after that. And then really your experience, your combat experience started in 1990 all the way to your last deployment in 2020. So you've kind of got an insight into I'd say the entire history of our adventures in the Middle East. So that's pretty incredible.
Yeah, pretty well when you think about it. Yeah.
Well, it's an honor to have you here. Thank you.
I appreciate you having me.
All right. So something I wanted to do. My friend Sean told me that everyone likes getting gifts, right? So it's kind of a good little warm up.
Sure. Who doesn't like getting gifts?
Yeah. So it's a good warm up as we just sit down and start talking here. But so first, pair of buffalo wool socks.
Buffalo wool socks. Okay.
These are awesome
right.
socks. Shout out to my friend Ron. Supports a lot of American ranchers, all American made.
All right.
And
cool.
They're the best socks. The only problem is once you wear these, you're gonna have to replace all your other socks because they're super comfortable and warm.
Well, I can tell it's like been cold and rainy here for the last couple of days, so you need that sort of thing. And
yeah, absolutely.
Oregon in the wintertime.
And then it was kind of funny. So when I did the Sean Ryan show, we were talking about shooting the gun and stuff. And he asked, how long do you hold down the trigger? And what, all these Cold War veterans taught me was you hold down the trigger and you say, die, Commie, die. And then you let off. And that's a good combat burst, right?
See, I would have said you hold the trigger down till either the target explodes or you see the red mist. But die, Commie, die. Okay, that's good. That makes for a better T-shirt, I think.
Well, it's yet to be determined. But after that, I got like a couple hundred emails like, hey, man, you got to put that on a shirt. I'd love to have it on a shirt. So we made up some shirts. And it's kind of like the Iron Man comic book script.
Nice tactical gray. Oh, yeah.
Tactical gray. You got the hog.
Excellent.
And
got the smoke coming out.
Smoke coming out.
Perfect.
And he's got the quote on it
and
there.
And got the Flying Tiger teeth. So, which is fine. I was part of the Flying Tigers for sure. Proud member.
And then also in there, have some tallow balm from Papa Bear Naturals. So,
all right. Well, thanks so much. Awesome.
Shout out to Steve. Again, another awesome guy supporting small ranchers out there.
All right.
So making it work. You can just set it anywhere.
I don't want to put it in front of the space heater. Get a fire going.
Catch fire here. Yeah. That would make for some good interview.
Good footage.
And then next thing I'd like to do, so we'll get that algorithm boosted so we can get more people watching. So we've got this 3D printed, we'll call it desk ornament, right?
Okay, desk ornament.
And I'm going to send this to somebody who subscribes to YouTube, Apple Podcasts, Spotify, someone who has a clever comment, something, clever review on there. And just get people to get out there, watch the show, and then subscribe, make a comment, and we'll pick someone to send this to. And it's going to be really cool because it's going to be signed by John Karl Marks, one of the legends in the community. So if you would, sir,
all right,
sign the bullet.
All right,
and we'll get that out there.
Perfect.
So make your comment down there, and we'll read them, and we'll find some way to randomly choose one. That's gonna be a score, man. I kind of want to keep it myself.
Well, we can do another one for you. That's for sure. You've got a few back there. I think we can make that happen. All right. I signed it and put 7,500 hours A-10 attack.
That is so cool, man.
Right. There we go.
Awesome, dude. That's someone's gonna love that. It's a piece of history right there. So get your comments in.
All right.
All right. Last little bit of admin, as we call it, little motherhood, is I've got a Patreon, and those are like the biggest supporters of the show. So those are people that have, even before there was a show, they wanted this content. They want to get the history of our generation of warfighters out there. So you can subscribe, $5 a month, and you can pay for guys like Karl's plane tickets to come out here and tell war stories. And it's pretty cool, and I really appreciate those people that are doing that. And so I solicited them for questions, let them know you're coming out here, and then I just picked one. And it's not an easy question.
Oh man, you're starting off with hardball questions right off the bat. Come on. All right, I'm ready.
But I think it'll be make for an interesting discussion point. But this is from Daniel from Patreon. It says, Dale, thank you and Karl for this interview. Question for Karl. What are the ways the Air Force can keep institutional knowledge of CAS alive during an era where great power competition means the focus is on countries like China and planes like the F-35, which are optimized for that scenario versus what we saw in the GWAT? So really, what do you think is the future of CAS as we shift away from the Middle East?
Well, I would say, first of all, I don't think the kind of CAS that we've been used to for a lot of years is going to go away entirely. I think the focus is shifting on more of the great power, or in our background, kind of the Cold War era of type of conflict. But I think there's still going to be operations around the world that we're going to be doing that require the type of CAS that armed overwatch type of CAS, and a lot of the stuff that we were doing in Afghanistan. I don't think it's going to go away entirely, especially in the Special Forces community. I think we're going to focus more on supporting them, even more than we have in the past, which was a lot, but it'll be focused on that. As far as the institutional knowledge, I think that's simply going to be the A-10 guys with A-10 experience transitioning to the F-35, and of course they bring that with them. The Air Force has been trying to focus on getting some CAS expertise into the F-35 community. Every time we send one of our young guys to his F-35 assignment, which is what most of them are, because it's pretty much going to be a two airplane F-22s and F-35s here before too many more years, they take that institutional knowledge with them and hopefully pass it on to the other guys. We hear from a lot of those guys. Right now, that community is not focused on close air support, but I think that's just because the airplane has so many different varied capabilities. They're just trying to work out how they're going to do it with that airplane. It's going to be different, just like every you're going to focus on how to do the mission with the tools at hand. I think the A-10 was so effective and still is so effective at close air support right now because we had the full tool bag. I always looked at it like we can do everything from the over-the-shoulder, danger close strafe when the guy can't even give you a grid on the target. He's just throwing a smoke to mark his position and saying strafe over there, all the way to now we can drop a small diameter bomb from very long ranges and hit a grid from well outside the threat range, and we can do all of that. The F-35 is going to be focused more on doing it from longer ranges, like everybody is these days. Just look at the Ukraine war going on, and the threat ranges have gotten so much bigger that you just there are those that would say you can't do the mission up close, and what we're typically been used to doing in the past. But I would say if there is a community that can do that, it's the A-10 community, as far as we're used to the flying low for many, many years. During the Cold War, that's all we did. First 2 years in the airplane, I don't think I ever climbed above. The highest we ever got on a mission was 1,500 feet to climb up for initial. And even as a young wingman, you would be checked out at 100 feet. We got away from that from many, many years, and now they're moving back towards that because we realize that skill set's something that you still need on some of these threats. I don't know that the F-35 is doing that right now. Probably not. That's just a different. That's why they have the stealth and the electronics and a lot of the other things they can do to get into those threat arenas. To get back to the question, though, I think again to maintain the knowledge, it's just the people that have the knowledge that did it, and to pass it on to the next guys. I know even as far back, right after Desert Storm, a guy I flew with a lot, and I'm sure he'll come up in other war stories, Fish Salmonson, Eric Salmonson, I flew with him a lot. He went to the F-16 after Desert Storm, and we would say, hey, how's it going over there for close air support? And he would give us stories about how he would try to pass on his close air support knowledge and how to do the tactics, and a lot of their guys were like, well, we don't want to do it that way. We're not in that mission, or we're not in that airframe anymore, and the way we do it is super fast, and we're going to do this and this because that was their mindset. So it really does go back to CAS in many ways is really a mindset. It's not so much a specific airframe, but it's how do you use that airframe to support the ground troops. And I'm confident that the A-10 guys in that community will hopefully convince the rest of their squadron mates that, okay, if we're going to do this mission, this is the best way to do it. And I'm sure they are. They have those guys at the tactics development now, and they're doing that. So I have confidence that the close air support mission, as far as how it will be accomplished in the future, it's gonna shift. Things change, but the guys that have that knowledge will still be there to hopefully pass it on. I still would have liked to have flown the F-35 at the end of the career. It was funny when we got word at Whiteman, we were one of the first on the list that was going to get F-35 way back when.
Remember
and of course, the plans changed, and guys were like, so you're going to retire, right? I was like, no, I'll go fly the F-35. You bet. And then I was like, well, and I started joking that my goal was to have 6,000 in the A-10 and 1,000 in the F-35 before I retired. But I'll take 7,500 in the A-10. It was just fine. But yeah, we have a lot of guys that have gone to the F-35, and they're not focused on that mission right now, but that knowledge will still be there. And then the other way I was going to say that knowledge will be passed on is through the JTAC community. The guys from the ground are going to maintain that capability. I know that they're reducing the number of JTACs dramatically because of they don't see that as a big requirement in the great power competition. But those guys obviously will maintain the expertise, and then they be the ones that come to the squadrons and have to kind of reinvigorate that knowledge to the pilots, because as you and I well know, during Afghanistan, all planes that were there were doing close air support. It's just that they're not going to do it the same way from a B-1 at 25,000 feet versus an A-10 that was doing it much more up close and personal, if you will. And a lot of that is just also due to not just the community, but also the capabilities of the airplane. If all you have is a JDAM, well, then you're going to look at CAS as getting the right coordinates and typing it in. If it's an A-10, we have that capability, but we much more looked at it like a much more visual fight. Find the friendlies, figure out what the situation is. And that's a challenge for guys on the ground, because there's plenty of cases where they may not have a perfect targetable grid. But that's kind of what it's moving towards. Everything is these days, as far as the weapons. And if you can't exactly do a visual attack from 35 miles away or whatever the ranges are getting these days, which is further and further. So it's a very long-winded answer to that, but I think it's a really good question, and I don't know that the Air Force is certainly not giving up on close air support. They're just going to the people that I think are going to be the smartest about how to do it as we go forward are the people that have done it for the longest time. And they'll look at the new capabilities that we're getting with the new weapons. We did it in the A-10. We always reevaluate every time we got a new weapon in the A-10, and you saw it. Every time we got a new weapon, we're like, oh, let's rethink how are we doing this. Maybe it used to be the longest range weapon was the Maverick, and then we got you get JDAMs, and suddenly you're like, well, if we got a targeting pod, I can PID, I can positively identify the target from 10 miles away. Do I really need to get in closer? And the gun was always an awesome weapon for when it was appropriate to use, but in many cases, if you could identify the target, stay out of the threat range entirely.
It made sense.
Yeah, and my tactics, as long as I flew the A-10, we're always, don't get any closer than you need to on the target if you can accomplish the effects that you need. It just so happened that in several of the conflicts we were in, you needed to get in pretty close to get the effects you wanted. But that was never the goal. The goal is always if you can stand off outside of the threat ring and hit them with Mavericks, then that's what you're going to do. It's not a fair fight. As you've seen, combat is not about having a one-on-one fair fight. I did see a few guys over the years go, 1v1 with an anti-aircraft gun, and that's usually not the best idea. He doesn't have to figure out much lead if you're pointed directly at him. So, so it's the same as it's been. It's just the weapons and the capabilities are getting to be different. So
makes sense. And to your point about bringing that institutional knowledge from the Hog forward, I thought of the Strike Eagle pilot at the beginning of Afghanistan was fresh out of the Hog and found himself strafing, I think, at Roberts Ridge.
Yeah.
And so,
that brings up a good point. As a guy that had been not flying the A-10 before that, probably wouldn't have thought of that option because, especially in the F-15, a gun has always been considered more of a air-to-air weapon. So that's a perfect example.
Yeah. So if you're a young guy in the Hog and you know that your days are numbered, it's like soak up all that knowledge, everything you can, because you might be the CAS subject matter expert.
Well, and I can tell you just from stories talking to those guys exactly is, in fact, I forget who, I can't remember who it was. He came back through the squadron and was talking to us, but said that exact thing, that he's just a few hundred, he was experienced. So he had a few hundred hours in the A-10, and when he got to his F-35 squadron, he is the CAS expert. And suddenly you realize, oh, wow, okay, I guess I need to, because everybody's asking him. They're whatever, they were doing a CAS training, and he's like, okay, Lieutenant or Captain,
you're the guy.
You're the guy. Come on up and tell us how it's done. And they're like, oh, wow. So, yeah.
Good stuff, man. Great answer. Appreciate it. So, I want to do a full life story. You get one of the most, I know you might not describe yourself this way, but the rest of the community, looks at you as kind of one of the, if there were a Mount Rushmore of A-10 pilots, sorry, Karl, I know you might dissent, but you'd be on it. So I really want to just start from the beginning. So where did you grow up, and when did you first get the idea in your mind that you wanted to be a pilot?
I grew up in St. Louis, Missouri, different suburbs. I originally grew up in Florissant, which is a northern suburb of St. Louis, and then also eventually lived in Blackjack. I had relatives lived in several different suburbs of St. Louis. My dad grew up in St. Louis. So until grade school, and then part of my earliest aviation-related memories would be my grandfather was very, he was in World War II. He was in the Army Air Corps. He did not get to fly. He had bad asthma, and it kept him out of the cockpit, but he was always very interested in airplanes. He took me out to Lambert Field, and we would watch the airplanes just land and take off, and he was fascinated by that, and I think that certainly contributed. And then it's hard to say exactly a moment in time when I thought, man, that's what I want to do. But if it was specifically with the A-10, I know I was very much like a lot of teenagers, or even before that, building model airplanes, and I definitely got interested in everything military aviation. I had Jane's visual recognition, and I learned every single airplane in that, which interestingly, years later, still, I was never defeated in the morning intel briefs. They started having because they would give you the visual recognition, and nobody could beat me on the visual recognition. I think
you knew them all.
I think I still carried that over even from a kid, because I would just memorize that stuff. I knew all the airplanes, and was surprised actually when there were pilots that didn't. And I'm like, how do you not know what that is? And I'm like, well, I don't know. What do I need to know that for? And I actually think that helped me later in my career a lot, because I knew what all the tanks looked like. I knew I could recognize them by this, and a lot of guys didn't. And because I don't need to know, it's a tank. You can't really tell. It's It's a small vehicle down there. Well, when we got the targeting pods, well, now you could look at it and go, oh, what is that? And they would still be like, I don't know what that thing is. Like, that's an M1. You can't tell the difference between that and a T-72. But anyway, I think what really, the thing that really set me off towards the A-10 was when it first came out. Of course, it starts to go to the air show circuit, and I started to see some pictures of it. But a friend of mine in high school, we used to build models, not together, but like we'd pick a model and both build it. And I went to the hobby store and I saw the monogram model, the first one of the A-10, and I can still picture it. It's just one of those things. It was in the big rack of models, and it just had the Gatling gun sticking out of the nose. And it was gray, because the first ones were gray back then. When they first made them, they were gray before they painted them green. And then, of course, and it was just a sight that I just saw that, and I said, I'm just looking through the models, and I went, what the heck is this? And just pulled it out of there, and it's the A-10. I mean, it's unique. It doesn't look like anything else. It's got the two big engines, which, as we know, it's really two big fans. It's the engines themselves aren't very big, but they look big because they're in the big cowling. The big fan engines and just the Gatling gun sticking out of the nose, and I just had to know what is this thing. It's just the most the most badass looking plane you can imagine. With the other planes have the guns somewhere inside, and this one's got it sticking out of the front. So, and I built the model and found out everything I could about the airplane. I was just kind of fascinated with it ever since, and put it as my first choice out of pilot training.
So it's what you wanted to fly since day one.
It really was, and the fact that I actually got to fly it at all is really still amazing to me. And then to end up with the most hours flying it is really still kind of unbelievable to me. It's just been super fortunate in so many ways. But
so what kind of student were you in like junior high, high school?
I was a good student. Yeah, I studied hard. I think that's really probably what helped me get the A-10, just because I didn't do a whole lot of socializing type of activities in pilot training. I studied a lot and did well on the tests. Finished high enough. So I went to Columbus, Mississippi. An interesting side note to that, you talk about just lucky, is so we moved around. My dad started getting transferred a lot in his job, so we moved from St. Louis to southern Missouri, and then North Carolina, Texas. So he worked for, he was in the trucking industry, in the service side of it. Ended up as the regional service manager for Freightliner. He worked for Freightliner Corporation for a long time. But we moved around. I ended up graduating from the University of Kansas in 1986, and just decided that looking at all the options, and of course I didn't have anybody advising me, so I decided to just go to apply for officer training school after graduating from college. So my dad worked for Freightliner for many years, and we ended up in Kansas. So I went to the University of Kansas in Lawrence and graduated in 1986, and decided to apply for officer training school after I graduated. So I went into the recruiter, and like I'm sure so many other guys would do, walked in and said, "Hi, I want to be a pilot." And I'm sure he's like, "Yeah, you and everybody else." But apply. I had a good GPA, and my eyes were still good enough at that point. And so I started that whole process. And little did I know how difficult that it was to actually get a pilot slot through officer training school. I just thought that's just what people do, and learned later that that was pretty lucky to get a pilot slot through officer training school. That was actually very difficult. Ended up going to officer training school. It was at Medina Annex down in Texas, near Lackland at that time, and there were only two pilot candidates out of my whole class there, and out of the whole class. And I was like, wow, I was really surprised at that. But
did you have any flight time going in?
I did. I went to a local airport there in Kansas, Johnson County Executive, to get my private pilot's license, which I paid for just out of pocket, mowing lawns usually, and And my parents were very supportive. They were like, yeah, it sounds great. And then after I got my private license, I also wanted to get some aero time I was always thinking, hey, I want to be more as prepared as I can. So there was a guy at the airport that had a decathlon, which is a fabric fully aerobatic plane. And I would just go hand him $100 bill, and we would go fly for an hour. And we did the whole aero as far as spins and barrel rolls and aileron rolls and all the full aero stuff. And I flew that enough times that I felt like comfortable that, okay, I'm comfortable going upside down, and I know what a spin is. And it was interesting because I think that definitely did help me in pilot training, because I just knew a little bit about what we were going to be doing going upside down. I will say the spins in the T-37 were definitely a lot more violent than they were in the decathlon, and a little bit less in control. Like, because a purpose-built aerobatic airplane like the decathlon, it's made to do things very, like, you can bring it out of the spin exactly on a point and all these things. And of course, the 37 was just kind of hold the what was it like, full forward on the stick and throttle, stand up, and eventually it'll come out of it, and then you recover. But yeah. But yeah, so I went through officer training school, and then lucky enough to get a pilot slot from there.
Did you know you had a pilot slot when you started the process?
I did. So I knew that. So if anything, just put more pressure on me. It's like, okay, if I get through this, I'm going to get to go to pilot training. So don't blow it. So I went through, and I look back. I had watched Officer and a Gentleman. So I of course that was the Navy, but I didn't know any different. I'm expecting that this is going to be getting yelled at and kind of like boot camp type of thing. And OTS is, at least when I went through, it was not like that. It was much more of it was a lot of physical training, and I had really, really, really prepped for that. I was running like 6 miles a day and doing all kinds of weight training and stuff before then. So I felt like I was pretty prepared for the physical part. And the mental part was they just gave you so many tasks to do in a day that you had to prioritize. It was a exercise in, could you prioritize which tasks were most important, and essentially how to get through the day. Because if you tried to do everything that they told you, you weren't gonna have enough time. You weren't gonna make it. So it was interesting how they played with it that way. Got through that. Went to Columbus, Mississippi for pilot training. Once again, my good fortune continued, because what I didn't know. So while I was at officer training school, they brought me in, and I can still remember bringing me in saying, "Hey, they want to know if you're interested in going to this NGEPT program, which was the Euro-NATO joint training program for pilots." And they said, if you graduate through this, you'll get a fighter aircraft. And of course, I wanted a fighter aircraft, but the way they made it described to me, and then unfortunately there were no pilots there that could explain it better, because I definitely would have done it. But the way that they described it to me was that it's a much harder program. If you make it through, you'll get a fighter, but if you don't, you're done. And so I was like, man, I really want a fighter, but I really want to fly for the Air Force. So I'm gonna hedge my bets. I'm not gonna roll the dice. And so I just went to normal pilot training, which could have resulted in me never getting a fighter, but I did well enough in pilot training. And from what I learned later, talking to the instructors, is I was right on the bubble of avoiding. I think I finished 4th in the class, because
out of how many?
Out of, I think there were 25 in my class, somewhere around there. So like the top guy, he wanted an F-15, and then I think the next 2 guys wanted F-16s, and I had A-10 first. I was the only guy to have A-10 first, and I was right at where they could have possibly grabbed me for a first assignment instructor pilot, the FAPE, which not most guys didn't want, just because it was. You were gonna, at that time, you were going to do another 3 years as an instructor, and then maybe get a fighter after that, or maybe not. You didn't really know what you were doing. So I avoided that, and it was right on the bubble. But they said since I had A-10 first, that they got me that. So you don't realize how much that whole assignment night. I think I was probably the most nervous of my entire Air Force career on that assignment night, because that's really going to be the direction of your entire career on that night. And I can still remember it too, because I'm not sure what they do now. I'm sure it's much more of a video production, but they had a big old like plywood slot machine that they had built, and they had an instructor was in the back, and he was doing the dials, and you would go up there and you would pull the handle, and then it would rotate around to either say TAC, SAC, or MAC. Back then it was Tactical Air Command, Strategic Air Command, which meant you were going to get a B-52, and then MAC, so you were going to get an airlifter. And so I went up there, or ATC if you were going to be a FAPE. And so they played a trick on me big time.
Started
I went up
messing
there,
with you?
and they all went up to ATC, and the last one, and it steadied for like 1 second, and I was just like, oh. And then the last one they started moving it around, and then it kept turning, and then it went all the way to TAC. And then they knew how much I wanted an A-10, and so they came up there and said, so what airplane did you really want? And I had my A-10 T-shirt that I had bought, and I had, superstitious, I guess, I had never worn it until assignment night. And they were like, what plane do you want? And I pulled my flight suit in, and I got a A-10 in the Flying Tigers to England Air Force Base, Louisiana. So,
man, threading that needle is so hard.
And I don't think I had many drinks the whole pilot training, because I was too busy studying. But man, I definitely got drunk that night.
Tide went on.
Yeah, everybody, and it was fun because they were just slapping me on the back and congratulating me, because they knew how much I wanted to get the A-10. So that was the beginning.
It's so tough to make that happen. Like I look back, it's like if you tried it 1,000 times, it might work one time, you know?
Yeah. Like you say, it's just so much timing and luck is involved. And of course you have to I always look at it like combat was the same way though. You have to be, a lot of it is timing and luck. Like you saw in Afghanistan and certainly in Desert Storm, you didn't know which target area you were going to get. And if there weren't any good targets there's nothing you could do. However, a lot of it is I always told guys, you have to prepare so hard and train so hard so that when you don't know when you're going to get that opportunity, but when you do have it, you have to be prepared to seize it and take advantage of it. If you just think, well, it's never going to happen to me, I'm never going to get that lucky shot, and then it does happen, and you're not ready, and and you hesitate, and then it's too late, and then you don't get it. So I look at it like, and I think that's what some people say, you make your own luck. I don't necessarily think that's true in the sense that if you just never have the opportunity, but it's true meaning that if you're someone who gets an opportunity and you didn't prepare hard enough for it, and then it doesn't happen, well, then that's kind of your fault. So
yeah. It's kind of one of those things where the harder you work, the luckier you get.
Yeah, right. Yeah, I would say that's like I was lucky they didn't pick me as a FAPE, but then maybe I worked hard enough and wanted the A-10 first that gave me the benefit of the doubt, and they gave me that assignment. So many things fell into place, but yeah, super fortunate there. Went to England Air Force Base.
And what year is this?
So that would have been 88. I was in 8805, and then I got through. Of course, then you go to, they called it LIFT at the time, Lead-In Fighter Training, which was at Alamogordo at Holloman, flying the blue T-38s, the fundamentals of fighter flying.
Another screening program?
Yes, another screening program. Got through that, and then on to A-10 training. And I had very few gaps, which is different than the way it happens now. It seems like there's big gaps where people have, because the training pipeline is so backed up. But for whatever reason, again, just fortunate, I had maybe a couple weeks in between different training assignments. And so when I got to England Air Force Base in Alexandria, Louisiana, I was still a second lieutenant. I was a second lieutenant almost 6 months in my first fighter squadron, which is
That's cool.
which is unheard of now, and it was still a little bit unusual even back then.
So you're talking flying hogs at the height of the Cold War. So what was that like?
Well,
in the
I
training?
wouldn't say it was the height of the Cold. It was kind of like the tail end of the Cold War because it was very. But yes, so we were 100% focused on low altitude flying, SA-6s and 8s and ZSU 23-4s. That was it. It was the Fulda Gap, northern Germany. If the Russians were that was where they were gonna drive their tanks through, and so we focused on that mission every day. It was low altitude. We were painted Euro 1 green paint scheme, which I still think looks the best on A-10s for sure. And that was also that the air threat looking down at you, and it was very effective against the green trees, were very hard to spot. However, as we learned not very much later, that when gunners are looking up at you from the ground, like in Desert Storm, then it makes you very easy to spot. But that was later. So yeah, we trained low altitude pretty much exclusively. To us, like a high altitude dive bomb. I still remember going out on some missions and going, okay, we're going to do some unusual today. We'll practice, and that was from about like 7,000 feet, which is looking back and like, yeah, that's not very high. But back then that was
thought you were up in the stratosphere.
Oh yeah, you'd be like, they're going, oh my gosh, how are we going to do this kind of thing? But we didn't have a computed sight. This was still pre-LASTI, the computed system that of course we had for the rest of the airplane's life, but we didn't have that. So you had to analyze the winds and do all the old school stuff, fly good parameters, or you weren't going to hit the target at all. So yeah, and so yeah, I got to be a 2-ship flight lead after like right around 2 years in the airplane. Was a fairly new flight lead, and then I can still remember, as everybody did, the news came up with the Iraqi invasion of Kuwait, and I was the navigation officer at that time, and I can still remember going into the nav planning room, which once again back then was as a big giant map table. You made your own maps. It was paper maps. There were cubbies just filling the one wall that all had each individual map, and you had your job, of course, as a navigation officer, was to keep those current. And now I look back, paper maps, but that's what you did. And everybody just kind of gathered in the nav room because everybody's like, where is Kuwait? What is a Kuwait?
It's not even on the radar at that time.
We didn't know what that was. And of course, even when you look for it, it's very, very small, even when you try to find it. And we're like, so if you're on say a ONC or a 1 to 100,000 map, it's so small you can hardly even see it on there. And we're like, what is going on here with this Kuwait thing? And then we immediately got told to pack your bags, and looks like we're gonna deploy. And of course, again, looking back at that time, we didn't have a bag already prepped. It was because it was the Cold War. If we were going to go to war, it was going to be the big war, which we didn't think was very likely. Backing up a little bit, like you had talked about the height of the Cold War, it was kind of the tail end of the Cold War. We did what we called checkered flag deployments, which is you went to your forward base in Germany or in Europe, but most of the A-10 bases were in Germany, to go see how the base was that you were going to be operating out of, to kind of essentially to rehearse, to practice for where you were going to be flying if the balloon went up, as we called it. But it was strange because the checkered flag that I had done was right after the wall fell, and so everybody was like, "Well, we're deploying to Western Germany, but is there a West Germany anymore? What's going on?" So we went over there, and it was definitely an interesting time because we were all like, "Well, we still practiced the full mission, but nobody knew what was going on."
Was there, for you guys, was there any sense that it was the end of the Cold War at that time? Like, was it when the wall came down? Was there anticipation of it?
No, for sure. It was very much a wow. I guess it looks like the Cold War is pretty much about done. I mean, it was definitely a odd time because
Like leading up to it, was there anticipation of that?
Well, I think we were trying to remember what all the events leading up to it. I think we kind of followed them because that was obviously the Cold War was our focus.
Yeah.
But nobody really knew what was going to happen. And then when the wall fell, we're like, wow, this is just really strange. And really kind of a feeling of, I know when we got back from that deployment, there was very much a feeling of what now kind of a thing. Very similar, believe it or not, to even after in 2020 and then when Afghanistan ended, it was kind of a, I guess, what now? Although a little bit less because we'd been kind of starting to focus more on China, more and more. But yeah, so there was a sense of what next, and then this invasion of Kuwait, and so we called it the tack bungee cord because we all packed our bags, and I can remember it was such an exciting time. Everybody's over at the BX stocking up on stuff, and you're packing your bag, and it was like, okay, we're going. We're leaving in whatever, the day after tomorrow. And then they'd come in the squadron and say, okay, not yet. And okay, go home. And then, all right, we're leaving in. And it just kept going back and forth. And we started calling it the bungee cord because you'd get so fired up, we're leaving. And then, okay, no, we're not. They're not ready for us. And it's because, of course, the logistics were huge. I'm figuring out what bases are they going to put us in? Where are they going to put us in? That sort of thing. So we did that for a couple of weeks, and then eventually they decided we were going into the unfinished international airport, the King Fahd International Airport, which is west of Dhahran. It was about 200 miles south of the Kuwaiti border, pretty much in the middle of nowhere. And it was an international airport that they had finished the runways, and that was about it. And then the rest of it was they sent all the TCN, the third country national construction workers, they all sent them home. And then we moved into the base, and we actually occupied their former quarters, which were essentially like big trailer homes. But yeah, that whole deployment was already kind of the big adventure. We deployed from I'll pause there for the deployment there. Do you want to work on the camera? Or
Yeah.
do you want to do that? Okay.
Well, I was just going to say, we'll take a quick break.
Okay.
And then
Get me
we'll
back
get
on
into that
focus,
first
you're thinking,
deployment.
but, yeah.
No, it's
Okay, perfect.
Hey guys, I'd like to take a moment to thank our sponsors. First up is Papa Bear Naturals. Papa Bear makes all natural personal care products. So stuff like beef tallow balm, toothpaste, deodorant, and it's all without any of the chemical additives that you get with the mass-produced corporate stuff. And it's also sourced from local small ranches like this one. So check them out at papabearnaturals.com. Also like to thank Buffalo Wool Company. They make the best socks I've ever worn in my life. They're comfortable, they're breathable, they last, and they're all sourced with American buffalo wool and manufactured in America. So buffalowoolcompany.com, check them out. Also like to thank my Patreon supporters. $5, you can get the show early and ad-free. So without further delay, let's get back to the show. All right, welcome back. So
We're back.
one of the things I want to ask you about is when you got your call sign. So, which is kind of funny. It's during the Cold War, last name Marks, and they name you Karl. So how'd that come about?
So when I first got in the squadron, as a second lieutenant, just walking in. Hi, I'm John. I'm Lieutenant Marks, and I can still remember Nate Kelsey, call sign NATO. He was kind of one of the at the time, older heads in the squadron. I think he was a major at the time. Anyway, he met me and was asking just, small talk and stuff. But essentially, he was like, Marks, what are you, like a communist? And then, and of course, what do you have an answer to that? But so then he's like, I W. Karl Marx, the father of communism. And so it was what we would call an ironic call sign, because during the Cold War, obviously, going around here, Karl Marx. That so that's how I got that pretty quick. And there were obviously worse options I could have got. So it served me well. It's interesting though that at some point in my career, I think people just thought it was my real name, and I still had to kind of correct them. In fact, I've had several people go, "Your first name's actually John? Wow, I never knew that. I thought it was actually Karl Marx."
Your parents just didn't like you.
I know. That's what I say. Is like, do you think my parents would name me Karl Marx? What kind of sense of humor do you think they would have had to have? So
that's funny.
Interestingly enough, our original family name, because they emigrated from what's now Ukraine on my father's side, was Markovich, and they changed it to sound less foreign, and then I ended up with the call sign of Karl Marx, the father of communism. So there you go. Yeah, that's how I got that. So that was pretty quickly after I got in the squadron, though.
So
we didn't do. There really weren't any. A lot of the things we kind of, now have been more almost kind of formalized over the years, but like roll calls and namings, we didn't really do that sort of thing. It was just kind of like Friday night at the bar, and somebody would bring up the fact that, oh, this guy hasn't got a call sign yet. Okay, well, pork chop it is, kind of a thing.
You're done.
Yeah, you're done, kind of a thing. So that's how that happened. But so I had a call sign before we departed for Desert Storm, or Desert Shield at the time, which eventually became Desert Storm. So we were talking about the deployment, so we went back and forth on where are we going, when are we leaving, and it was definitely an interesting, stressful time. So we departed, left. We stayed in. A quick background there is they weren't sure what Saddam's intentions were. He took over Kuwait pretty quickly. The Kuwaitis fought back, but they had a very small air force, small army, and were overrun pretty quickly. But they didn't know whether his idea was he was going to take over Saudi Arabia. They didn't know what his larger plan was, and so they wanted to get forces into Saudi Arabia as quickly as possible. And of course, we don't usually deploy very quickly in the A-10, so they actually waived some of the flight time requirements. So we got to the East Coast, Myrtle Beach, South Carolina, which was an A-10 base at the time, and then we stayed overnight there. And they had us the next day go all the way. Normally, when we do the Atlantic crossings, we stop in Lodges, which is a base in the Azores, that small island chain controlled by Portugal out there pretty much in the middle of the Atlantic. It's a good stopping over point. But they wanted us to get there quicker, so we bypassed the Azores and went all the way into Morón, Spain. So for me, I took off with the first cell. They have different cells based on how many tankers you're going to have. And so I took off with the first cell, but I was what they call an air spare. So I was there in case one of the first aircraft had a problem. They would have returned back to base, and then I joined the first cell. So you go up to the first refueling point, which I did. Everybody took fuel, and then I actually turned around and met up with the second cell for the rest of the flight over. So for me, it was a 14.2-hour flight, which is definitely the longest flight I've ever had in the A-10.
With no autopilot.
Yeah, no autopilot. So that was a long flight. Somehow the adrenaline just keeps you going. And again, I think back then, in some ways, not having autopilot helped keep you alert because, as you know, in the A-10, it doesn't really ever trim to where it's just smooth and you can just kind of hands off and just let it fly. It always wants to roll off, or you have to fly it all the time. And so without that autopilot, you had to fly it all the time, and it's keeping you at least somewhat alert to be able to keep going. So we came into Spain and then flew all the way into into Saudi Arabia at the time. So, and again, talking about King Fahd International, just kind of a huge runway, but nothing else on the base was really completed. So we moved into the former workers' quarters. It was kind of big trailer homes, if you will, with multiple rooms. We ended up having 4 to a room with bunk beds. And of course, at this time, there was no Wi-Fi and internet, and we did all the things that probably soldiers have done like forever as far as keeping yourself occupied. Because we did Desert Shield for 6 months. I mean, and during that time, there was a lot of unknowns. We didn't know whether we were actually going to be doing any fighting. We didn't know if Saddam was, in fact, I think the kind of the prevailing thought was that he's not going to try to fight the United States. That would be crazy. Why would he do that? He's going to withdraw. And then, of course, we didn't know at the time. A lot of his motivation was he wasn't concerned about the U.S. He was worried about his security from within his own regime, to make sure he looked strong to his own opposition in his own country, and then also to his surrounding region. He wanted to look like the strong man in the region, and he didn't think the U.S. would attack him, or respond. And I know he didn't think we would respond to his taking over Kuwait at all. I know that was a shock. So anyway, we didn't know whether we were going to be fighting or not. That didn't become clear until President Bush made his proclamation that, hey, you have until January 16th and to get out, or that's it. And then we started getting more serious about, okay, it looks like this actually is going to happen. We better, not that we weren't ready, because we had spent those 6 months, in fact, training to be ready. And in fact, it's a good thing, I think, in retrospect, that we had those 6 months to train, because we had transitioned from a Cold War mentality of low altitude, everything was low, to really a full 180 switch in how we planned to approach the war, which was we were going to come in as high as we could and stay high the whole time, doing steep diving attacks. And it was because of the terrain. Everything you have to modify your tactics based on the terrain and the threat. Well, we realized during our training, working with the Joint Terminal Attack Controllers, back then they were just called ground facts, that we were very exposed even at low altitude in the desert environment, because there's just nothing to hide behind. There's no real hills, there's no vegetation. And so we would be departing our initial point for an attack 10 miles away, and the ground fact would immediately, you'd say, okay, hog flight's departing, and they would say, well, yep, got you in sight. And we very quickly I remember like guys would come back and talk and say, confirm you have us in sight? And we're like, yep, got you in sight. And we're like at 100 feet over the desert coming in going, that's not good if they see us from that far out. So then we just started modifying our tactics and keep getting higher and higher. And eventually we got to where the ground facts would be like, yeah, we don't see you. And they were very uncomfortable. But we, on the other hand, were like, well, that's great. If you can't see me, then neither can the guys that are going to be trying to shoot at us. So we really had to work it out with the ground facts, because up until that point, again, they were in the Cold War mentality too. Everything was direct control. There was no what we would now call Type 1, Type 2, Type 3. Everything's been codified, and everything in the procedures, the TTPs that they use. Back then, it was they see you and they clear you hot, because that's all there was. And they had to actually come up with, on the fly, we started calling it flight lead control. They would say, well, we can't see you, but if you're saying you have us in sight and you have the target, we got flight lead control cleared hot, which was really, it became a real trust, even more so than ever before. It became a real trust between the ground force commander and the ground fac and the CAS pilots, because they had to trust that you saw the target, because in the old days they would see you, and if you weren't pointed at the target, they would abort you, but now they couldn't see you. And so it really was a trust factor that I think has carried over for the decades of really, when you get down to it, close air support, in my view, certainly as an A-10 pilot, it really comes down to a trust between the guy on the ground you're working with and him trusting you. And you never want to break that trust, because once he doesn't trust you, then he's going to be very reluctant to give you clearance, as you can imagine. So
what kind of losses were you guys expecting if this did kick off?
It's something we didn't really talk about. I think that's probably always the fighter pilot way, is you don't sit around and think about that sort of thing. But I think I would say that question manifested itself by how we started changing our tactics. And it wasn't a fast process, because there were many pilots reluctant to, as we talked about a little bit during the break when it was off camera, like the dumb, dangerous, different. Well, coming in at 20,000 feet and then circling above and then doing high altitude dive bombs, that was different. We had been trained for years that we were going to come in and do a 15-degree pop or a low altitude delivery, and we're going to come in, and if the threats were higher, you just kept getting lower and lower. And it really was kind of a battle, a philosophical battle within the squadron of some of the senior guys, or guys would come back and go, "Hey, this isn't, we don't think that's going to work. That doesn't, no matter how low we get, they can still see us, and we don't have anything to hide behind. We think it would be smarter to come in high where they can't see us and do steep diving deliveries, because again, we were not computed deliveries. We had it was old school weapons delivery where you had to meet the requirements. And on the other side, guys were saying, "Well, we haven't trained to that, and we don't, and so we should do what we've trained." And eventually, I think the smarter way won out, which was, hey, if we stay high and they can't see us, then we can dive. The steeper we are, we can be more accurate, and we're not in combat yet, so we can practice. And we went out and we practiced the high altitude bombs, and we kept trying higher and higher deliveries, and so eventually we got to where we were confident that we were going to be able to hit the targets from like 15,000 feet base altitudes type of thing, which back then, even now, we don't consider that super high, but for then that was about as high as you were going to be able to do with a full combat load. Trying to climb up much above that was pretty difficult. So,
and you're IDing targets with binos, right?
Well, right, and that was the other issue. Of course, the higher you get is finding the targets at all, which is another topic. But while we're talking about it, it was one of the things that I think we also benefited in Desert Storm. So Desert Shield, we practiced. We set up some training areas. I mean, really, it's all just desert, so you just kind of pick an area, and the ground facts would go out, and we'd practice dropping practice bombs. We didn't have a whole lot because, of course, they had brought in all the live bombs, expecting that if the war happens, we got to have all that. But they did eventually get us some training rounds so we could practice. We learned that 45 is pretty comfortable for the strafing, which I know sounds funny now, but back then that was pretty unusual. We also did some 60-degree strafe, which is very, very steep. And some guys were okay with it, but it's very difficult to kind of correct your aim, because you almost feel like you're just rolling around a point, and you can't really get it to go where you want. So I think most guys settled on about a 45 degree. So we were practiced, ready to go, and then the war kicked off. The overall scheme that they had, because the ground war hadn't started yet. In fact, their idea was that hopefully they wouldn't have to send in the ground forces, that we would eliminate the entire army, and he would surrender. So we had about 6 weeks of just pounding the Iraqi forces in the field before the ground war kicked off. So, but your point about how did you find the targets? Well, they just divided up the whole combat area into what we called the kill box, and you assigned to a kill box, and literally the ROE, which we'll talk about later as it changed in Afghanistan, but back then, it's still, looking back, it's pretty wild, where you had a 15 square mile area, and you and your wingman, who's probably, I was a first lieutenant, so I was a first lieutenant flight lead with my captain wingman, or in some cases, I flew with a 06 that had just come in to be our DO. Our original DO during the war, unfortunately, had a medical emergency and had to go back, and he was replaced. So they put him, because I had already flown multiple missions, and for his LAO, so I had an 06 on my wing. So here I am. But the ROE was go take your 2 ship of A-10s, find military targets, kill everything you can find, and come back and tell us what you took out. And looking years later at the end of Afghanistan, when every strike had to be approved by an O6, personally, it's pretty wild to think about, where they just said, go out there, find the Iraqi army and blow it up. And like half of our airplanes didn't even have recording capability. They had switched over from those giant, from wet film cameras to these big giant video record that could record like 30 minutes, and it was this huge cassette, essentially a video cassette, and only half the airplanes had that. So essentially, a lot of the missions, you didn't have any film for somebody to even review your film, because they would say, well, how much stuff did you take out? And we would report it to Intel.
What was your first strike in the A-10 in combat?
So very first strike, and it was interesting because we still had, our leadership had Vietnam experience. In fact, our wing commander, Dave Sawyer, had fought at the tail end of Vietnam in the A-7. And you could tell they had formed some opinions about things. And looking at the time, as a lieutenant, and most of us, we were all like, gosh, these guys, they shouldn't be restricting us. Just let us do what we want. But looking back, they were smart. They knew, because they had been there, and they knew that if they didn't give us at least some restrictions, that the fangs were going to come out, and guys were going to do probably tactics or attacks that really were more dangerous than necessary, just because you get there and their whole point was, the ground forces are not involved yet. There's no reason for us to be, for instance, drop down and do low angle strafe on a target, even though that would have been more effective in taking the tanks out with the gun, because the closer you get, the more bullet density. And remember, we were shooting from pretty high altitudes without precision attitude control, PAC, which again, these days when you talk to a young guy, they're like, well, how did you ever do it without that? And I'm like, we didn't have that until many years into the A-10's existence. And that's the system that, just as a brief aside, the precision attitude control is a system they came up with that when you have your aim point on the target, when you pull the trigger, it uses the aircraft's own stability system to keep it pointed exactly at the target, which lets you get much more bullets on target. Well, we didn't have that, so once you start firing the Gatling gun, as you know, it shakes the airplane, it wants to move around, and it was a real skill to try to hold it on the point, the longer the burst. And you needed a long burst to be able to get enough bullets onto the target. Now, yeah, it only takes one if it hits it in the right spot, but typically from our altitudes, if the tank, we couldn't tell how badly it was damaged. You could tell if you hit it or not because of the armor piercing. When it hits the tank, it makes a very bright flash, and you hit it, but you don't know really what happened to the tank unless it's caught on fire. And the only way you could get it to catch on fire is to really put a lot of rounds into it. So what was I back
first
to?
Strike.
The first strike. So they decided that to make sure that we didn't get too much fangs out on the first sortie, we were supposed to go in, drop our cluster bombs, because we had back then we had probably the only war I think they actually dropped some cluster in Kosovo. Anyway, we had cluster bombs, which we liked a lot at the time, because when you're without the computing sight, it has a nice pattern, in some cases about the size of like a football field. So you didn't have to get exact parameters. You could still get good effects on the target with it. So they said specifically, you're no gun, no Mavericks. The first sortie, you're going to go across the border. You're going to find a good target. You're going to drop your cluster bombs, and then you're going to come out. And I think that was actually, looking back, that was kind of a smart idea, because you kind of got in there. You got all those initial butterflies. I remember still crossing the fence the first time you see it's just a big berm down there, and you're crossing it in, and you're flipping your switches, and you're like, okay, here we go. Game on. And then you find the target, and you want to make sure that, and then you're rolling down the final for the very first time, actual combat wise, and so you get all those butterflies out of the way, and we found an artillery site, and then bombed it with our cluster, which works very well, by the way. You get any of that pattern gets on the arty guns, And,
Good secondaries.
Oh man. Oh yeah. Anything down there that's flammable, you'll find it. In fact, we found stuff that you couldn't even see with your naked eye because they would have it under netting or they would put all their ammunition and try to be hiding it. Well, you didn't even have to see it. If it was in that area and the cluster would, it would set everything off. So good secondaries. Went back to the forward operating base, which was about 40 miles from the border. King Khalid Military City, we just called it KKMC. And it was really nothing there at all, just an airstrip. And then they had all of the munitions set up so that you could do a quick turn. And we called them, they call them ICTs now, an integrated combat turn. But I think back then we just called it a combat turn. Essentially, you leave the engines running. You don't get out of the airplane. You just pull in. It's like a drive-through. You literally drive through. And back then it was even more like a drive-through because the airmen would climb up, and it reminded me a lot of like some of the stuff you'd seen from Vietnam because it was so hot. And the thing that was so cool about combat is it pulls together and you get the mission done. All the peacetime nonsense you don't worry about. These guys were, they were shirtless and they were just there was no worries about all the uniform and all that stuff. I mean, it was 120 degrees and these guys, but they were just humping, just getting the job done. And you'd pull in, and they would have you full of gas and reload all of your munitions in 20 minutes.
Wow!
And it would be, in many cases, it was so fast you'd barely have time to use your piddle pack for the next sortie. You could actually request what weapons you wanted. So it really was like a drive-through. Like say, I remember the guy would climb up the ladder and you'd open up the canopy and he would use one of his own T-shirts to like clean the canopy because it would be totally caked with gun gas. Because when you shoot a full load of the gun, which hardly anybody had ever fired a full load of the gun before we're in combat. And I mean, it cakes it where it's hard to see. And so they'd clean the canopy all off. And then, sir, what can I get for you today? Essentially, and it would be kind of, well, what do you got? Well, I got CPU 52. I got some 58. What kind of Mavericks? What kind of Mavericks you want? Kind of a thing. And
you're like, load me up, buddy.
And I'd say, well, and then you'd talk it over, obviously, with your flight leader, your wingman, and say, well, okay, we're going to go with Mark 82s or whatever. So that was interesting, where you got to kind of pick what you wanted. They loaded up, which actually came in useful later on some of my more memorable missions, because the free fall was great, but it's heavy. And so you were trying to climb up to come in. You essentially, our tactics ended up being driven by your loadout, because when you're loaded down with 6 Mark 82s or 4 cans of CBU, which is even heavier and more drag, you really, no matter, even if you wanted to strafe first, you learned that was a bad idea, because you'd come off your target strafe and you're trying to climb back up.
Just a pig.
Oh yeah. Just did not want to climb. And now the whole time you're in that threat arena, when you're down there that low, everybody can hit you. Most of our threats were 37 millimeter. Some man pads, some guys saw them, but that was pretty unusual. It was mainly just a lot of AAA. Did
you get shot at on this deployment?
Oh yeah, every mission. Oh
okay.
Yeah, absolutely. That typically was kind of your timer when so you would try to come in. So after that first sortie, then we would go back to the FOL and then rearm and then go back out. There was, and then your tasking would be to a kill box. You would have what we called ABCCC, which was essentially an airborne bookkeeping operation, a bunch of guys in the back of a C-130, and then they would assign which kill box. And it was much of a two-way street. You would say, hey, because you would hear from your buddies, hey, there's some good targets over in here, and you'd say, hey, I request this tasking. They'd say, okay. They would do their shuffling, and it was all by paper and big charts and stuff, I guess, that they had inside this C-130, but it was all radios and so and then your in-flight report, which was very important, because you would be telling them, hey, I just came from Charlie Uniform 6, and there were still this many targets left, and so then they would use that information and pass it to the next guy. So it was very much a paper and pencil war, but it was also a communication with your buddies on where it was good. And then you would also keep your own notes but you were going to fly usually 3 missions on that day, at least early on. Later we started flying 2 and then 1 and then 2 on different days. But at our request, because typically if you flew 3 in a day, that was a long day and you were just absolutely exhausted. And then you'd be off the next day. And then, so we started actually asking, hey, can we fly 2 and then swap out and then have a guy fly 1? And then we'd fly almost every day if we did that. We also liked that because not only were you less tired, but the war would change a lot from day to day because we were blowing up so much stuff that if your knowledge of the war was 2 days old, sometimes that was outdated information.
Yeah, you would keep track of it.
You need to keep track, and you would also keep your own notes on things like, hey, okay, there's still a lot of good targets here, and then you would have your own hip pocket so that when Bookshelf would say, hey, here's your tasking, a lot of times you'd say, I request, if able, this one. And I'd say, sure. And then you go back over there and hit those targets.
So how much were you dropping on this deployment?
So let's see. And prior to that question, you had asked something about, so we went through the first one and then, so as far as expenditures, you were dropping on every mission. Most missions you would at the very least drop your free fall. Our primary targets we were looking for were artillery because that was what the Army wanted. Some of the most useful briefings we ever got was before the war. The Army sent in what they call their GLOW, their ground liaison officer, and these guys would say, okay, here's how Saddam sets up his army forces in the ground, which was very useful information because they were using essentially the same tactics that they had fought the Iran-Iraq war with, only against a modern Air Force. So in many ways, it helped us a lot because in the desert, a tank sitting by itself, very difficult to see, especially from the altitudes we were at. It just doesn't stand out. But when you build a 4 foot or 5 foot high sand berm around it with a bulldozer, well, it stands out really well.
Pick out, yeah.
Right. And all of their formations were kind of these just trench line formations with vetted armor, and they set them up kind of the same way, which was based on Soviet doctrine on how they set these up. So they briefed us on all that, so we knew what to look for. It was very helpful. In some cases, they would say, okay, if you see the artillery guns, well, then they control them with a control van, and there's going to be cables on the ground, and they're going to store their ammunition like here. You may not see it, but this is where it is. And we'd say, okay. And then we'd go out there, and if you attacked where they said it would be, then sometimes you could hit their ammo dumps and
big fireworks show.
Fireworks show that would last for hours, and then that was a great mark because when you came back later, it was still burning in most cases. But the primary targets were actually not armor. They really were mostly concerned with the artillery because they had really modern Russian designed artillery guns, and they wanted us to take that out. They felt they could handle the armor with their own M1 tanks and stuff. So we would normally drop on the artillery if we could find it. The first part was always just recce because we didn't have, if you had hip pocket grids, but otherwise it was just recce. We used, you were asking about what we used to find the target. So it would either be just naked eye or binoculars. We carry just good old fashioned 12 power from the hardware store binoculars. Like these days we have targeting pods, but before targeting pods, we got to where they space stabilized binoculars and stuff. We didn't have that back then. These were just good old fashioned big binoculars. Really pretty cumbersome to use because the cockpit's kind of vibrating all the time, and it's tough to really get focused on stuff. Some guys got better with them than others. But the other tactic that we would use if you couldn't really get a good focus on what you were trying to look at, because it was tough. You'd see something, say, okay, I see some stuff there. Is that a tank? And now you're trying to correlate, and all you just see, and of course you're so zoomed in that you're like, well, I can't find it, and what am I looking at? So in some cases, if you just couldn't get that to work, you would just essentially do a dry pass, like do a dry pass to look down and see what it was. Or what most of us started doing, and really by the end, it's kind of what we did all the time, was you would just do a recce by fire. You go, okay, I see a line. They look like tanks. I can't see 100% positive. Most of the time, you could tell if they were tanks or not because you can just see that thin line of the barrel. But you didn't. A lot of times, you didn't know. Maybe they were decoys. Maybe they were. So you would just recce by fire. So just do a strafe pass. This was after you got your free fall off because you didn't want to be doing strafe passes with that, or you'd be just a sitting duck. But you didn't want to waste a Maverick yet because you didn't want to shoot there was nothing worse than shooting what you thought was a tank with a Maverick and then nothing happens. Like,
yeah.
Okay, well then that was obviously a pile of tires or some kind of decoy because they would set up decoys. A lot of their decoys were not sophisticated. They weren't like the kind you would see at the range or something. It was just literally they'd put a bunch of piled up junk in a revetment. But from high altitude, you couldn't necessarily tell. So you would strafe it, and then on your pull-off, you were low enough that you could definitely tell. And you'd pull off and go, oh, okay, that was a bunch of oil barrels or something. Don't hit that one again. But, you strafed it, and bullets were cheap, so you didn't worry about wasting bullets. And then typically that first guy's job, which was normally the flight lead, your job was to look down the line of revetments and go, all right, two, the next 4 to the west are good targets, and then the last one is a decoy or whatever, and then you would take notes, and then you would climb back up, and now you'd hit them with your Maverick. Because Mavericks obviously was designed for tanks, and it was always a K kill, meaning as we call them, K kills, a catastrophic, meaning it was burning, it's totally destroyed. Typically, you would see the turret fly off. I can still remember the first few times, you're seeing something, and you're like, you see the explosion, and then you're looking and you're going, what is that? And it was now when you watch Ukraine videos, you'd see it all the time on the videos, but of course back then you're looking at it and you realize it's the turret flipping through the air, and then it would land in the desert, big dirt kick up, and you go, okay, well that one's dead. So you would use your Mavericks. Early on we had 2 Mavericks, and then they let us switch to using the multi-rail, the Lao 88 launcher later because once again, they realized a lot of guys are staying in the target area too long and strafing a lot because we wanted to kill all targets. But almost all of the battle damage that was being taken was on the last couple of strafe passes. Why? Because every pass you were getting, depending on how impatient you were and you're looking at your gas and everything else, you kept getting a little lower and lower and lower because your energy kept getting lower and you're more predictable. And so they decided to kind of restrict how much we could use the gun, but as a compensation, they said you can take 4 Mavericks instead of 2. And we're like, okay, deal. We'll take 4 Mavericks. And then once the ground war started, then all restrictions were off and do whatever you want. So,
sorry, what were you shooting out of the gun? Was it combat mix or DU?
Sure. So we were shooting combat mix. Yeah, okay. It was all combat mix. So 5 rounds of the depleted uranium to 1 round of HEI. And that's because our most of our targets were all armor, so you needed the depleted uranium. Although, as an aside, we didn't see many moving targets, but whenever there was a moving target, it got struck so fast. In fact, some of the most interesting and probably dangerous engagements were when you saw a mover on the battlefield. Normally, it would be like a troop truck or maybe some poor guy that's job is to deliver ammo out there, and he's driving towards these things. Holy cow. That was like, who could get there first?
Just fangs out.
Oh God. It was whoever could get to that target first. In fact, I can still remember, strafing a truck on the front line area. And then as I'm still coming off, it gets hit again. And I was like, 2, cause he was supposed to be cover. And I was like, so I assumed it was him, and we look up, and it was another flight had, without being on the right frequency, had rolled in and strafed it too. And of course, we're looking like, where'd he go?
Big sky theory.
Oh yeah, it was big. So whenever there was a mover, we learned that first of all you call it out, and then second of all just start clearing around, because anybody that saw something moving, it was going to get hit. And in many cases. Not many cases. In some cases, F-18s or I had Harriers drop on targets that were inside my wheel because it's just for whatever reason they either were in the wrong kill box or somebody gave them clearance, or they just saw a target and wanted to take it out. So yeah, we had to clear for other airplanes, but especially on movers because everybody wanted to take them out immediately. So, so you would use your Mavericks, and then based on how much time and gas you had left, typically there was no time like later on in future conflicts. You had what we called the vol time, the vulnerability period that you were covered, and you would cover your time, and that was it. Well, that wasn't true in Desert Storm at all. It was typically you would run out of ammo before you ran out of time, but it was normally you would go home either when you ran out of gas or when you were out of ammo. So you would use your Mavericks, and then which we had really good success with most of the time. They didn't all guide, but most of the time they were pretty good. We used both the B model, which was the electro-optical, just essentially a TV camera, and then the infrared. Infrared could be a challenge a lot because of the hot sand background and the revetment, but a lot of times the tanks were not running just because they had been sitting there for a long time. This was prior to the ground war, and then we'll talk about during the ground war. Then when the tanks are running, now it's a different story.
Real hot.
Now it's a different story. The infrared works really good. But early on, when they were just sitting there, we learned a couple of things from the prisoner debriefs afterwards. That, for instance, early on they did what they had done during the Iran-Iraq war, which was as soon as they realized they were under attack, they would go run and get in their tanks because that was the best protection from when the bombs barely missed, or all the fragmentation and that sort of thing. So early on, that's what they did. They ran into their tanks, and then they realized really quickly that when we were attacking them, that we didn't miss. So because the Maverick is gonna hit the tank, and so then they very quickly, as soon as we would attack, they would all jump, or when they saw us, they would jump out of their tanks and go hide in the trenches. So we thought that was kind of interesting. That it was the enemy they were fighting. They realized the hard way that okay, we're going to have to modify because being in the tanks is not where you want to be when we're being attacked. The other interesting aside story that I can think of on that was the prisoner debriefs is they thought, because we were still dark green based on our European camouflage, which is another story, because as soon as we got there, we knew that we were going to be operating high. Well, once we decided that that's what we were going to be doing, and we tried to get them to do some sort of expedient paint job. Like, hey, we don't care if it's water-based. We don't care if you go to the local version of the hardware store or whatever, get us some paint that we can roll on or something that's lighter colored, like light gray or something. Because we knew looking up at us that from the experience working with the ground facts, that the dark green was going to stand out against the sky. And they went back and forth and eventually said, no, it's not logistically possible. We can't do it. Sorry, you're dark green. And so, interestingly enough, a lot of the Iraqis thought that we were painted black because we looked so dark against the sky. And they thought that our entire tactic of painting the airplanes, in their view, painting them black and circling the target area was a psychological tactic to terrify them.
To look like a demon.
So they thought that we were purposely making our planes easy to see and that we would circle so that they would be terrified before we actually attacked. And I was so interested to hear that because, of course, that was not true at all. It was just because we couldn't repaint our airplanes the correct camouflage for those tactics. And because, of course, while we were in our wheel, we were probably, when they thought we were just circling to terrify them, we were looking for them. We had our binoculars out, or we were trying to figure out where the targets are. So, but that was kind of an interesting aside to hear what they thought of A-10s, and of course they didn't like A-10s as far as we were. In their view, we didn't miss, and that we stayed over the target for a long time. It wasn't like other airplanes that came in, did their strike and left. We would be there for.
Like, oh, great!
Yeah, exactly. The whole thing was
going to be an ordeal.
Great. Here's the A-10s. Here they're gonna be here for a while, and we can't escape. And so that was kind of interesting.
Freaking terrifying.
We were apparently one of the most feared airplanes in the theater. So that was kind of cool to hear about later on. But then you would strafe as much time as you had left as far as gas, and then a lot of it you had to use some restraint because you didn't want to be typically. And you asked about being shot at. There was AAA in every target area. We were mostly concerned with the 57 millimeter because it's much bigger and it can reach up really above the altitudes we were at. If you saw it going off because it's self-destructs and you'd see the big dark flak bursts. If it was going off above you, that was a 57. Always a big priority then to find it. And you could generally find it. You could see the muzzle flashes, and they always put them in the same type of arrays. And once you found it, well, then you needed to get away because you didn't want to go gun v gun with one of those guys. That was not a fight you wanted to do. And you had a couple different tactics we would do with that. You could either come back later when they didn't see you, make a note of where it is, and then come back later and drop bombs on it before they could see you with cluster bombs or something. Or hit it with a Maverick if you just really needed to get in there.
Off.
Just hit one of the guns with a Maverick, and it was interesting. I learned a lot about what we would now call suppression from Desert Storm. A lot of my views on suppression, because to me, suppression has always been it's a psychological effect. Guys would ask, "Well, we're going to suppress this target." Like, it really is a psychological tactic, because I saw the same tactic have different effects on different things. For instance, sometimes you would hit, typically the 57 millimeter was in 3 guns, and you would hit, let's say you took out one of them. Well, they're only like 100 meters apart. So the other guys in the other guns, they know what just happened to their buddies. That whole gun just got blown up. And in some cases, the whole site would shut down because they would jump off the gun and go run and get into their foxhole or whatever for a while, sometimes 20 minutes, sometimes half an hour. And in other cases, the fire would dramatically increase.
They're mad.
Because they would, I don't know if it was, maybe they're either mad or they're just like, oh my, holy cow, we got to get this guy right now or we're next. And so it was interesting to see the different effects on that. But essentially, you just had to avoid that guy. And then a lot of the guns were 37, 23 millimeter everywhere. And they were, if the flak was burst, were going off, either if it was following you, because they were typically not just firing up in the air, they were trying to track you. But if it was at your altitudes, that was the 37 mil, because that was right at where we were operating at typically.
Were you flying like the kind of the OV-10 Vietnam tactics all the time, just keeping the airplane moving? Well,
yeah, and that's how a lot of guys. Again, it shaped my whole tactics the rest of my career on guys that they would always be. I was never comfortable. Later, we were always flying. You had to be, especially in Afghanistan, you had to be in the exact right altitude and all these things. And it was always, I was always resistant because you just flew what I always just called just fly sloppy. Essentially you don't want to be at the same. You just want to be unpredictable. Be unpredictable, because if they could track you, then they were probably going to hit you. So, that was it. Pretty much try to vary your altitude. We generally used visual tactics. We didn't really at that time. The idea of having blocks or being blind all the time really was not a thing. Blind being the code word for you can't see your flight lead. The real tactic was essentially to keep sight of each other all the time, which with a dark colored airplane, and even though you were sometimes 3-4 miles apart in the wheel, you could see each other. And that was one of the things as a wingman, as you probably remember. I mean, that was very much, you didn't want to get the reputation as the wingman that just kept losing sight all the time, because as a flight lead, nothing more frustrating than you're like, okay, we're getting ready and I'm going to be in from the west and this and this, and two's blind. You're like,
now all your attention is
like,
going.
Come on, two. I can just clearly remember going, come on, two. You got to. In fact, worst case, we had some flyers that had come from another unit they hadn't flown. I'm trying to remember all the details there, but I won't give out any names. But there was a guy from another unit that they put him on my wing, and I was not very patient at that time because I mean it was like, you know, this is game on. This is, and he hadn't, I think it was maybe even his first sortie or his second sortie, but because later they got some other guys to come in from other units, and we'd been there fighting the war, and so we kind of essentially, you know, knew what's what, and it was a time clock. You got to get in there, you got to find the targets, and there's no time for not having your shit together. So found the targets, we're getting ready to employ, and he's two's blind. I'm like, all right, normally you could talk him onto where you're, okay, do you see this feature, and we had been, there was some stuff burning. Like, all right, do you see the burning this? And, you know, nope, I don't see that. I'm like, I'm thinking, how do you not see that? So I actually rolled in and dropped some bombs. And then I'm like, okay, from where my bombs hit, he's like, I didn't see any bombs. And I'm just like,
where are you?
Oh my God, where is this guy? And of course, we didn't have the data link and all the things that we had by the end of the A-10's career that we have now, that you can't really lose sight. I mean, it's almost impossible. But yeah. So eventually, I got so frustrated. I essentially did a not very smart thing, and you know, even looking back, I'm like, that wasn't real smart. But I had this line of tanks, and I still had my Mavericks, and I'm like, I'm not going to let these guys. I'm not bringing stuff back because my wingman just can't find me. So I just said, all right, go to, and there was I remember the name of it was right at the tri-border area called Dirt. It was just literally, there wasn't anything there. Like a lot of our points, it was just a point on the inertial navigation. We didn't have GPS either back then. This was inertial navigation, which was going to be,
got your drift
within a mile or so. It was, you know, it wasn't going to get you exactly on the point, but it would get you in the vicinity. So I was like, just head to Dirt. I'll meet you there. And I shot my Mavericks, single ship, alone and unafraid, going, this isn't a good idea. I got nobody covering me, but
like, this guy's maybe causing you more problems.
yeah. So
at that time,
I was like, man, I'm not gonna. All right, I'll meet you there. So shot my Mavericks and we joined up and went back. But yeah.
Did you guys lose any airplanes before the ground invasion?
Not before the ground invasion. We had some guys get hit, some battle damage, but no, because really the ground invasion, they took all the restrictions off. So even some of those restrictions, like, hey, only 2 strafe passes per area, and they did some other things like that. Well, they said, all right, ground war started, no more restrictions. Do what you need to do, support the ground forces. Well, in many cases, that meant guys did a lot more, for lack of a better term, you know, more dangerous tactics, mm-hmm. meaning more exposure time, because we felt like, hey, it's our job so that my whole goal in life, not that it wasn't during the initial part of it, but our whole goal was that the Army guys would drive through there and do nothing but drive past smoking hulks all the way to Kuwait City and kick Saddam out all the way to the border and never have to fire a shot. That was our goal. Yeah. Because that's what we went out there every day. And really, they based their whole decision on when to start the ground war was really based on us. And I don't mean based on the A-10, but based on all of the aircraft's BDA. Our battle damage assessment is that they decided on when they should start the ground invasion based on how much resistance we were saying they were going to have, because we were trying to take out all the armor. So we didn't lose any aircraft during the non-ground war portion. And then when they started the ground war, right? So the ground phase of Desert Storm started, and they took on any and all restrictions off. It's just support the ground force, whatever they need. So we did that, and early on, the squadron had search and rescue forces on station all the time. So during Desert Storm, the way they did that, and we did it different ways on conflicts later, but during Desert Storm, they would have 2 airplanes on CSAR alert. that would be on the ground, ready to launch if somebody got shot down. And those airplanes were on alert at KKMC, the FOL, like I talked about. It was 40 miles south of the border. Now, luckily, very few airplanes were shot down in Desert Storm. But what that meant was that the guys that were on CSAR alert, which were typically some of our most experienced pilots, and of course, to be a Sandy 1 is kind of one of the highest categories you can get as a A-10 pilot. And it was always considered an honor to be, qualified to do that. But what it did lead to was it was kind of a club, meaning if you were in the club, you were a Sandy pilot. The Sandy call sign going back to Vietnam era, when the A-1 Skyraider pilots used that call sign when they did that mission. Now, of course, they had a lot of planes get shot down. They did a lot more actual pickup missions, but we trained to that mission. It's always been one of my, I was very honored to do that, carry on that mission. And that's one of the other concerns another side topic, but where is that mission going with the retirement of the A-10? And I don't know that they necessarily really have an answer for that. But so those pilots had been sitting CSAR alert, and the war is going by. And they're watching their squadron bros taxi by up at the forward operating location 3 times a day, giving them the good thumbs up. Hey, how you doing? As we loaded up with more and more bombs, and they're like, all right, what's going on here? They lobbied with the squadron leadership to go, hey, we need to get some more people on CSAR alert so that we don't essentially miss the war, because we could tell pretty quickly that at the rate we were destroying Iraqi equipment that this was not going to last long, which is a good thing. But for those guys, they were like, we don't want to spend the whole war on alert. So in a kind of a move now that looking back is pretty interesting when you tell people these days, because the Santee checkout is a pretty extensive checkout. Well, for me and Fish Salmonson, Eric Salmonson, like I talked about, who I ended up a little bit on Fish, just a great guy. He was from Colorado, and we roomed together, and we ended up flying a lot of missions together because I was a flight lead, but I was a first lieutenant. So they kind of went by, rank. If you were going to fly with somebody else that was a flight lead, well, then I was always going to be on the wing because they outranked me. So, so essentially working with the schedulers, of course, as with all fighter pilots, you complain to the schedulers all the time that you're not flying enough or whatever. So like, well, we have more flight leads than wingmen, so if you want to fly more, you need to fly on the wing. And I said, all right, but I want to fly with Fish. And Fish, he liked flying with me too, and he's like, yeah, that's good. So I either led, or when I flew on the wing, I convinced him that I got to fly with Fish, and we had very good matching. I won't say personalities, because interestingly enough, I mean, he was very expressive, and he was like, kind of, I always call him, he was the cowboy he was in Colorado, and from Colorado, and when you watch some of those interviews from Desert Storm that we did, it was very clear. He's very expressive and talks with his hands, and he's just doesn't. And I'm like the very quiet, introverted. But when we got in the airplane, we were just a great pair, because we both had the same philosophy on I would have to say kind of, aggressive, fangs out. I mean, we had several cases where the weather was kind of iffy, and a lot of the guys would come back, probably smartly so, and said, hey, we just couldn't get in there with the weather. And then we'd come back and they'd go, how'd you guys empty your airplanes out? The weather was really bad. And say, well, we found a hole and we got in there. And
made it happen.
But we were also really good because we were kind of each other's good conscience. Like if we had been in an area for a while and, we're strafing and taking out targets, we would always back each other up and go, hey, I think we've been here a while. We've been here pretty good. And he'd say, oh yeah, you're right. Let's move over here, kind of a thing. So, but I just felt like we were just a really good team. We liked flying together. We seemed to have a nose for finding good target areas. And, so that was, the reason I ended up, I think, in a lot of ways, I flew with him a lot when I didn't get to lead. Of course, I like to lead. I mean, everybody wants to lead. If you don't want to lead, you're in the wrong business. But if it was between not flying and flying on fish's wing, you bet I'll fly with fish. And as it ended up, I got into some great missions with him. But part of it was they said, all right, you guys, Karl and Fish, we're gonna check you out as CSAR pilots so that you can go be on alert for CSAR. And we're like, okay, how are we going to do that? Well, it was literally a briefing in the Sandy pilots got us in our quarters there at King Fahd and pretty much gave us I don't remember how long it was, but it was however long we could pay attention, but it was like, okay, here's what Sandy 1 did. I went through the whole, as you would be well familiar with, but here's Sandy 1's role. Here's what you're going to do. Here's how you're going to do the search. Sandy 2, here's your job. This is what you're going to do.
All right, questions? You're good.
Yeah, pretty much. And it's like, okay, you guys leave tomorrow. And we're just like, okay. Whew. So we took off, flew up to KKMC, and then we're on alert. And so you go out to the airplanes. You what we called back then hot cocking the airplanes. You warm up the INS, and then you shut everything down so that you can start the airplane literally and get going within a couple minutes, which is pretty fast. Because back then with the INS, a typical startup that wasn't an alert launch was like you had to let the INS cook for 16 minutes and all that kind of thing. So we did that, and you go back into the little hooch there and wait around listening to the radios because you're on the net. And you got your G suit on. I remember we used to sit around with our G suit on, but then the rest of the stuff ready to grab and go. It lasted a couple of days, and I remember I got some pictures of myself sitting there in a lawn chair, like reading a book behind the berm as I got to experience my buddies taxiing by 3 times a day, and I would flip them all off as they came by because they're going to bomb and stuff, and I'm sitting there. And it's an interesting situation because you want to fly, you want to do the mission, but you don't want any of your buddies to get shot down, because the only way you're going to launch on a search and rescue mission is if somebody gets shot down, which you don't want to happen. But at the same time, you're like, this would be a pretty exciting mission. But we didn't think it was like any time. You're not expecting it to happen. And then the klaxon goes off, and we're like, we're throwing our stuff on, and we run out to the airplanes, and I can still remember it. I mean, Fish and I are punching each other, going, "Here we go!" And we get in the airplane, start the engines, and 06 climbs a ladder because he was there running the radios or whatever they were doing, and hands us the ISOPREP, which is the information that you have on each pilot that you fill out before the mission. It's on file so that if you get shot down, that the rescue forces can use that information to do a lot of things, as as a Sandy pilot yourself. You're going to authenticate, make sure it's really him. It gives you some information to help you rescue him. So we get this information, and I still remember him like shaking your hand. He's like, "Good luck, son." Yeah, and it's because this is old 06, and I'm just young lieutenant. I'm like, "Holy cow, this is it." And then we open the little ISOPREP packet, and it's our flight commander. Both Fish and I were in D flight, and Dale Storr was our flight commander, and this is his information. And we're like, and of course we immediately came over the inter-flight radio, and just like, "Karl, we're gonna get him, and we ain't gonna fuck this up." And I was like, "Here we go." And so we launched. He was not too many miles inside Kuwait, because he had been supporting the ground forces there, which is where the battle was at that point, as we had just pushed north. This was I think it was the second day of the ground war. It was I'd have to look back on that, but it was pretty soon after the ground war started. So we hadn't pushed very far into Kuwait. They had just pushed past the berm, and he had gotten shot down he had been doing multiple strafe passes there because that's what they were required. The ground forces were calling for, and he had to get out. His wingman had stayed there for a little bit. There were no shoots. He didn't see a shoot. He didn't get any radio messages, and so he circled there for a while, and then he had to go. So we started the whole CSAR task force I did my Sandy 2 thing where I was trying to coordinate tankers to support us. Strikers, normally they'll get anybody with ordnance. They start stacking them up so that you have all that ordnance available to start suppressing threats. And and then fish. So we still hadn't found him. We hadn't talked to him. So we did a search, and we eventually found his wreckage. And it was just the tails sticking up out of a smoking hole. And so now we're like, well, now what? We keep talking. Of course, we're trying on the radio continuously to try to get him to come up on the radio. And unbeknownst to us, he had already gotten out. He had immediately been fallen upon by, because he is essentially strafing the front line troops in his airplane. He landed essentially. He said he like PLF pretty much. He ran a few meters behind a berm, but he's like, they saw him land. They're coming, and so he didn't really have much of a chance. He tried to get his radio out, but they grabbed it and started beating him. Essentially, started beating him with rifle butts. He said essentially, now his whole story. I'm sure he's already done podcasts on it, but essentially, an Iraqi officer saved him because the enlisted guys that he had been attacking were essentially going to beat him to death, and the officer came in and said, get off him, and
imagine what that feels like to land amongst the guys you've just been strafing.
Yeah, they're not real happy with you. So he had already been put on a truck and was headed back toward Baghdad. He said that the most scared he was in the entire event was when he was in that truck, because he knew what happened to any moving truck in the target area. Like we talked about earlier, is like anything moving in the target area got struck almost immediately. So, but luckily he didn't. But we didn't know that. So we decided, so Fish was doing low passes, trying to see if maybe there was, essentially trying to see, is the seat still in the airplane? Excuse me. Or what we should do next. In the meantime, of course, we're attracting a whole bunch of attention. We're getting shot at by multiple AAA sites. And so my job was to locate all those. And then I had white phosphorus, Willie Pete marking rockets. Because essentially you can break Sandy 2's job. It's a lot more than that, but at its core, it's being a forward air controller, which I was not a qualified forward air controller, but now I was after that briefing. And so I rolled in with whatever the site setting was for the rockets. Again, it's uncomputed or whatever. And I still remember seeing this one AAA site shooting at us. And all of these fighters stacked up, and I shot my rockets, and I just shacked this AAA site. The first rockets that I had fired, and I rolled in, and for whatever dumb luck, whatever it was, or like anything, if you get close enough, it's get close enough and you won't miss, which is got me in trouble with weapons officers over the years on future deployments. But yes, it generally still does work. You get close enough, don't miss. I shot 2 rockets, and I was able to do the classic forward air control statement of, okay, call the smokes in sight, hit my smoke. And sure enough, he rolls in with a string of beautiful 6 Mark 82s and just, destroys that site. And so I kept doing that on all these sites that were surrounding us, and having to try to be Fish's conscience, because he was doing low passes. I'm like, Fish, because there's everybody shooting at us. I'm like, you see anything yet? And hey, try and climb it up a little bit, kind of a thing, kind of keeping them honest. And eventually we decided that, and it was interesting how we actually came to the eventual calling it off, is with all these fighters. Well, one of the fighters, we recognized his voice. It was an 06 from our own wing that we were at. And I still think about it to this day, that one of the things that Fish did that was smart, I think, and it's something you can take a lesson from, is he used all the assets that he had. He didn't just feel like he had to make the whole decision himself. It was still his call. He's Sandy 1, you're making the call. But he recognized the colonel's voice, and he said, hey, I can't remember his call sign from now, but it was like, hey, here's a situation. We've found the wreckage. We're taking a lot of fire. We haven't been able to get them on the radio. And because at that time we had the helicopters on the border. They were on the south side of the berm waiting, and we had briefed them up on all the, the 15 line and all the stuff, because we were considering bringing him in and having the helicopter PJ like look at the wreckage and see if maybe he was still in it or what the situation was, so that we at least could say, all right, he didn't make it, kind of a thing.
Yeah.
But that was risky because we were debating, like, do we risk a helicopter crew just to see if he's dead or is it worth it for that? And so we talked it over with that the other pilot, the 06 that was airborne, and he was like, "Yeah, guys, I think you've done all you can do," and that was he was kind of the voice of reason, and we're like, "Yeah, you're right. It just keeps getting hotter and hotter here. There's more and more AAA coming up, and we're doing all this stuff." The other thing I remember about that mission was it was my job to get the tankers so you have to have air refueling because it's a long mission. I can't remember the exact length of it, but it was a long mission, multiple refuelings, and I had thought that because as an A-10 guy and Sandy, you thought that everybody knew what that meant. So I remember coming up on the thing. This is Sandy too. I need tankers at this location. Thinking, well, there's Sandy. He gets whatever he wants, and it became pretty clear that didn't really hold a lot of weight. There were people that, for whatever reason, didn't know what that even was. And so I just went over to the tanker common frequency and was like, hey, this is Sandy 2. We got an active search and rescue. I need some tanker support. And I still remember kind of you could tell he was just a experienced old head tanker guy that from probably a guard unit somewhere. And he's like, Sandy 2, this is, Exxon 3-1. We'll go wherever you need. Where do you need me? And I was just like, all right, this is the guy. Still like to thank him if I ever found out who it was. But yeah, he kind of reassured me. He's like, we know what you're doing, and we know you need us gas where to go over there. So yeah, we called it off. Went back, and it was definitely a kind of a sad day. I mean, because we as far as we knew, he didn't make it out. We came back and said we didn't hear from him. We couldn't see any chutes. His wingman didn't hear from him, and we think he wrote it in. And so that's how it got reported. They actually packed up his stuff. In a funny aside story, because of course talking to him later after the war, you find all this stuff. His brother had sold his Corvette. He's like, yeah, you guys resulted in me, I lost my Corvette because my brother, because he's a big Corvette guy, still is, and I've met with him multiple times since then. He's a great guy and still has great stories I still learn something new about his whole experience every time he's done it. He went up and gave speeches at the search or the escape and evasion school up in Washington, because he's from the Seattle area. Gave speeches there for years and talked about his experiences. But yeah, so we reported that we didn't think he got out, and then he's got some crazy stories about being in Baghdad and in the prison. And while he was in the prison, it got bombed by F-117s, and the building essentially came down around him. And
wow!
And they kind of escaped because the guards all left, but then they're standing in bright yellow jumpsuits in Baghdad and going, "What do we do?" And so they essentially just went back to their cells and went, "Well, there's nowhere we can go. We'll just wait for him to come back." And
when did you guys find out that he was still alive?
So it was probably about another week. We had gotten some words through the intel channels, and we never got word that he had 100% that it was him until after the war, and then they made the prisoner exchange, and we actually got to send one of our pilots, one of his best friends, got to go and meet him at the airplane when he got off the plane, which was fantastic. But we had gotten word through intel that that they had captured a very tall American pilot, and he's 6'7". So
oh, wow.
We were pretty convinced that was him, that he had made it. So that was obviously great news, and because we had drank our shot of illicit alcohol to him when we thought he was gone, and then it was kind of like
they sold his car.
Yeah, and then his brother sold his car, and then we got word that he had made it out. So that was fantastic. So.
Well, it's getting cold in here. I say we take a quick break to make a fire.
Okay.
Get this place
I'm with
heated
that.
up a little bit.
Yeah, I don't want my nose to start running and my teeth chattering while I'm telling the story. So that sounds good. I'm for
winter
that.
in Oregon.
Okay.
So. All right, let's do it. Wanted to pick up. We're back in Desert Storm. You completed the CSAR mission, and we'll just go from there.
So I was talking about So we went back to base, toasted to Storman because we thought he didn't get out, but he had actually been captured, and then after a pretty amazing experience and several close calls in captivity, he was able to make it back, and he got back to the squadron. So we actually didn't lose any pilots in Desert Storm, which is amazing, and thankful for that. So, but yeah, so that was my CSAR experience, and then.
So
later,
were you an official Sandy 2 at that point?
So this is the funny part. So after having done an actual combat SAR, and then they were like, it was kind of like apparently it was a temporary checkout, because when we got back after the storm, like, oh yeah, no, that doesn't count. You're not an actual Sandy. You have to go through you have to go through the actual upgrade program. And so I got some chuckles out of that. I'm like, all right, how many of you guys have done a combat SAR? And I'm going through the upgrade, right?
But
me, it wasn't successful. So, but again, it was nothing. That's again one of those things of you can only affect what you can affect, and we did. I think we made the right call, and we did what we could do. But he had already. That's what happens when you land on top of the guys that you've been attacking. So, but and then shortly after that, so then we did our week of alert, and then went back to the squadron, and then we got to fly some more missions, and that's what led to certainly my most memorable day of Desert Storm was 25th of February. Fish and I were flying together again, and we were on the schedule as the CAS alert. So what they did during the ground war is they had 2 airplanes on CSAR alert at KKMC, and then they had 2 back at the main base at King Fahd on CAS alert, essentially so that the idea being is if a unit got into big trouble and they needed immediate support. Now it wasn't going to be that immediate because we were 200 miles from the border at King Fahd, but the idea was they would be immediately supported by whichever A-10s were in the vicinity, and then they would alert us, and we would go backfill them to take over. So essentially, what it meant was you were going to get some good target areas if you got launched. However, up until that time, usually what would happen is they didn't launch you, and you would go towards the end of the day, and then they would just have you go fly a normal mission at the end of the day. So you would go out in the early morning. It was pre-dawn darkness, somewhere in the 4 a.m. or whatever time it was. You would go out to the jets and prepare them for alert. So you'd go through, set all your radios, and do what we call about hot cocking the airplane. Like it was ready to go. So if you had to launch, everything was set up, and you just jump in. And in fact, the crew chief would start the APU for you, and then you would jump in, engines start, and go. But to do that, you would set it up. So you would go out in the morning, set up the switches, make sure everything was ready to go, and then you'd come back in the building. But before you did that, you would call on the radio to do your radio check, and also to see if we had, like we used to call it, words. Okay, any words. And there were never any words. You weren't going to get launched when you first did that, or so I thought. So we went out there, and I think it was probably the second or third day. I don't know which day it was, but it was unusual enough that anybody was going to get launched that I didn't even strap in. I didn't even put on my straps. And so I'm sitting there, and the engines are running, and Fish calls in for words, expecting them to go no words, and then you would shut down and go back in. And they're like, "Roger that, stand by." And we were like,
what?
Yeah, kind of like, what? Roger that, launch immediately, following grids. And so I'm like trying to write down information, and I'm like, I'm not ready to, I'm trying to zip up the rest of my flight suit and put my straps on because I'm not strapped in, which was a good lesson learned, in that I never did that again in my career. I was always fully ready to go at any of those situations where you were on alert, because it's always easy to take stuff off, but it's not easy if you're not ready to go. So, but I managed to get strapped in and we launched. It was still dark when we took off, and then the sun came up as we were approaching the border. The ground war had the effect that the Iraqi forces, especially the Republican Guard forces, had started to move. So before then, it was kind of a static war. The tanks were just sitting there, and you were finding stuff, but it wasn't moving. But in this case, they had started moving. So, which was good news for us, because if they're moving, you can find them. So it was in the tri-border area, and it was a Republican Guard unit. They had started moving their unit. I don't know what all the details were, why they were moving, or where they were moving, or whatever. But the first tank, the first unit, the A-10s that had found them, had started to strike the overall unit. So they had stopped. They weren't still moving when we got there, but they had pulled off of the road, and it was very. The sand was cool. The tanks were very hot because they were running, and you could see where the sand had been churned up where they were driving. And then at the end, you could see the tanks. And I mean, for an A-10 pilot, we're rolling into this area going, holy cow, there's a bunch of tanks down here. This is going to be good. And there was an airborne forward air controller, another A-10, and he got us onto the targets, essentially gave us a quick talk onto the targets. We could see him down there. And then he sectored the area and went off and did, because at that point they weren't really providing clearances because there were no friendlies in that area, in this particular area anyway. So he was pretty much just acting as a target spotter and then trying to get people onto targets quicker, just to make things go faster. Because any minute you're sitting there looking for targets, you're not attacking targets, so it's wasting time. So he got us onto the targets, and we immediately just went to work. The tanks were very hot because they were running against the cool sand, and so the infrared Mavericks were, and we had all infrared because potential for nighttime. So we did not fly night missions. There was one squadron that did the night missions, and then we were all daytime. But if it's early enough in the day, you wanted to have all the infrared. So we had all infrared on that mission. Lao 88s, 4 Mavericks each. You could carry up to 6, but we just carried 4, primarily for the drag and the weight issues. There's also some issues with if you launch off the inside rail, it can cause damage to some of the wing surfaces. Although it's not a restriction. It's people think that you can't carry or you can't launch off the inside. I've heard that, but that's not true. You can. It just makes for very heavy and very a lot of drag. So we carried 4 and then a full load of bullets, but no free fall, because the idea was we were just going to be anti-armor only. So we didn't have to deal with all that extra weight. So we launched the Mavericks, and they worked great, hitting the tanks. And then we strafed several more tanks. One of the Mavericks didn't guide, so we had 7 Maverick hits, and then we started strafing the additional tanks. Again, we talked about earlier, it was tougher to get an observable K kill on a tank just because you had to really hit it hard. We knew we were getting effects, but a lot of times they wouldn't catch on fire. But in this case, one of them started, and it was a delay effect because of the armor piercing would normally, all the effects that it has on tanks. But essentially for an uninitiated, essentially what it does is it uses the tank's own armor to kill it, because when it pushes through the armor on the inside of the tank, what they call it pyrophoric. Essentially, it's 3,000 degrees, and it sets everything on fire inside the tank. But it normally doesn't blow the tank up immediately. It just catches everything on fire. And then eventually the tank catches on fire and then blows up on its own. But it's not immediate. So a lot of times you would strafe, and then a minute later you would start to see it start to cook off, like we talked about, and it would start burning. So we saw that. Essentially, we looked back. I can still remember looking back at it, and there's just the last tank that we had strafed blew up, and there was just 8 pillars of smoke coming up, and there's 8 tanks on fire, which was unusual at that for a Desert Storm, meaning to find that many tanks in one place and have all the opportunity to hit them all. We usually find tanks, but not in that many at once. So we're like, so Fish and I, we're excited leaving the area, and I started taking notes we used to write on the canopy with grease pencil at the time, and okay, this many tanks and stuff. And we're thinking, we're like normal, at least for me anyway. I know everything prior to leaving the target area is all business. Like you're just professional. There's no chit chat. You're all business. But then after you're leaving the target area and you're like, well, then you kind of, you're
wow, that just happened.
Right. Yeah, exactly. There's a lot of back and forth conversation about, man, that's amazing. And and we're thinking, I mean, that's a great day. We just got 8 tanks verified. They're on fire. It's the ground war. So the good guys aren't going to have to deal with those guys. And then we're thinking, okay, well, that's it. It's already been a good day. So, so we go back to the forward operating base. We rearm and ask for tasking. And they're like, no, we don't have anything for you. Come back in. You're going to be on alert again. I'm like, okay. So we go back into the alert shack. This is up at the forward base now. So we're only 40 miles away. And I don't recall, we didn't make that call. Somebody else told us that, hey, you're going to go into the forward base, which made sense because if you were going to get alerted again, that's where you wanted to be anyway. And once again, we went through that drive-through and we said, hey, we want, it's daytime now, so we want 2 IR and 2 EO missiles and gun, but no free fall. We don't want the free fall again. We just want to be ready for armor. So we went back inside, took off our stuff, and then immediately they're like, get back in the airplane. We got more tasking. And we're like, all right, here we go. Jump back in, and it was southwest of Kuwait City, and this was probably, if I had to pin it down to the one most memorable sortie of the entire deployment for me, this was it, because we got in there. There was the weather was not good. It was about 8 to 10,000 overcast. It was raining, and to top it all off, this was when the Iraqis had set all of the oil wells on fire. If you remember that, the idea was not only probably just plain destructiveness, but it created this layer of black oil smoke. And so it was just this, I've described it as just kind of this apocalyptic look. Like you went underneath these clouds and it's just dark and there's these fires burning everywhere, and the glow from these fires is everything is bouncing off the clouds, and it's almost like a reddish hue over everything. And
like literal hell.
Yes, literally. And you're just like, and the rain is pattering off of the front windscreen, so you can't see very well out the front. And we're doing our thing as we always did. You check with the air fac. There was an air fac. It was what they called fast facs, which means a forward air controller, but he's in a fast fighter, which is an idea that had gone on back to Vietnam, where they did it in F-100s. But in this case, it was a Marine. The Marines did the forward air control mission with a 2-seat F-18. They had a guy in the back that was primarily the observer. Anyway, he's giving us the briefing, and we're just getting prior to getting the 9-line cast brief, we're getting the initial check-in brief, and we're doing the normal things like, hey, what's the threats? Because he's also coordinating, because an AV-8 Harrier had just egressed the area on fire, and he's trying to get out over the water. We learned later he was able to reach the water and eject, and then they picked him up from the helicopters from the ship. But we didn't know that at the time, and so we just come in here and we see this low weather, and we've got planes on fire, and what's going on? And we're asking, give us a threat update. And this airfac, still remember the exact radio call. He just, Fish had asked for another threat update or something. He said, look, are you coming in here or not? And so, of course, what happens when, essentially he had just called us out.
It's like a challenge.
Oh, and so of course we immediately threw any thought of caution to the wind and checked the throttles full and just went straight in there. And so yeah, he knew which buttons to push to get us to come in there. But now we're wheeling it up, but we're at like much lower than we would normally want to be wheeling it up, and the visibility's bad, so I still remember this F-18 comes out of the clouds like super steep, fires off a couple of Willie Pete's onto this line of armor, and then just stands it on the tail and goes right back in the clouds. And I still remember thinking, that must be nice to be able to do
just
that.
Full blower.
Easy for him to be talking about threats when he can just goes into the clouds and they're not a factor. And we're stuck down here in the range of everything. We're in the heart of the envelope of that stuff. So we're wheeling it up, and we start strafing this line of tanks, and it's a challenge because when the A-10 has the flat plate on the front, so you can see out okay from the side. But when you go and it's for the rain, when it's raining, the visibility out the front was tough. So essentially, like what we talked about before, you get close enough, you just get close enough that you don't miss. But that led to not only were the conditions memorable, but as close as I got to getting shot, because I remember coming off one of the strafe passes, and I just look around and I'm just surrounded by flak from a 37. You could tell they were just down there somewhere, and they had just gotten our number, and he's just cranking the rounds, and they're all around me, and Fish was right in behind me, and I just was yelling at Fish to come off, and because they were going to just have his number, and somehow they missed me. I don't know how. I was doing every kind of cross control, jinking every which way, and somehow didn't get hit. And I also had I learned on that mission that you can actually feel the concussion of a Maverick if you get close enough when you shoot it, because on a different pass, again, I'm looking at at the time, of course, we didn't have any of the multiple screens and everything. You had one little TV screen for the Maverick, and it was the green, like CRT. So the video is not good to begin with, and it's raining, and it's infrared, and so I'm looking at this picture, and I'm trying to interpret the picture. And at some point, I realized that what I'm trying to make it make sense, like, okay, where's the tank? Because I'm aiming at a tank, it's in a revetment. I realized that what I'm thinking is the whole tank is just the turret.
Damn.
So I'm a lot closer. And instead of doing the smart thing at the time, which would have been to pull off and reattack, I'm like, hammer down,
spike it in.
And I spiked that Maverick in, and the motor was still going, and I came off, and right about here in the pull off, I just feel the whole
damn,
like, oh, and I rolled back up, and of course the tank is all on fire, and I'm like, well, that was close. I came off of that, and yeah, so that whole mission was just crazy. So we once again. Unfortunately, it was my fault on one of the Mavericks. Again, I'm looking at my screen, and I pick up the hot spot, and I shoot one of the Mavericks. And what I had locked up was a chunk of one of the other tanks that Fish had hit, and it was hot, and so I locked it up. So I shot a piece of the other tank. So we got 7 tanks to the Maverick, and then we started strafing, and eventually got one other one to catch on fire. So we had another 8 tanks burning. Plus, we had also strafed, and whenever we say 8 destroyed, that was the K kill on fire. The other ones that we strafed, you hit it, but we were just trying to be as conservative on BDA. So if you strafed it, you just call it damaged or whatever.
Yeah.
So, but we kept strafing the whole of the line, and got one of them caught on fire, and then we left, thanking our good luck that we somehow got out of that one. And on that one, we're like, okay, we're definitely done for the day. So we've headed back to FOD. Again, they told us to head back to FOD because they're thinking we're done. Reported our BDA, and they're all like, at that point, we had 16 tanks, and we had emptied the airplanes on both sorties, and then so we landed, and but before we got out of the airplane, they had asked us how much duty day do you have left, and we're like, what do they mean by that? Because you had a 12-hour duty day, and so we're looking at it, and of course I don't remember if we had to fudge it or whatever we did, but you bet your
like
ass
5 hours in.
Like, oh, we're good, we're good, because I mean, anybody that's flown in combat or been in combat will tell you that there is no replacement for combat as an adrenaline rush. There just is no replacement, and so we're not tired. We're as hyped up as you can get, because we've just had 2 amazing combat sorties, and now they're telling us that if you tell us you have good duty day, you're going to get to go again. So there wasn't even a discussion. It wasn't like, hey, are you tired, or hey, how do you? And we're like, oh yeah, we're going. So they gave us another tasking. So we reloaded, took off. This time it was on what they call the Marcent. It was the Marine area of operation. Once again, we had an F-18 airfac and put us onto, this was just south of Kuwait City, put us onto some more targets in that vicinity. The weather on that side was not as apocalyptic as it was on the second sortie. I think the way the winds were blowing or whatever, but it was we could climb higher and there was some blue sky and it wasn't quite as bad, challenging that way. And once again, it was more armor. So we emptied our Mavericks, strafed, and it was another 7 that we got burning. We actually, on that sortie, we had the worst luck with the Mavericks. We had one that sometimes when you blew the dome covers, which, there's a dome cover that covers it, but then you blow the covers when they're on the Lau 88s because you can't. It's beside the point. But if you carry them on a single rail, when it's on a single rail, you don't have the dome cover because it's not. But when it's on the multiple rail, you have to keep the dome cover because when the first one comes off, you don't want the rocket to destroy the seeker head on the other one. So then you blow but sometimes every once in a while when you blow it, it'll blow the whole glass front of the Maverick and then you can't use it because the seeker has got all the wind. So anyway, one was shot from takeoff. We couldn't even make it work. And then other one just didn't guide. Sometimes we called it just going stupid. They would just come off and there it goes. It's not going to hit the target. But we still managed to get 7. So 23 tanks burning for the day and another 10 damaged. And so we came back from that one. And on the descent in, you report and so I remember whoever's on the radio, we reported that we were essentially you report how much ammunition you have and stuff. And we were like, we're 0, 0, 0 again. And they were like, you guys are zeroed again? How many times is it today? And what have you guys been doing? And then that's when I read whoever was on the radio. I read to them like, well, we got 23 tanks and this and this. And they were like, say that again. And when we learned later, the squadron commander because they were always listening to the radio and stuff. And he had come over and said, what are these guys gotten? And as soon as he had heard those numbers, he called the wing PA because at the time it was a press pool. There wasn't like embedded reporters and all this stuff. The idea was that the military was still very much in control of the press. And so they would feed them stories that they thought were interesting. Well, he was like, wow, that's, not that we're keeping records or anything, but that's definitely nobody has hit that many tanks in one day. So he called them. And so the next day, which, we would have not been flying anyway, so we were off that day, and so they set up an interview with. Back then, it was the whole 24-hour news had just gotten started, so the CNN was brand new, the headline news, and I still remember it was like Karl Rochelle and Wolf Blitzer and these guys that, and here we are. We stood up and you can still find the interview. I think it's on. I'm sure it's on the internet at some point now, but looking back at it, I'm like, oh man, it's classic Fish because he's very expressive. He's talking with his hands. He's like, oh, you couldn't believe it. Those tanks were blowing up like you. And I'm over there, Mr. Straight Laced. Like, yes, we were using it was very detailed parameters and we're doing this and stuff. Yeah. And then they blew up and burned. It was just the classic. I was,
yin and yang.
He's so much more expressive. It's such a much better interview than I was just sitting there as the, non-interesting guy. But and then we went out in front of the airplane, and I still remember and of course you got the photographer, and he's like, "Come on," and he's trying to get us to do something interesting, and of course we're like laughing. We're kind of looking at each other, laughing like this whole thing is so ridiculous. Like, what does he want us to do? And he wanted us to walk towards him from in front of the airplane. And so, of course, at one point we just looked at each other and we're smiling and going, this is the most goofy thing ever. And that's, of course, the picture that they captured. And then it's an API or an AP picture, whatever they called it back then, so that it went out to...
Like hits the wire.
It hit the wire and went out to hundreds of newspapers around the country, this one picture. And it's so classic. He's got his... we were flying with 38 revolvers back then. We didn't even have the 9mm Berettas. And so he's got his in a hip holster, looks just like a cowboy with his low slung hip holster, and he's got his flight suit zipped about halfway down. He's just looking like he always
just
did.
King of the world.
He was just Mr. Cool fighter pilot. And here I am, like super nerd with my flight suit's zipped up because I'm worried about somebody's going to be mad if I have it zipped down. I got my shoulder holster, which I always wore. I like the shoulder holster better, but you look at the picture and guys later would say it looked like, the cowboy and the geek. It was bad. And I can't argue. I'm just like, man. So I can't interview or take a good picture like Fish, but he ended up going to the F-16 after Desert Storm and then going to the Arizona Air National Guard, flying F-16s, training the foreign pilots for years and years and years.
Oh,
and then,
so right there in Tucson, huh?
Yep. And then I used to try to meet up with him every year. When I would go to a conference or something in Tucson, I'd look him up, and he's actually living in Poland. He went over there to train their Air Force pilots and met a local girl over there, and he's living over there. So now in retirement, I am going to eventually get over there and look him up, and we'll share some good war stories together. But I always loved flying with Fish. He was a great guy. So that was it. So yeah, three missions in one day, bunch of tanks.
Any single one of those missions would have been one for the books. That's so crazy.
I mean, on the way back, because it's a pretty long flight back, 200 miles, and we were just already discussing it, going, how did we get that lucky to have 3 missions in a row that on the same day? So, and we did the interview, and we got on all the newspapers. So that was my 15 minutes of fame there. And
so I've seen the news clips in the where they splice in video of you throwing the opening pitch in an MLB game. Is that, how did that go down?
After we got back, they I'm not sure how all the details, but they said, do you want to throw out the first pitch at the Royals opener after the war? And of course I'm like, sure. So I got to do that. So yeah, I got to go out there and meet the team and throw out the first pitch, which is pretty nerve wracking. I played baseball as a kid. That was my sport, but so I knew how to throw a baseball and that sort of thing. But it's still different than you're up on the mound
in front of the crowd.
And I just did not want to be that guy to bounce it in, or there's just so many. Because and I managed to do it without. I didn't throw it over his head, and
it looked pretty good.
It didn't bounce in, and so yeah.
And then they gave you you and Fish Distinguished Flying Cross for that day.
Actually, Fish was awarded the Silver Star.
Oh
yeah,
that's incredible.
Yeah, we were, and I got the DFC. So well deserved on his part. He was doing all the.
That's the flight lead.
He was the flight lead, so you get more responsibility, and when things go right, then you get more reward. So that's the way it is. But again, I loved leading, and I would have led every mission if I could. But it was great flying on Fish's wing, and in that case, it worked out. We definitely, once again, it was luck to get into those situations, but we made the most of it. We made the most of it. So we made the most of the opportunity and the ordnance that we had. So, yeah. So, and then that was it. I flew one more mission after that. That was after the ceasefire was on the 27th, and we flew. They let us fly one more mission. It was interesting to where actually we flew a mission. It was after the ceasefire, and they said, just fly around. We're just going to let you fly around, and you can kind of go view the battlefield. And that was really, really amazing, because we had viewed the battlefield from up high the whole time. You pulled off it sometimes as low as 1,000 or 1,500 feet on strafe passes, but you're
not hanging out.
You weren't hanging out. At that point, you were mainly just keeping the jet moving and trying to getting away from the target area. You weren't like looking at stuff on the ground. But when we went in low on those missions, because they said, okay, you can go in low, it was just unbelievable to see the stuff up close. I mean, the trenches, and there were still bodies everywhere, and just blown up equipment, and there were still tanks smoldering, and to see it up close at a couple hundred feet, you're just like, wow, it's such a different viewpoint from that up close, to see just how much destruction that we had just completely taken their entire Army apart. So
And you think about our military at that time too. It was just it was so huge coming out of the Cold War,
Yeah.
and so well equipped and trained for basically World War III, and then just
Yeah.
unleashed on the Iraqi army.
And it was, it was interesting to see that. And then that was it. We came back, but then we stayed for like another month, just trying to get us all rotated out, because at that point, you got to get everybody home. So we got home, and then you talked about some of the stuff afterwards. I got to do the first pitch, but they had parades. I mean, we got back to Alexandria and Louisiana, and they had parades for us. And then I actually got picked, voluntold, whatever. If you remember, they had a national parade in Washington, and that was a whole other experience. So I got picked to go do that, and we went up for the week prior. We practiced marching because,
Yeah,
I haven't
done this in a while.
I hadn't done that since officer training school, and that was a neat experience because it was all from all different branches. So I hung out with all the different pilots from all different branches. I mean, we went downtown DC with our flight suits on to the bars,
Top of the world.
Oh, and of course we didn't buy a drink anywhere. I mean, any bar you went into, everybody was just. It was definitely a cool experience. And then to do the actual marching, and you're marching down the Pennsylvania Avenue, and of course you're busy trying to stay in step and do everything, but you're also kind of like looking around and trying to absorb it all too, because there's the president over there, and you're saluting, and there's stealth fighters doing flybys over your head, and it was pretty amazing. And then they had a fireworks display that just, I still don't think there's ever been a bigger one in history. It just kept going and going, and that was pretty amazing. So
it was just such a high watermark for the U.S. military at that time.
it was, and I think for a lot of good reasons. We had a set objective. We met the objective with overwhelming force, and then we did not get stuck in mission creep and
a lot of wisdom amongst those leaders, where not to get overextended. I thought,
and it goes into. I mean, I don't know the scope of this interview, but I've thought about that a lot. Where I know early on, I was like a lot of people. I was disappointed that we had him where we wanted, and we could have kept going and take him out to. And the older I got, the more I realized that I think he was very, very wise in that, and to have a limited objective, meet the objective, and don't get bogged down. And the objective was to push him out of Kuwait, and we did that. And then once you start to suddenly get mission creep, and then say, well, now we can do this or do this or this. Well, then that's, I think, when some of the problems can start, as we have found with.
Yeah, a lot of those leaders, I think, had the Vietnam on the mind.
That too. I really think they used that experience wisely and said, we're not going to do that. We're going to. It's not going to be a fair fight. We're going to use overwhelming force, and we're going to meet the objective. That's going to be a limited objective, and then we're going to withdraw. Although in some ways you could say we didn't really fully withdraw, because the next phase of my career was Southern Watch, which and that was 96, 97, 98. Every year we went back to Kuwait and did Southern Watch, which was essentially keeping an eye on Saddam and making sure he didn't do anything else. I did not do Northern Watch. I did all Southern Watch, and then in fact I did 4 Southern Watches. So 96, 97, 98 as part of the 70th Fighter Squadron at Moody. The main thing I remember about those deployments was it was really kind of like a boys' camp. We had our own, we called it Pilot Town. We lived in essentially a bunch of trailer homes, and we had bonfires. And this again was, made for great squadron camaraderie. I mean, you just hung out with each other all day, and we played roller hockey almost every night. We took over. So the base we were at, Al Jaber, had been it was interesting because I had bombed that bay. When we looked out, there were still all the craters and stuff from where we had bombed it. But,
This looks familiar.
but their community center was kind of like had a bowling alley, which was non-functional. It had been like fragged out. It was just bullet holes and RPG stuff. It was just such a mess. And they wouldn't let us go in there, but they had the tennis courts and this horrible electrical box that was all in pieces. And you had to turn. They had the lights, and we got the CE to help us just enough to like get the lights turned to point at the tennis courts, and then, but this box was so messed up that you had to. Somebody each night was the designated light turner on her, and you would take this literally like a 4-foot wooden pole to flip the switch, because as soon as you did, it would be like start arcing, and it was like I don't know how many volts, but it was so sketchy. It would start arcing with lightning bolts coming out of it. Super loud buzzing, but the lights would come on. I'm like, all right, that's all we need. And we just started playing. And you look back, and it was so much fun. I mean, it was like you were 12 again. You would literally go around to the different hooches and go, kind of like, can Bobby come out and play? I mean, it was, and if the guy's like, no, I don't want to tonight, I just want to see. You're like, no, come on, and so then you'd get however many guys you could get, 4-on-4 or something. And
that's what I loved about deployment is like all the paperwork, or most of the paperwork,
right.
all the home station stuff is just
right.
all back at home, and it's just you and the boys having fun.
And so and then we get some people that would be interested, even though they didn't know how to skate. So we would actually they'd order skates from the States, and we'd try and teach them how to do it. And so those were interesting. The flying, of course, you didn't get to fly as much as you wanted to, and of course the missions themselves were just most of the time we just stayed in Kuwait. It was the low-level route was called the Blue 2, and you just would fly that. Sometimes you'd fly 2 laps because the whole country is pretty small. And if you didn't have a mission where you would cross the Iraqi border, which sometimes some of those missions you would, those were the actual Southern Watch, like, do it. But you weren't allowed to, you couldn't really do anything. You were just supposed to be up there essentially for him to see that there were airplanes watching him, so he didn't try anything. But yeah, the Kuwaiti missions, they were interesting in a lot of ways. We would fly over. They had these vast junkyards where the Kuwaitis had towed all of the destroyed armor from the war, and they were huge. And you would fly over them and see what they all look like up close. All the tanks and any piece of armored gear that was in the war. They were all sitting out there.
And were you married at this time?
So yes. In between. So after Desert Storm, that was the first time in my career that they were trying to retire the A-10. In '92, they were telling us, "Yep, they're all going to go away, and
they're done.
They're done." And of course, but that changed pretty quickly because because of Desert Storm, they're like, well, look how successful this airplane was, and look at the missions it did. So we'd be crazy to get rid of it. And I'm sure a lot of pressure from the Army was involved in that as well. So, but they closed Alexandria, or they closed England Air Force Base, and most of us got ATC assignments, T-37, T-38. Some guys went to ALO, non-flying jobs. Fish got an F-16. So I decided to go T-38 early. So I'd rather go ahead and say, yep, I'll volunteer for that.
Get that versus extra duty out of the way.
Versus waiting for it to be whatever I got. And so I went and I was an instructor at Vance. But right after I got there, they came out with this new computer system that you could volunteer for assignments, which was new. The whole thing about being able to go onto a computer and put in for an assignment. And which got me in trouble because I had only been there a couple of weeks, and I was already on the computer starting to volunteer for any A-10 assignment. And the ones that were on there were for Korea because it was a remote, so you were volunteering for remote. And that got me in trouble right away because I got called into the squadron commander's office. And I remember having to report in a military manner, and he's like, Captain Marks, I seem to think that you don't really like being here. Essentially, you don't, like, why don't you like my squadron, or why don't you want to be here? I just got because whenever you volunteered for things,
He gets an email.
He got an email that said, "Hey, you got this guy that's volunteering for Korea. What do you think?" And of course, he's like, "Well, he's only been here 3 weeks." And so we had a discussion about that, and I said, "No, sir. Of course, I love being here," and blah blah blah. But however, it ended up working to my benefit because I spent 2 years on the line training, and it's not a bad job. It's just so non-tactical that at that point in my career, I was just like, man, this is just not. I mean, it's a steady. Your schedule is steady, and you go home, and I restored a car while I was there, and you got plenty of time to do stuff. But it just wasn't. It wasn't flying the A-10. It wasn't, and I felt like that was all leaving me behind. There was no guaranteed follow-on, and I'm like, so. And the way it worked out, so I spent 2 years on the line, and then essentially PACAF got into, it was supposed to be a 3-year controlled assignment, but PACAF got into essentially a fight with ATC, and PACAF won. They said, no, we need him to fly A-10s remote more than you need him for 38s. And so I left Vance a year earlier than most of my other peers that were there that stayed for their whole tour. So I got to Korea, and it's, you've. Did you have an assignment in?
I did. I did a year in Osan.
Yeah, so I did a year in Osan. It's an amazing experience. The flying up in the DMZ, and there were less restrictions back then, so we flew a lot closer to the DMZ than they have in a long time these days. There was still a buffer, but like these days they call it. There was a buffer to the buffer, but back then you could get pretty close. And you had a lot of responsibility because the main mission there was forward air control. And so here you are, and it's your job to keep these F-16s and F-5s from the ROCAF, the Korean Air Force, from going across the line. And it was going to be your responsibility. I mean, if you let them stray across the line, you were going to be the one that.
And you don't have moving maps and
GPS
and all that
stuff. So that was a really an assignment where you learned a lot of responsibility, and of course the Korean weather is never very good. And I also met my wife in Korea as well. She was working in the operations group, and luckily for me, I don't know about what she would say. Luckily, hopefully she would say that, but I was the Combined Federal Campaign representative for my squadron, and she was helping out a friend to deal with that because, of course, in fighter squadrons, we didn't really want to deal with CFC. It was going around asking guys to give money, and that's never a good thing for fighter pilots. But she had been calling multiple times to find out, who's this Captain Marks? Why hasn't he turned in his paperwork or whatever for the CFC? And so I went over to the ops group and met her in person, and rest is history. But
we got to hang out yesterday, and she's very lovely, and our wives hit it off. I think that was pretty cool.
Yeah, no, she's fantastic.
You guys have been married 30 years now.
Pretty close. Yeah, so, coming up on 30 here real soon. So
that's incredible. And with the career you've had, all your deployments and this and that, quick detour before we get back on the timeline.
Yeah.
But would you have any advice for young people on how to have a successful marriage?
Yeah. It is true that to make sure that you remember that your wife is always right, as we were joking about earlier. But no, honestly, it's just to compromise is the key, and certainly for us as two military people, and there's no doubt she had to make more compromise than me. She did like 4 different career fields just so she could follow me around, and advice is there's going to be good times, there's going to be tough times, but it's really about commitment. I think we weren't stationed together there was a whole year where she was in at Eglin, I was at Moody, and it was like a 4-hour drive, and I never once thought this is too much. I'm just not. It was just like this is the
You
way.
made a commitment. Yeah.
I made a commitment. This is the way it works. I'm gonna. This weekend it's my turn, and I'm driving down to see her, and she'll drive to see me, and we'll keep working it, and then we'll get assigned together, and we'll work it from there. But yeah,
That's awesome. And you got 3 good kids who are out of the house. So
yeah,
that's
amazing.
something to be proud
three
of
adult
too.
kids at this point. So
Some worked out, right?
yeah. No, no complaints whatsoever. So
All right. Well, cool.
yeah.
Thank you for that.
But so after Korea, so I managed to get back in the A-10, and then after that I went to Moody, which is where I did a quick side story on that is I was flying with the DO, my first sortie in the squadron with him, and we went to the range, and I still think this is the only time I've ever done it. No, I think I did it one other time at Whiteman later in my career, but we went to the range, and I dropped 6 shacks, 6 direct hits in a row with the DO, and so that must have impressed him. And we came back and he said, "So how would you like to take over Stanaval?" And I said, "Okay." And that kind of set me down the path of being, I would say, if anything, I've got to do a lot of different jobs, but that kind of set me down I was in standards and evaluation would be, if you said what kind of you're on your non-flying part, what were your career? And I was primarily a standardization evaluation, or Stanaval, like we call it. So
Yeah. And for the audience, these are the pilots that, in layman's term, that kind of oversee all the other pilots. They do their check rides and just make sure everyone's up to standard.
right, we give the check rides and all that sort of thing. So is your primary job, as well as making sure the squadron meets all of the many stacks of regulations. You're that guy. So little did I know at the time, though, when I said to take the job, which I considered, that was neat that they offered me the job right off the bat. But we had an upcoming formal inspection coming in shortly, 6 weeks, and the last guy that had been there had left, and so there had been a gap. And as you well know, in any squadron, if there's a gap in a job, things go south very quickly. And so I learned that I was going to have some very long days and
So
long
all the
nights.
paperwork was,
And you have to make
to
sure
lunch.
everything looks like it's all. So I got through the inspection, got the highest available grade, even though, as always, I'm sure they could smell that the toner on some of the products was still fresh back when we did that. But so got through that, did the 3 tours, and then after that went to a flying staff. So it was so my Stanaval was at that point in your career, they start saying, "Hey, you got to start doing a staff job." Had just made major, and so the real, if you're, there's, as you well know, there's different jobs you can go do. I still was not ready to give up the flying. There are certain staff jobs you can do that would probably be better for your overall career, but they weren't going to be flying. And I said, you know what, I want to stay flying. So the best I can do is I can keep flying, but do this staff job. So I went to 8th Air Force, which at the time it was geographically oriented. So I was covering all of the units in the middle of the country, essentially just straight middle. Fighter, bomber, whatever. So our job was to go give the inspections, to make sure they were following all the rules and all those things, and to give flight check rides as well. However, the real, which I never anticipated, but the benefit of the job was it was my job to fly with all the A-10 units in the middle of the country.
well, that's cool.
Yeah, so I got to see the other side, and I hadn't made up my mind what I wanted to do at that point in my career. And I flew with Battle Creek, I flew with Barksdale, I flew with Whiteman.
And what year is this?
So this would have been starting in, about 99.
Okay.
So I flew with the unit at Whiteman. I flew with New Orleans. And I also flew with other units around the country as part of our inspections. I would go help other units too, because sometimes if they didn't have an A-10 guy, I'd say, "Hey, you want to come fly with wherever?" But mainly I flew with those units. And it was up to me to get if I wanted to fly, I had to go essentially do it on my own, call them up and say, "Hey, can I come up and fly?" And you learn a lot about units when you're kind of the outsider coming in and flying with them, and how you're treated, how you're welcomed or not welcomed, or how you're just everything about it. And I considered myself lucky that I got to fly with those units and get to meet those guys, learn what the lifestyle was like, because I didn't know much about the Guard and Reserve and how that whole thing worked, and it became pretty clear to me that that's definitely what I wanted to do. I was like, so you're saying I can get off active duty and I can fly till potentially age 60 and keep flying?
Where do I sign up?
Where do I sign up, essentially? And so then it became, which unit did I want to fly with? And I'm from, as we talked about earlier, I grew up in St. Louis. I'm from the Midwest. My family at the time was all living in the Kansas City area. It's still where I went to college. And so the Kansas City area to me was a natural fit, but not necessarily true for my wife, because she had said that two things that cursed her. She had said that she was never going to marry she'd told her friends this. She told me later she's never going to marry a pilot because they're jerks. And her first assignment in the Air Force was to Whiteman Air Force Base when it was a missile base. It didn't even have airplanes at that time. And of course, she had put that she wanted to go anywhere in Europe, and she ended up in Whiteman Air Force Base. And so she had said, I'm never coming back here.
No pilots, no Whiteman.
No Whiteman. So here I'm asking her to essentially end her active duty career, go reserve, and move to Whiteman, which she did. So that's why I'm the luckiest guy in the world, not just for my career, but for my wife saying yes to all that. So so we did that, and again, it was luckily for me. I felt honored that all the units offered me to come fly with them, which I thought was pretty cool. But as it turns out, all the other units closed since then, and the only one that actually ended up staying open and is still open.
Might be the last
long
hog unit
and
standing.
it could very well be the last A-10 unit. Was Whiteman. So I got there, and then I signed. I didn't have a break in service. I went directly in as a Air Reserve technician, which means it's a very strange status to a lot of people trying to explain to it. But you are a dual status. You're a military, but you're also a federal employee. So, and you can switch back and forth between statuses. But essentially, what it allows you to do is bypass the years in service limitation. For instance, if you're a lieutenant colonel, then it's 28 years, I think. For certain ranks, each rank you have a certain number of years you're allowed to serve. But if you're a technician, that's all waived, and you're able to go to the limit of the federal service age requirements. So at the time, that would have been 57 for me, and then I got a waiver to age 60, which is the essentially congressionally mandated. That's the maximum age. So when I retired in this previous August, that was because that was as far as I could go.
Wow.
I tried for another waiver past that, and they were all for it. I had various people trying to get me a waiver past 60 because I still feel like I still had all my medical and I can pass everything and do all the stuff. Still wanted to do it for at least another couple of years, hopefully fly A-10s until they were retired. That was my ultimate goal, but I couldn't get past that. They said, there's just no way we can get you anything past 60. But that's the only reason I could do it was because I was a technician and did that.
Incredible.
So, and I mean, man, what an awesome experience. One thing I did not anticipate about the reserve was that, I ended up deploying many more times in the reserve than I did active duty. Because it has become really right about the time frame I got in when we kind of started the whole the Iraq and Afghanistan conflicts. It became what we called an operational reserve, meaning they needed the reserves to be able to do these continuing rotations. They could not have supported that active duty, and so we went from what we used to call like a strategic reserve, like we were only going to be called up if it was the big war, to operational, like, oh yeah, you're going to be. Now, we always went in not always. The 2003 Iraq was a mobilization, but typically the Afghan trips were all voluntary mobilization. So we volunteered to cover them and did it, which I take as even more. I'm pretty proud of that as well. I mean, we didn't have to. We volunteered.
All volunteers, yeah.
We volunteered to support those deployments, and there was some controversy. Guys are like, why are we volunteering for doing this? We should make them mobilize us or whatever. But my view was always, if you're in a operational fighter squadron, you need to be willing to deploy.
Yeah,
if you aren't, and it's nothing on you. If you've deployed enough and
it's time to go.
It's time to go. Then thank you for your service. It's fantastic that you did that, but it's time to go. But if you're in our unit anyway, or in an operational unit, then you should be ready to deploy. So that's the way I looked at it. But the deal I made with my wife, if it was a deal, I mean, unofficial, was that I would not, even though I wanted to on multiple occasions, I wouldn't volunteer to go with other units, because there was always opportunities.
Onesies, twosies.
And I could have deployed several other times, but I was like, if my unit goes, I will go. I will not volunteer to go with other units, so that because I could have been gone a lot more. And it was tough as it is with the kids, and they were always very supportive. But that was kind of to me, that was the line. If I start deploying, if I start volunteering to going with all these other units, then where does it end? What's the line?
Right.
But the thought that we would be at continuous conflict from the time from really almost the time I started flying the A-10 all the way till I retired, was something that is just never would have. I don't think it would have pretty much occurred to anybody. But it's true. We've been in continuous conflict since the entire time I've been in the A-10. So.
Yeah, well, let's take a break.
Okay.
Put a log on the fire.
All right.
And then we'll get back kind of 9/11 and then get into the
9/11 and Iraq 2003. Yeah, I got some good stuff on that one. All right.
Hey guys, just want to let you know that if you'd like to support the show, you can do so by going to dalestark.com and picking up some merch today. We've got trucker hats, hoodies, t-shirts, signed 30 millimeter casings by yours truly. There's lots of cool stuff. You can even order an entire beef if you would like. Great way to help fund the show. It's not free to fly people out here, tell these amazing stories, preserve our history. And if you want to contribute to that, you can do so again at dalestark.com. All right, back to the show. Where were you on 9/11?
All right. I can remember I was in our family room watching TV, and my wife told me to flip the channel to whatever it is, and I was like, "What?" And he's like, "Yeah, something's going on." And I don't remember how she got word of it exactly. Probably something on her phone. And the burning tower, and then I'm like, "Oh, that's pretty wild." And I was already had questions like, "How in the world's a plane hit the tower, or whatever?" And then, so like most Americans, we were sitting there watching it, and then the second plane hit, and I think like a lot of people, certainly in the military, I instantly came to the same conclusion like everybody else, like, okay, this is an attack. This is not random. And B, I'd better recheck my bags, because we are going to be involved in this somehow, sooner rather than later. And it didn't take long. And then, so our unit, so my wife was pregnant with our son, and our youngest, and they took 4 of our guys and they deployed with the New Orleans unit to Bagram. And I really wanted to go, and essentially they had to protect me from myself, because they're like, your wife's due any time and you're not going. But man, I remember like bringing the DO and essentially like just, like,
giving him an earful.
Because I mean, I'm sure everybody in the military was the same way. It's like, man, we need to get these guys right now. And I can remember probably being more emotional than at anything of not getting to go on that. They went to Bagram. There really wasn't much shooting on that. They were still just kind of they got there pretty much after the big initial push where the Northern Alliance kicked out the Taliban, and the insurgency hadn't really gotten going yet. Wait, I'm on the wrong conflict here.
No,
Back
so
up,
we're
back up.
just talking 9/11, post 9/11.
Yeah, so
era.
9/11. So our guys deployed on that trip, but I didn't go. So they got some great stories, and you can probably get one of those guys to tell them. As far as when they went to Bagram, it was the Wild West. I mean, it was still active mines everywhere and all of that. But we didn't go on that. So, that was probably it wasn't right away, but it was pretty soon after 9/11. And then it took a while, but then, as you remember, the focus started shifting toward Iraq. So then we started watching that on the news a lot, going, wow, where's this going? And it kind of went back and forth, as you remember, about, are we going in there? What are we doing? And you could hear the rhetoric kind of ratcheting up about how, he's breaking all these resolutions, and it started to look like something was going to happen. And then we got word that, in fact, we were going to deploy to Turkey, there's a place called Batman. It's like a base out in the middle of kind of nowhere, eastern Turkey, and we were going to be part of the northern push. So there was going to be a two-pronged attack, one from the south and one from the north. And then I recall very clearly sitting down watching TV again, and because we were very concerned, the Turkish parliament, you may remember, voted that nope, Americans will not be initiating any attacks from Turkish soil. And we were literally, that was about a week. We were within like a week of deploying. Like we were ready. We had all the stuff was ready to go. And I think we were all of us started, of course, we started calling each other going, what's going on? Because we were like, well, what now? Are we out of the war? What's going to happen? So there was about a 2-week delay, and they worked it out to where we were going to go into Kuwait, into Al Jaber, which was very overcrowded because that's essentially, they're like, all right, where are we going to put all these planes that we were going to fly out of Turkey? And how are we going to do the northern push? Well, eventually they had to totally redo their war plan. I guess that's and I remember thinking that's what happens if you have allies that can vote and can vote that, nope, guess we're not doing that. Turkey's always been one of those interesting allies that it's more like frenemies than anything. But anyway, so they diverted us. The plan was for us to go into Kuwait, Al Jaber, which I was well familiar with from Southern Wash. But they literally, and I remember thinking, okay, they're just making this up. How could there not be room for more airplanes? It's a big air base. They got ramps everywhere. Well, they weren't kidding. We landed, and it was easy to remember because we got there on the April 1st. So it was April Fool's Day, 2003. And they were literally pouring and compacting the asphalt ramps as we landed. And they had ramps that were made of asphalt where they knew that they were talking about temporary ramps. Like the planes, you knew they were going to sink into the stuff, but they were like, well, it's just temporary. It's just for long enough to get here and do stuff. So we got there April 1st, the first people, like the A-10. So I got to get in on that. And the war was going fast, and we were essentially that 2-week delay. We just almost missed the war. Really, as far as the major combat portion of the war. But I got in on
everything.
Yeah. And I got in on. I saw some of that because I got in on those first 3-4 days after we got there. The big war was still going on. I flew mainly on those sorties with some guys from Battle Creek who had been there. They got there before us. We flew with them. I remember on one of the first sorties taking my night vision goggles off. That's another topic. We'd been flying with night vision goggles since I'd been in Korea and was kind of a normal ops by then. But I had to take them off because it was so bright from the just continuous explosions. I mean, it was the craziest thing just watching the continuous, and from everything on the ground was burning. It was just constant explosions, and like that was pretty crazy to see that. So we did some employments there, and then once all of the rest of our guys got there, we were still flying out of Jabber. And then at that point, they moved us to Talil Air Base, which is about 200 miles north of the Kuwaiti border. Very dusty, very hot, just dust storms continuously. Not a very good location. And interestingly, I would say that was the most adventurous. When people say, "What was the most adventure you had?" It was on this Iraq deployment in 2003, because we went into a base that had just literally hours ago been taken over by the Marines. Still smoldering stuff
Cots
around
are
the
still
base.
Warm.
Still all the bullet holes and RPGs and wrecked stuff. I mean, it was, and that's probably the most I've been scared on a military transport in my entire career, because we flew in from Al Jabber. As soon as we crossed the border into Iraq, we were on a C-130 and they were blacked out, and they went down to on the deck.
Wow.
And at some point, and it's pretty bumpy and jostling around the back of a C-130, which is not a comfortable ride anyway. But I made the mistake of getting up and looking out of the window, and it takes you a couple seconds for you to kind of comprehend what you're seeing. And then what I comprehended seeing was that we were very, very low, and the ground was a lot closer. And I was like, oh man. And so I said, man, I sure hope these guys know what they're doing.
Was it a conventional 130?
Yes. And so then I got, went back to my seat and just went there the whole time going, oh man, how long do we land? And we got out, and it was still pitch black, no lights. And we got met by some guys on four-wheelers with MVGs, and they drove us over with our gear to we call them circus tents, because they weren't like an army tent. It was some whoever local, literally looked like
from a bazaar or something?
Yeah, exactly. With stripes on it and stuff. And they go, okay, go in there. And there was like some literally just plain cots. And I just remember just laying down on the cot, dirt floor, going, well, we're in it now, and that was the most adventure, because the base it was an Iraqi fighter base, and we were operating out of the Iraqi Air Force Fighter Squadron building. And that was, supposedly we were the first fighter unit to operate out of a captured base since World War II, kind of a thing, and to be based there. And it was the most austere conditions. Now I know for Army guys, they'd say, well, what's the big deal? But for Air Force, that was by far the most austere conditions that we've ever operated out of. And I will say that it was probably the best camaraderie of any deployment that we ever had, because I'm sure other people would know this already, but it was kind of, the worse the conditions are, the more you pull together as a unit, because it's the shared suffering, I guess you could call it. But there was some of the stuff I can remember. So we moved into the fighter squadron building, and we had Talil is just such a it was in a low-lying area, and there were just mosquitoes. We had mosquito nets, and of course they were telling us that malaria was an issue. So we had mosquito nets over your cot. There was no showers. We set up like camp showers, and the engineers came in and dug latrines and stuff. But the morale was high, because again, it was we MREs for quite a while, but it was just we all kind of came together, and it was just a really neat experience for just the adventure. And I think what also helped me is, by that point in my career, because I remember during Desert Shield as a lieutenant, I was just, I was not happy with the whole, the conditions it was the whole being away from home and deployed. didn't take it very well, just being immature. And at this point in my career, not only were we in this situation, but I was old enough and had been in long enough, I was able to appreciate it, if that's the right word. You know, I looked around and I was like, man, this is rough. But I was at the same time able to go, you know, we're operating out of an Iraqi fighter squadron building. I mean, this is the adventure. And I was able to appreciate it. And I still look at it that way. And sometimes it gets tough when you've got these terrible latrines and the showers they're not showering for long periods of time, and the food's not good. And at one point, I'm a builder, so I was building things. I found scrap wood, and we had tools, and I was building stuff. And I had been out in the dirt for a while building some tables and stuff because we had nothing. It was literally bring anything you had, operate from an austere location. And there's, unbeknownst to me, there's sand fleas or some sort of thing in the dirt there everywhere. So after a day out there, I didn't think anything of it. And that night, I'm suddenly like, oh, that kind of itches. And the next thing you know, I was covered, covered in these bites, and they're bad. And it was so bad, I didn't sleep for like at least 2, maybe 3 nights, to where I could just sit on my bunk and just try to, you know, the docs gave me some stuff to put on my skin, but I mean, it was just like, imagine 1,000 mosquito bites where you just can't, your whole body is like one itch. You just can't. But I kept trying to tell myself, okay, it's the adventure. It's the adventure. So, but one of the things that got me through on that one also was, I got to tell the tank story. So the Marines, on their way through, they have it was not a tank. I'll make sure to get this correct. It was a armored bridge laying vehicle, an ABLV. It's a M60 chassis that has a large foldable bridge on top of it, and it's used to cover tactical obstacles or, like, you know, a canal. It's
like an engineering
That's right.
tool.
And it follows along with the tanks, and if they find a ditch or something they got to cross, they put this bridge down. Well, it lost high gear, apparently. This is what I figured out later. And in wartime, there's no time to fix it. It can't keep up with the tanks. Boom. They just parked it and left and abandoned it. So for the first day, people were like, well, what's that thing doing out there? It was sitting out there they had put the bridge down and then drove the tank up on top of the bridge, just sitting on this big, giant, open dirt field near our ops. And I'm like, has anybody gone out there to see what that thing is? Because, I mean, I've always been, I was the kid at the VFW post that would climb up on the tank and see if the hatches were open. And of course, they never could get inside or anything. But I was fascinated, like a lot of kids with tanks. So I saw this thing. I'm like, well, I'm going to at least go out and check it out. So I walked out there, and part of this was another reason it added to the whole adventure of Iraq was we called it the Wild West, because the first 3 weeks we were there, 2 to 3 weeks, I mean, we showed up, and there was no big Air Force. It was just a fighter squadron. We were on our own. They dug us a couple ditches for the latrines and got some water, and we got some generators to run some juice, and we set up ops, and we started flying. But it was so cool because it was like what I can imagine from the movies you've seen, or like from MASH, because like the SOF would show up and he would SOF in a bathrobe and slippers and a squadron ball cap, because nobody cared. It was us. We weren't worried about get the job done and don't worry about. And we were all in the same building, so we were living and working. Everything was all in the same building, so you would hang out and nobody shaved for days, and we didn't really have much place to shave anyway. So it started looking like what you imagine combat places would look like if you didn't have all the rules in the Air Force. And guess what? We lost no sorties. We fiddled all the lines. We did all the missions, and it was fine. But during that period of time was when it was kind of the Wild West and kind of do what you want. And part of that was this bridge layer. So we went out there, and I think I went out by myself, or maybe a couple of guys went out with me, but we started looking around it, and it's such a massive machine when you walk up to them, and it was just fascinating. But then I'm like, okay, well, I'm going to get in and see what's going on. So I get in there, and I'm like, and it's an Army tank, so it's got a big red button that says start, and it's got a couple of switches, and I'm like, well, I don't know. I wonder if, and so you flip on, it was like 2 switches, ignition and fuel pump, and then you push, and it's like,
figured it out.
And this thing cranks up, and it's a V12 twin turbo, just the most, it sounds awesome. And the thing starts up and I'm like,
well, this is cool.
holy crap. What's going on here? I wonder. And so I start, and it put it in gear because it's just like, has this big thing, it's low, high, and start driving it. And I'm like, holy crap. And then it's kind of like, it won't go real fast. It'll go like super slow and it feels like it's cutting out. And I'm like, I wonder what's going on. So it turns out our medic, his job, he was in the Army prior enlisted, and now he's a medic with our unit. And that was also cool about the deployment is we got to know all these people that normally as pilots, you don't really get to know them too well. And
now you're
everybody
like living
all
together.
over. So you knew the medics and everybody was there all together. And the whole officer enlisted, it gets to be, we're just everybody's first name basis and you're just all there having the adventure together.
Just hacking the mission.
Hacking the mission, exactly. And his job when he was in the Army was to work on these things. And so I said, Mike, come on, help me out with this thing. Something's going on. And he came out and looked at it, and I had thought that the gas gauge was broke because it was, on empty and it wasn't moving when it powered up. And he looks in there and he's like, yeah, I think it's just out of gas. And he said these things have a mode where if it gets below a certain level, it goes into like a limp mode. So there was souvenirs all over the place. This was a fighter squadron thing. So we had grabbed, like I've still got some Iraqi uniforms and stuff that was laying around. So we grabbed some of that stuff. We drove the tank at its super slow rate over to the Air Force fuel tanker that was by the flight line because that's where they were refueling the big giant bladders and things. And we're like, hey man, you think we could put some fuel in this tank, and we got some stuff for you if for your trouble. And he's like, oh yeah, no problem. So we pumped 300 gallons of, and those things were made to burn anything. So it was Jet A or whatever it was, and we pumped about 300 gallons, and that was like half on the gauge. I'm like, okay, that's probably good. We're probably good. We're not driving to Baghdad. And then we drove that thing around, and I can just only imagine. We got some film of it actually, but early on there'd be like 6 or 8 because the pilots are all sitting around doing, if you had duties, you were doing duties. If you were on PC or whatever, but most of the guys are sitting around doing whatever, not much. And they see, and so we would have guys would come out and go, we want to ride the tank. So there'd be like 6 or 8 pilots, not in uniform,
just ripping around this tank.
No helmets, no nothing, just sitting on top of the tank, and I'm driving it, and there were 2 seats, the other guys in it, and we're just ripping around, and I can only imagine that, what it must have looked like. And then there were vehicles all over the place, abandoned vehicles. So kind of in this big dirt field, there was a Range Rover just sitting there, and of course we do a couple of passes. We're just driving kind of around in a square, and finally, the guys are like, crush it. And they really want me to drive over this Range Rover. And so of course I did. And, unbelievable. It's just, you don't even feel it. That was the weird thing is you're just
like
driving.
a tin can.
The only thing I can describe driving a vehicle like that is you just feel like the ultimate power because you just know that you're like, I could drive through that building. I could drive, nothing's going to stop you. I know that's not technically true, but you feel like that.
Yeah.
You're just like, this thing is, and we drove over that Range Rover, and it came out. It was as absolute flat as a pancake. The axle was sticking up like a bone or something. And this thing is flat. And all these maintenance guys come running out of this building, and they're like, and we're thinking they're like, yeah, that was awesome. And actually, they're shaking their fist because it was their vehicle. So I got called into the squadron command. He's like, what are you guys doing? And why did you crush maintenance's Range Rover? Now, it wasn't like an official Air Force vehicle or anything like that. It was an Iraqi vehicle that was left behind, but they had been driving, and I was like, oh, I didn't know it was their vehicle. Sorry. And so after that, we had to park the tank for a little while, but then the squadron, so the reason the tank eventually got taken away was the squadron commander, I had become the unofficial, keeper of the tank, and it was because I put a padlock on it. I was like, I don't want these other guys driving it. So I just, and the way
my tank now,
the way you lock a tank is you put literally a padlock on the latch or on the hatch. So I put a padlock on it, and we parked it in front of our building. I painted it. I put all this, like, it's got, put our squadron, this Big Chief, so for the chief. So we had big red letters, Big Chief, and we had 303rd, and it was painted. It looked like a circus vehicle. It was crazy. I don't know where I got the paint was. It was probably some kind of toxic paint from something, but painted it. And the squadron commander says, Karl, I want to go for a ride in the tank. And because, well, he's a squadron commander. Who am I going to say? No, he wanted to drive it. He wanted to drive the tank. Like, okay, sir, but it's controls are kind of touchy and blah, blah, blah. Well, there were two sides to the base. One was kind of where we were, and then the other part was where all the Army was. And I was like, whatever you do, we're not going to drive onto the Army side because they're going to lose their minds about a bunch of pilots driving an armored. I'm sure they've got rules this thick on how to drive in armored vehicles. So we get going. There's no headsets. There's no nothing. He's driving. And I'm like, don't go right. Because, and of course he's like, go right. and at that point, I'm like, I remember just thinking, well, there
goes my tank.
Here we go. No, I was just like, well, we'll see how it goes. And we're driving down the main drag of Talil. And I mean, he's, the tank's jerking left.
Clearly not
right,
a tank driver.
And these Army guys are like, they're leaping off of trucks. They're like, what is, this tank's coming down the thing. And he every time you hit the curb, the tanks don't worry about curbs. It's just crushing everything, just driving down the thing. And we drove right past at some point we turned back around and we drive right past the base commander who's, at that time, you remember your unit deployed, but this was after the first Wild West portion where the big Air Force had arrived. And so they sent in like an 06 that was now the base commander. I still remember the point where we knew the Wild West was over was we went from driving a tank to we got stopped we had a bunch of ATVs like Polaris Rangers and stuff. And we got stopped and got a ticket from the security cops because we weren't wearing helmets or we were going too fast or something. We're like, what's going on? 3 days ago we were crushing cars with a tank and now I'm getting a speeding ticket. But, so we drove right past this new base commander's office and, I imagine he's in there drinking his coffee and all of a sudden, and then he looks out and there's two pilots in civilian clothes driving a painted tank past his building. And we're like, hey, sir, nothing to see here. And we hadn't even come to a stop in the ops parking area, dirt in front of the squadron, when we were already getting the word, guys running out from the squadron going, hey, shut that thing down. You're not to move the tank again. And that was it for the tank. So I blame Boss Johnson for the end of that. But
that's so funny.
So the end of the tank was that. So after that, we didn't get to drive it. I still went out every day and started it just to like rev the motor and but we never got to use it again. But the British engineers were there, and I guess the local town, they needed a bridge to cover one of the canals for the people trying to win hearts and minds and help the people, and so they actually came and took the tank, and off it went into the distance. And the guys were like, hey, tear in your eye as the tank drove off in the distance, maybe to do some good. I don't know whatever happened after that, but very shortly after that, we left Talil for Kirkuk, which is about 300-something miles north, up in the northern part of Iraq. And that was just such a change of pace because much cooler, much more temperate climate. There were actually trees. It wasn't dust storms all the time. It was, it's in the Kurdish part up there. There were still nightly battles that were going on out in the town, but of course we were never left the base. And at that point, the war had shifted. The insurgency hadn't started, even though I can tell you that we kind of knew it was coming because
you could feel it in the air, kind of.
Well, from the air, we would report this stuff, and we would just see pickup trucks backing up to these because one thing Saddam had was a lot of weapons stockpiled, and they would just be backing up to these huge arms depot and just loading up. And we'd report it in, and we're like, hey, we got these trucks, and like, roger that, observed, noted. Well, that was all the going to be insurgents loading up, stockpiling all this stuff. But while we were there, our primary mission was the deck of cards. So you may be familiar with, they had issued this deck of cards, and each card had one of the regime members that they were looking for, starting with Saddam on down. So we went out essentially. The reason we were there because we were a reserve unit, but we were the only A-10 unit there to stay that whole first year, is because we had targeting pods. We were the first reserve unit to have the targeting pod on the A-10. And that, of course, as you know, that changed everything on the tactics. So we were supporting all of the task forces that were going out nightly and trying to round up all these guys. And we could support them because we had the pod, we could see it at night, and we had all that stuff. And we were the first unit to get the GB-12s because now we could laze them, and we had the full package there. So not a lot of shooting, but a lot of really neat missions where you're watching the door kickers do their thing, and it's pretty impressive. I can definitely say you don't ever want to be on the wrong side of not only those units, but certainly not their dogs, because we saw we saw them unleash dogs on a lot of people that were dumb enough to think they could run away. There were plenty of cases where we would track people that tried to run away and go, "Yep, okay, all right." At my marker, you put your IR marker down, and there's a guy hiding in the grass. And then they would walk right up to him and round him up. But so we primarily did that. Probably the most memorable one I did there was. On the code, not code name, but she was known as the Mrs. Anthrax or something. Apparently it was the biological warfare scientist that was in charge of their bioweapons program, and they rolled her up. But and then from there, it was just a lot of those type missions. Again, not a lot of shooting. And then one night out of the blue, we were on a night mission. Most of the time you would go out, and the bases that were always getting shelled every night, they were getting mortared. They would say, "Okay, go look for this mortar site," or in later parlance, like in Afghanistan, the POO site, but they
point of origin.
Point of origin, but they didn't call it that back then. It was just, "Hey, look for these mortars." Well, that's like nearly impossible. So it was frustrating. You go out there and search around, and eventually go, "No, we don't see anything."
And they're on timers, and those guys,
and they weren't there anyway.
Yeah.
It wasn't like the dudes were there putting them into the tube and launching. They were long gone by the time the rockets went off. But we would try. So on this night, though, we were about ready to launch, and they said, you need to get going immediately. And we're like, "Okay, what's the big rush?" And like, we've got word 1, 2, and 3 on the blacklist or on the move, and we got them and we're like, that means Saddam and his sons? You got to be kidding me! So we're like, well, giddy up, let's go! Wow! So we launched. And of course, we're a long ways from so they had apparently tracked a short convoy of vehicles, and using their methods back then, their signals intelligence, they had identified that this was Saddam. And so we get headed out that way, and it's a long drive, but there's an AC-130 from somewhere had got there just before us. And so we're searching, looking. And the AC-130 sees a convoy, but their guns, if you know about the AC-130, which you probably do, their guns are super accurate if they do what they call a tweak, which takes quite a long time. Sometimes I didn't realize it can take like an hour for them to tweak their guns.
It's like calibrate
them essentially, so they hit exactly on the aim point. And they can go out of calibration. Well, unfortunately, this night their gun had kind of gone out of calibration, so they're hitting, but they're just hitting around it. And so I came in, and we strafed the convoy and hit all the vehicles, took it out. And then right next to it, there was a compound. They were also getting these signals that, so eventually we got, all right, we taking out the convoy and the compound. What are we doing? And they weren't sure where he was. So they're like, take it out. So we took out the compound buildings.
GB-12s.
GB-12. We actually still were carrying like airburst Mark 82s at that time. So we cleaned everything off. And then the sun was coming up, and they came in with some Chinooks, and then the special forces guys came out and did what they call SSE, sensitive site exploitation. So interesting time, because for about a 24-hour period, we came back, and it was Goof Gostomsky, Terry Gostomsky, and I was leading it. And we came back, and we're like, we just got Saddam. I mean, that was the whole point of us being there for the whole thing, is we just got him. And I remember trying to go to sleep. I couldn't even sleep. I was like, I can't believe it. We just got, once again, just luck of the draw, and we happened to be airborne at the time. And then 24 hours later, the intel guys come in and go, yeah, we got bad news. Apparently it was not Saddam. And we're like, what? And they're like, yeah, sorry. And essentially this mission did not exist, kind of a thing. And we're like, oh man. So it went from like the highest of, we just accomplished the whole point of this whole deployment.
The war's over.
Okay. Unfortunately, Saddam gave his cell phone to his unlucky cousin, and he went on a ride, and that type of deal.
Interesting.
So, yeah, interesting. And I still, to this day, and probably never will, like, what's the true story of all of that stuff? It's interesting how even at that point in time, and certainly even today, there's so much fog of war and confusion of stuff that there's plenty of engagements where you never really know all what happened. But so we were super famous for about a 24-hour period, and then went back to just being,
back at it.
Yeah, that was it for that one. So, but that deployment was split up into two. We stayed about 4 months, and then we kind of rotated out and stayed home for a month, and then went back. But Kirkuk was again good camaraderie. We had pretty austere conditions, but we made the most of it, and I built a lot of stuff. And one of the cool things that we did at Kirkuk was so normally on every one of these deployments I've ever done was General Order Number 1 was no alcohol. Even though in some cases the country didn't have a restriction, but the generals were smart enough to know the best idea is to just don't have guys drinking, because it's gonna have a lot of problems not happen. So they would always keep it enforced, even if the country didn't really care. However, the base commander at Kirkuk, and good on him, he put his JAG on it or whatever, and they found some kind of loophole. And so we built an officers club at Kirkuk. Well, we didn't build the club itself. We used the wing commander's house, the former Iraqi wing commander's house, because he had a nice house. And they had a contest, and we all built bars out of plywood. And then they moved the bars onto the roof of the wing commander's house. And so the whole thing only lasted a month, because he got rotated out, and the new guy was like, no, not. But I mean, it was the most glorious thing, because imagine flying your combat sortie. It was like the full package of the closest we ever got to like what happened to guys in Vietnam, I would imagine, where you flew your mission, you came back, you went over to the O Club, you had a cold one
debrief.
You're on the roof of this building that could look over the wire out into the city of Kirkuk, and there was gunfights going on. We had a guy on an M60. Security forces is in his nest above the whole bar area, keeping an eye on it. And in one case, we started taking sniper fire, and everybody hit the deck behind the dirt or the concrete wall on the roof, and he's opening it up with his, and we're all sitting there with our beers on the ground, listening, going, smiling, just like, man, this is awesome. And of course, all the different agencies built their own bars, but of course we had the best bar. In fact, me and Shannon Wiley, Blind Bob, he was the only guy that would work with me, because I was too much of a perfectionist. So, but he worked with me. We built this bar, and we built it in the shape of like a fighter jet. So it had like the wings, and we had stuff we had pulled off of the junkyard MiGs at the base, because there's stuff everywhere. We called it the fitter store, because it was this huge warehouse full of parts, and we went in there and grabbed everything you could. I still got all kinds of.
Just make the coolest stuff.
We grabbed everything we could grab, and there was a certain period of time when you could send stuff home and it didn't get intercepted. After a while, they were like, all right, you're not allowed to, send stuff home. And I'm like, Iraqis aren't going to use it. But so anyway, we had all these parts, and we had a canopy and a HUD, and our bar looked the best by far. Plus, of course, fighter pilots. So we had everybody wanted to hang out at our bar. And so we did that. That lasted for about a month. And then the new guy came in and was like, all right, we can't have any of this. And they shut that off. But that was that was an amazing experience to do that, for at least while it lasted. So, yeah, so I did the 2 different rotations there. The other funny story I had from that was right around the time when like internet gaming was kind of becoming a thing. And the guy that set up our computer network, and this is pretty early computers, but he set up the network, was also a gamer. And so he had us set up to where it wasn't internet, but it was LAN, local area network. So we had it set up to where we would play 4-on-4 computer games against each other in these 2 different tents. And we would just do that for just hours and hours and hours. And you'd get back from your sortie, and the first thing after you got done, you'd be like, when are we game on? Oh, we're going to do it. We're going to do chow. And then we're going to say, all right, I get the left-hand computer because that one's the best one. And we would get in there and just, battle each other for hours and hours and hours. And it was so much fun. Again, it kind of became like the reminder of kind of like the Southern Watch days where it was just boys camp, and we're just, and we knew how crazy it was, because we're in a war, we're fighting each other on this computer war in the middle of a war, because there'd be base attacks all the time with the rockets would come in, and we'd be like, oh man, we don't want to. I can't stop. And they're like, no, you got to go to the bunker. And we're like, I'm going to, it was kind of surreal, but it killed the time, and it made things go by fast. And because, the biggest thing is the boredom of if there's just nothing to do. So we got through that, and we wrapped up as many different deck of cards as we could, and then that was it for Iraqi freedom, even though obviously the conflict went on for many years after that. But we then got picked up for the Afghan train after that, and then the next 6 deployments were all Afghanistan.
All right, well,
which will be next.
Yeah, stay tuned.
Stay tuned.
Let's do a quick break,
Okay.
and then we'll get into Afghanistan.
All right, let's do it.
Hey guys, just want to let you know that if you'd like to support the show, you can do so by going to dalestark.com and picking up some merch today. We've got trucker hats, hoodies, t-shirts, signed 30 millimeter casings by yours truly. There's lots of cool stuff. You can even order an entire beef if you would like. Great way to help fund the show. It's not free to fly people out here, tell these amazing stories, preserve our history. And if you want to contribute to that, you can do so again at dalestark.com. All right, back to the show. All right.
So we finished up with the Operation Iraqi Freedom 2003. And then the next deployment for our squadron was, of course, the U.S. forces went into Afghanistan in 2001. And we actually sent some of our pilots there for one of the first deployments there, but I was not in on that. It was just 4 of our pilots that supported another unit. The next time we deployed to Afghanistan was 2006. It was a full unit deployment, and we were, it was a combined, what we call Rainbow, but it was a combined deployment with the Spengalam A-10s, which actually turned out very good for us recruiting-wise. We ended up hiring several of their guys.
That's right.
After that trip, because we flew with them, and it was a perfect checkout. Not only was it for combat ops, but we were always looking for talented guys, and so that was kind of a checkout for some of their guys that were looking to maybe have other options, and we ended up hiring some of them.
Yeah, you guys ripped us out on that trip because I was with Alaska. That's right, because I remember Shady and all those Spang guys who ended up being
guys
third
that
guys.
came to us, yeah. So some specific stories from there. Probably the most memorable missions during that trip, I would say overall it was characterized by, that was still fairly early on in the war, and it seemed like we ended up with a lot of trips. I ended up deploying 6 times on all of our squadron deployments. Well, other than the very first one there in 2002, all the rest I was involved with. But I would say overall the Afghan deployments were. It was interesting how, in my mind, they're very distinct because they were all unique in that we were operating in different areas of the country. Usually the focus was on different areas on the different trips, just from where that happened to be where the fighting was. I don't know for sure that was based on the enemy knowing where we were operating of and trying to focus their operations in other places, but it kind of turned out that way in some ways. We were stationed in Bagram, which is in the northern part of the country, mountainous, and most of the action in 2006 was in the south part of the country near the Kandahar area and in the Helmand province that most people have heard of. There was a particular triangle of towns, Sangin, Musakela, Nowzad. I can still remember these towns very clearly because we just did so many operations there. We called that the triangle. It's like, where are you going today? Oh, I'm heading down to the triangle. And like, all right, man, you're going to get some action, because there was just nonstop action in that part of the country. And that was framed on the northern side by the Kajaki Dam, which I've got an interesting story about that as well. But and each town had a outpost, and the outposts were manned by generally ground force troops, and in our case, the JTAC. By that time, they were called JTACs, Joint Terminal Attack Controller, from different countries. So, for instance, Musakela was Norwegians, the Norsemen, and they were very good JTACs and very easy to understand. It's funny that they had, in many ways, they were easier to understand than some of the American JTACs. They don't use any jargon. They speak very clearly. Speak very good English. And they were aggressive. They were under attack most days, and they knew all the spots. So if you got to work with those guys, you were probably going to get some good action. Nowzad and Sangin were British, and some of those guys had the pretty good accents. It was always fun working with those guys, but a lot of times it would take you a few seconds, and you go, "Okay, now what did he just say?" And they have their own lingo as well. Some of the things I think I remember, or some of the words I think of when I think of working with those guys is happy. They would always say that was pretty much like, they give you the 9 lines, say, "Okay, copy, are you happy?" And you'd be like, and then, of course they mean, are you satisfied? Do you have what you need? Are you ready to attack, kind of a thing. And then also we're used to abort if, you don't want to hear abort, but they say stop. So you would hear, stop, 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 stop. And you're like, okay. And that's instead of saying abort. So we worked with those guys a lot. And then the biggest operation in the 06 deployment was called Operation Medusa. And that was a very big sweeping operation. They were still, at this stage of the war, doing really large scale operations. That was a Canadian run operation that was, we called it the Horn of Panjwai, but it was to the west of Kandahar city, and it was a very large sweep that they were trying to essentially establish a cordon and go through this whole area, which was characterized by a very distinct feature where you can see it looking at the videos, like they're elevated rows, but they grow grapes there and make them into, not wine, because they don't drink alcohol, but all kinds of different stuff. But for fighting, these rows are like essentially trench lines. They're perfect for trying to hide from ground forces because they're 3 or 4 feet high. They're earthen berms, and you can just hide between them very easily. And so the Canadians thought they were going to do this sweep area pretty quickly, and they immediately ran into heavy resistance. So some of the closest combat was in that area. Still remember checking in with these guys. So the challenge was, we were operating on a Bagram, which is 200 miles, actually further than that. It was more like almost 300 miles north of where all this action was going. But they didn't want to move the whole unit to the south, so we operated out of Bagram, and then you would take off, and they go, "Okay, we've got operations down south," and you would just truck on down there. But when so what that meant was you could talk to the ground force commander and the Joint Terminal Attack Controller, the JTAC, a long ways out before you could get there. So you would usually get the whole situation. You would hear what you're getting. In many cases, get your 9-line, your information before you were in range, and then you would try it. So the key was to get everything you could, and then when you got there, the whole key was to be ready to get the attack done immediately. Like no circling around and getting the information and trying to gather all your intel. You tried to have everything ready to go, so when you got there, you could just roll in and affect the battle because they were under fire. They needed the attack as soon as you can, or they needed the ordnance as soon as you got there. So that was the challenge. You got this long drive. You're trying to get as much information as you can, but you don't want to show up and then have to get more information before you could attack. You wanted to be able to just go straight from rolling in and roll in and shoot. That was the goal. And that operation was very intense. I still remember the radio calls that you'd check in and you're 100 miles out, but you could get them on the radio and you can just hear nonstop gunfire. You could hear the distinctive sound. They were in armored personnel carriers, the Canadians were, and so they're just these rounds just clanging off of the armor, and you can hear them. And you can usually get a feel for the situation as a A-10 pilot just from the first few seconds of a radio call. You can tell how his voice is it elevated? You can tell if there's a heavy machine gun fire going on, you know that the stuff's going down already, and you need to make sure that, if anything, it's bring your A game. It's time to go. Versus sometimes it's troops in contact, but you can tell he's very calm and there's not much going on. And it's not as serious of a situation. Doesn't mean you didn't still try and get there as quickly as you could and take care of it, but it definitely elevates everybody's blood pressure when you hear the rounds and the machine guns going off. And then one of the calls that we got in one case, I remember we supported him. Putting down classic fire as far as you'd put down a couple of Willie Pete rockets and then say, okay, give us a correction from there. In many cases, it was like, yeah, bring it closer. We need it closer. In one case, we're like, okay, where from because we've got your position, where is the fire from? And he's like, we are taking fire from all directions. At that point, we're like, holy cow. Okay. So at that point, they just wanted us to start putting down ordnance in all directions, and then they were going to back out of the situation and then let us take care of it from there. But they had driven into these fields and essentially been surrounded by all the ground forces. Luckily, they were in armored vehicles in that case. And so, but of course, those armored vehicles don't do any good against RPGs, and they were just arcing all over the place, and we were able to get them out of that one. But that operation lasted for at least over a week, and of course everybody wanted to get on the schedule for that because you knew you were going to get into some pretty heavy action down there, and because that's where the close air support was. Like all cast pilots, that's what you want to go do. So, but an interesting side story from there is on one of those missions, we were just getting ready to start working with the JTAC. And we got diverted to Kajaki Dam area. And that was unusual because that was a pretty quiet area. They hadn't had much action in there for quite some time. The Kajaki Dam is it's a man-made reservoir the dam was built by the British in like the 50s. And it was the only town in the entire country that had like reliable electricity because they have their own dam. And but of course the rebels wanted to take the dam out, so they were always attacking the area and trying to do it. But it had been quiet for a while, and there was a British garrison there. So we got diverted to this area, and I'm thinking, well, this is unusual. We don't usually go over there. And we checked in, and it was a British JTAC, and he talks us onto a field that was kind of below the dam in a low-lying area, and we're like, well, I don't really see anything down there. Well, it comes out in back and forth with the JTAC that what they want us to do is bomb 2 backpacks, and they're in a minefield, and they had gotten into a minefield and had to abandon their packs and get out of the minefield, and they didn't want all the equipment and the code books and all of the what we called the OPSEC and to be captured by the enemy. So they wanted us to destroy these backpacks. Well, of course, we're like, I mean, we've got good sensors and we've got targeting pods, even though it was the earlier versions of the pods, not as good as we have now, but these are small targets. Obviously it's a guy's backpack. And I'm looking and he's talking me on, and I'm looking through binos and I'm getting low and I'm like, I kind of see what you're talking about. And I can see some of where the mines have exploded. I can see kind of like where the craters and stuff. And finally we get these couple of little tiny black specks. I'm like, okay, I think I got the minefield, or I got the backpacks. But I was kind of, honestly, I was pissed because I was like, we got pulled off of, Operation Medusa. I mean, these guys are in heavy contact and I'm coming over here and going to bomb a backpack. What kind of, so I went back to the headquarters on the freaking and said, hey, these guys want me to put GBU-12s on backpacks. What's going on? And eventually, I stand by, roger that. This is a priority mission. Do whatever they tell you. And I was like, all right, damn it. They want GBU-12s. So we dropped 4 GBU-12s because we had two each. We dropped 4 GBU-12s on these backpack area. And then he's like, yeah, we think you got them, but we want strafe. And I'm like, so at this point I'm thinking these guys are somehow, I'm thinking in my mind that these guys are just wanting to, I mean, it would be uncharacteristic of JTEX, but I'm kind of like, they just want like a firepower demo.
It's like an air show.
Yeah, they just want their own personal air show. I'm like, all right, damn it. Well, if they, higher headquarters says do it, we're going to do it. So we just strafed. And I did get feedback though that because when I strafed on a couple of passes, it set off mines, and they would blow up and say, okay, well, they're not BSing about the minefield. Okay, it is a minefield. But we did that, and then they were satisfied. Well, the interesting part about the story is years later, and if you look it up, you'll find there's a movie called Kajaki. And it was, and I don't know who put it out, and I forget when but I saw it advertised and I was like, Kajaki, I know what that is. I know where that is. And it was a movie, it was a British movie about Afghanistan during, at an incident at Kajaki. And I was like, man, this is, and it's really interesting watching a movie and all the stuff they're describing is places that the names of and you know exactly what he's talking about. Well, it turns out I'm watching the movie and it slowly dawns on me that I'm in the movie, meaning
he's talking about your mission.
So what happened was, and it's a movie that it's a great movie and you should definitely watch it if you were in Afghanistan. And I don't think I could ever watch it again because this patrol was patrolling their normal area in the Kajaki area and they stumbled into a minefield that had been there, they think, probably ever since the Soviet invasion. Only because of erosion and wash down this dry wash, the mines had consolidated. So there was a mine every few feet. And so the first guy hits a mine and he's very badly injured. He's lying there and the other guy tries to walk over and help him and he hits a mine. And next thing you know, they've got 6 guys hit by mines.
Total nightmare scenario.
And the nightmare scenario, and the medic, he can't help them, or he has to try to help them by just, telling them what to do, like how to put a tourniquet on. And because if he walks over there, there's so many mines. And they eventually get airlifted out by Air Force helicopters. And the helicopter, the PJ, came down and hooked them up, at his own, and they were trying to wave him off. They're like, don't come in here because there's all these mines. And he's like, he did it anyway. And I'm pretty sure he got a lot of recognition for that, as he should. It was essentially, a total disregard for his own safety. He got these guys out, and they all survived except one, amazingly, after all these injuries. But the backpacks that they abandoned, those were the backpacks. So that was the mission. They left the area and then they called in the air.
Wow.
And so we went in there. So that kind of put it all together of how that whole thing happened. What was, because from our viewpoint, we were like, what is this all about? How in the world does this whole thing happen? So I thought that was pretty interesting how years later you kind of saw the other side of a mission that I had never had any idea of what that crazy backpack mission was all about. Well, that's what it was.
What was the ROE like at that time, the rules of engagement?
The ROE in 06 was pretty much game on, as I would describe it. It was pretty much if you saw enemy fighters, and typically we would not identify enemy fighters. With the pod technology at the time, it was good enough to see people, but not or were they wearing tack vests and stuff like that? But the guys on the ground certainly were. They were looking at them close up. And so if they said, hey, we've got 4 guys just ran out of the tree line east, whatever. If they went into a building, we would typically bomb the building, strafing a lot of tree lines, because that's where they're going to be. They're not going to walk in the open, much like what you're seeing in Ukraine now. Everything's all in the tree lines because if you take whatever cover there is. Well, in Afghanistan, all of the streams or whatever, that's where the trees grow, and so there's these very narrow tree lines. And so that's where they would hide for their movement, or where they would ambush or just to take shots at the local outpost, wherever the forces were. Because at that time, the strategy overall was each town and village would have a coalition outpost put there, Fort Apache, if you will, and they would stay there, and then they would go out into the town, do patrols, hearts and minds, and then return to the base every night. In some places, it got so bad where they just didn't really even patrol anymore. Like in most of those British controlled areas, the towns were so bad they couldn't even go out and patrol. They would just you felt really. I know I did as a close air support pilot. I just felt really, really bad for those guys because they had to just go out there every day, and they really were just out there on patrol with just a target on their back. All of the advantages were on the insurgents because it could be a guy he's managing his crops in the field, and then you turn your back and he picks up the dishka or picks up the RPG that was hiding under a cloth, and then he shoots at the patrol, and then as soon as the patrol's passed, he puts it down and goes back to his field, and they're like, well, I don't know, is that the guy or not? So just a very, very difficult situation for those guys, and the fact that they got through those, and I looked at my mission throughout the war when a lot of times you're thinking, what is the strategy, or what are we doing? You never lose focus that for me it was easy. My job was to try to get these guys through today, get them through this patrol. Forget about the overall strategy or what does it even make sense, what we're doing. They're putting these guys down in these bad towns, and all they do is they're just a target. They're just a bullet magnet. But my job was to try to get them back to base that day, and then do it again the next day, and get them through their tour, however long they were there. And if that meant killing the bad guys, great. If we could take them out so they couldn't come back to the day, but even if that meant we can't necessarily get them today, but I can at least maybe do a presence to where I'm going to at least make the bad guys not attack them today, or maybe I can keep that one guy from planting the bomb in the road today. So if you stayed focused on that, I think that really helped, because sometimes the missions just feel kind of like, what are we doing? But overall, but it was easy to kind of focus and go, okay, well, what I'm doing today is if these guys are able to find the bad guys, and the way they found them was to get shot at, essentially. That was this, really, if you want to know what the strategy was, is put these guys out there, go on patrol, and then the bad guys would ambush them, and then they would call in the air. And I always looked at it like I need to be very, very ready, meaning it's easy to get lulled into. You're like, okay, these guys are on patrol. They've been on this patrol many times. Nothing's going to happen. And then something does happen, and it takes you a minute or two to circle around and get the situation. And to me, that was unacceptable. My goal was always I need to be ready so that even though nothing's going to happen today, if it does, I've got everything ready to go. I'm armed, ready. My wingman knows where the friendlies are. I know where everybody is, and I can be in. My entire goal, the entire time I was doing all the deployments there, was that I wouldn't even have to do a full spin. I could be in less than one full spin to hit that tree line where they're taking fire, or do whatever they needed me to do on that. And that was a challenge. And partly it kept you alert and active, because it was easy to get lulled in a 4-hour mission where you're circling over these guys to not stay on that edge the whole time. And I think, going back to the previous conversation, it also led to some very effective engagements, because some of it was luck of the draw on whether something was going to happen to them or not. But then the other half was being ready to take advantage of that, if that's the right word to look at. But to be effective in that, to me, the number one thing was to keep them from getting shot at all. But in many cases, that really wasn't up to us. In fact, in a lot of cases, that's what they wanted. They were out there to try to draw the enemy out. They wanted to be shot at. They didn't want to get shot, but they wanted to draw out the enemy. And so many cases, they would have us, to us, we're like, hey, man, we'll stay close enough and they'll see us and they won't shoot you. And like, no, we don't want that. We want you to move far enough away. We want you to draw out the bad guys, and then we'll be ready and we'll take them out. And that was, in some ways, it's frustrating because when they would take casualties, you're like, man, that's tough. But then when it would be successful, where they would draw out a pretty good enemy force and we could take them out, then that was satisfying. But so that trip, Operation Medusa, was the big part of it. We did a lot of those ops where we'd come all the way down from Bagram down south and then come back. We still did some operations up in the north, but yeah, that was the main thing on that trip. And then we were back in 2008. In 2008, we went to so most of the stuff was Bagram. In 2008, we went back to Bagram, and we did a lot of, at least on my experience on that one, we did a lot of working with the task forces. So really overall in Afghanistan, you had your regular troops and then you had your task forces. Most of the regular troops were still special forces. Most of them were Green Berets, and they were operating in all of these outposts, working with, well, I shouldn't say that. You had task force, you had Green Beret working with the Afghan army forces, training them, and also going on ops, trying to train them on how to do that. And then you had the regular army troops that were in some of the bigger bases, and they would go on what you would call a standard patrol. They would go out, meet with the locals and hearts and minds tour type of thing. If you were on nights, which in 2008 I did a lot of night ops, you were working with the task forces. And the numbers changed, but the mission was always the same, and they would do kill, capture missions where they knew who the bad guys were. Throughout the war, certainly more toward the end, they had shadow governments. So essentially the Taliban were still going around. It's much like an organized crime type of situation where they would go to the official mayor and say, hey, mayor, actually what you're going to do is do whatever this Taliban mayor says you're going to do, because he's the real power. And if you don't, we're going to kill your family. And then, and they would do that in all the towns. So there was this kind of shadow government. Well, we would find out who those people were, and then the task forces would try to go in and disrupt those networks by taking those guys out. That was the overall strategy, and it was throughout the war. And they sure took out a lot of leadership. Now, how that affected the overall, that's subject for debate, but not my debate. But our mission was to, again, the same thing, go out with those guys and overwatch their operations. And it was amazing watching these guys work, where they go in and do their thing. As far as they have all their tactics, but they would either use helicopters to go in or by ground. Sometimes they would have partner force with them. Some of them were just them. Later in the war, it was almost all with partner force, meaning they would have a lot of the Afghan guys with them, and they were just there hopefully to try to advise and let the Afghans do the door kicking. But in most cases, certainly in 2006, they were doing the actual door kicking and capture. And we were there. It was fairly unusual to strike in those cases, because in most cases when the bad guys knew they were surrounded and where the special forces come in, the shock and awe type effect, they would surrender, as you would expect. But every once in a while they would fight back or try to run away, and we would support in that. So 2008 was kind of the same. The ROE shifted slightly somewhere in that vicinity. You definitely had to stay up on what the latest ROE was, and which kind of reflected the overall strategy. They figured out eventually, I should say, I don't know about quickly, but they started to figure out that, as in most insurgencies, if the Taliban would purposely, if they knew they were being tracked, they would run into somebody's house, and then we would blow up the house. Well, and we would take Taliban out, but if there's a family of 5 or 10 or people in that house and they got killed or injured, or members of the family, well, then what do you think they thought about the Americans? And then you would just essentially you would keep. I mean, most people do the same thing. Who are you going to blame? You're going to blame the Taliban that ran into your house. You should, but they would blame us because that's who dropped the ordinance. So they started to try to get away from that, and so then we were limited on when we could strike the Taliban. So then it became a race in most cases of, okay, they found them. Now they're going to try to get to a house or a compound, because everything over there is not really a house. It's more of a compound surrounded by a 14-foot high wall, which is kind of like a mini fortress. So now it becomes a timing game. It's like, okay, you're tracking these guys. You're working with all of the agencies to try and get clearance to attack these guys, because they have to make sure that it's actually bad guys and not one of their own patrols. Even though that was fairly easy to tell, because a friendly patrol generally had vehicles and lights and looked much more like a military unit than a bunch of guys with maybe a couple of guns walking around. But so it became a race to try to get approval, not lose them. A lot of pod work, very difficult pod work in many cases at night in mountainous terrain, sometimes with weather. And it was just a matter of professional pride. You didn't want to be the guy, and I don't think I ever had to say, "Oh, sorry, JTAG, we lost him. Oh, sorry, we can't track him anymore. We lost him." Now, some cases, it's just simply the timing didn't work out. They would reach their village, or they would reach the safe house, because really any house was in a safe house. They would reach the house before you could get strike approval, and then we would stay around for a while. But the war had been going on for a while. They learned that, okay, once they reached a house, we're not coming out for a while. And we would do, in some cases, we were able to get around that by essentially making them believe that we had went away. And that was sometimes effective. And the JTACs would eventually pick up on that too. Okay, we want you to go, this many miles away. And you say, why do you want to do that? Well, because we think that once they think you've gone, they're going to leave and go to their next spot, and then we can track them again. What happened in a lot of cases, though, is because our time on station, even as an A-10, is pretty limited compared to a Predator. So we would, in many cases, hand off the surveillance once we were unable, if we couldn't strike them. If we could strike them in time, great. And that happened quite often. You would be able to get approval to strike them as they were moving through open terrain. But if you couldn't, then we would normally hand it off to one of the surveillance drones, and they could keep watch on the guy's house for as long as it took until he came loose or left the location. We went back in 2012, and that was to Kandahar. That was a very different experience because that was primarily a NATO base. So that's where all of the different countries were there. And it was really neat because you'd go to the DFAC, the dining facility, and it was kind of like all the different countries and all the different uniforms and all the different languages. And definitely just kind of a neat experience. The whole location there is quite a bit different. It's hotter, it's flat. Just to the south of Kandahar is something called the Registan Desert, which is a really bizarre terrain feature. It's this enormous, pretty much you can't see the end of it from in the teens as far as altitude-wise. It's just bright red sand dunes, and it just goes on forever. And it's just distinct line. So that's just south. So I'm very familiar with that because I would go do functional check flights, FCFs. I would go down over that area to do the functional check flights because there just wasn't anybody down there. Although I say that every once in a while you would look down and you'd see, like, you'd look through the pod and there'd be some guy in the middle of this area, like picking up sticks and putting them in a wheelbarrow or something. You're like, what in the world is going on? You always wonder about, as an American, you just look down so many times in Afghanistan, wherever I was, whether it was down south or especially up north in those really mountainous areas on the side of this super steep cliff in these villages. And you go, why is somebody living here? How is somebody living here? And what do they know about the outside world? Like, they live in this valley that's so steep, they get an hour of sunlight a day. And yeah, you always wonder about those things when you're not in the middle of a troops in contact, which was most of the time you're just holding over areas. But so 12, I don't remember, there wasn't a whole lot of activity in 12.
Kind of quiet.
And there was definite lulls of activity and then spikes in activity and lulls. And 2012 was kind of a lull. We had a few employments, but for the most part, it was just armed overwatch of some of the forward operating bases.
When did you start to think like, hey, maybe this strategy is not working?
Oh, we thought that all the time.
Right.
Yeah, there was always those two parts, at least me, and I think most of us, because, that's what you had to do, is what else you could talk about, over chow you talk about. But yes, there was always that the two sides of your brain that's thinking, okay, I'm all the things you had to do to be ready to employ, situational awareness and tracking, and you're usually just very, very, very busy. But then during the lulls, there were plenty of times where you're thinking, what are we doing? What's the plan here? I've been over this same forward operating base. I've done 10 missions here, and every day they go out on these patrols, and every day they get shot at, and then we strafe a few tree lines, and they either they find some bodies in the trees or they don't or whatever. And then it really became very much, in my mind, it became very much like, during that period, it started to become like a Vietnam like body count type thing, because they would always afterwards they would like send guys into the tree line and try to see if they could again, like Vietnam, it's like, okay, like the idea being that as long as we keep killing Taliban, we're going to win. And so they would go in there, and in some ways it was good at that you felt like you were getting some feedback, like, okay, I strafe this tree line. Of course, I can't see them because they're hidden behind the foliage, but am I doing anything any good or not? On the other hand, it became, all right, great, we got 10 guys today in there, but is it winning the war? And I'm sure for the guys on the ground, they were thinking the same thing. Like, okay, we go out every day, we get shot at, we call in the air, we're doing damage. Same thing for the special forces. They're taking out these commanders, and they get the next level commander, but there was an endless supply of commanders. I'm sure from their viewpoint, they're like, yeah. In fact, our 2008 patch, now that you mention it, I wish I had a picture of it, but I'll send you one in there. But it's 2008, because you normally come up with a patch for every deployment. It was 2008 was Taliban whack-a-mole. And we had the guy's head coming out of the hole, and it was literally, you felt like you were just doing whack-a-mole, because you're like, oh, there they are, and boom, then it pops up on another one. It was endless whack-a-mole. And so, yeah, but again, I never felt like I knew what my mission was, and my job, regardless of the overall, because you don't worry about, thought about it, and we certainly talked about it all the time, but there's no point in getting too wrapped up in things you have no control over in terms of what's the overall war strategy. We certainly all had our ideas, but at the end of the day, your job was to get that guy that he doesn't have any choice. He's stationed at this FOB in bad guy land, and his whole job is to go out on patrols and give candy to the local Afghan kids, but really it's to draw out the enemy by being shot at. And our job is to hopefully make sure that he gets back safe, and that we take out as many Taliban as we can. So 14 was the big, as far as Afghan deployments for me, that was the big one for several reasons, but not only was it the longest, so it was 7 months, which was long for a reserve squadron. Our typical deployments were 3 months, and it was twice as long. We don't know all the details of why they decided to do it, but and it was a no rotation. So it was all right, we're going to pick, because typically we would rotate guys out so that everybody in the squadron would get the combat experience to go, and it would keep the trip shorter. But this time they, from well above our grade, they were like, it's 6 months minimum. It turned into 7, and there'll be no rotation. So essentially half the squadron got to go and half the squadron did not go, which caused some controversy in the squadron about having to go for that long, who wanted to go, who didn't want to go. But it was really the highlight in many ways of the Afghan trips, because we were there long enough to see a whole range of operations. I would characterize most of 2014 by a gloves are off type of strategy as far as the ROE. We did a lot of employments. We were particularly active. So we were back at Bagram, and most of the operations, because on the other ones, it was always seemed like if we were at Bagram, the operations were in the southern region. If we were at Kandahar, naturally, all of the action would go up north, and so we would not get called on a lot of troops in contact. They would use the assets that were up at Bagram. But this time, it kind of aligned. We were at Bagram, and a lot of the action was in the northeast part of the country, which is the Kunar Valley. If you've seen the Restrepo documentary, which is a great documentary, that was that area, that particular area. Each one of the little, which from the ground, I'm sure it seemed like their whole world, but from the air, it's just this small valley, offshoot off the Kunar is the main valley, and it's right along the Pakistan border, which is essentially, they had a refuge. We weren't allowed to go across the border, so the fighters would come across the border and attack all of the FOBs up there, which I can still remember the name of though the FOB right was one of them, which got attacked just all the time near Asadabad. So we called it the Abad-Jabad corridor. It was Asadabad to Jalalabad, and that valley there was just action all the time. And all of those FOBs had Green Berets up there, and because we were there as long as we got very, very familiar with, you would know the JTACs by voice, certainly by call sign, but also just by voice. You knew the guys. You knew which guys were more aggressive or less aggressive, and it got to be a really good working relationship. Once again, the strategy was, okay, at that point, you could tell the strategy was, okay, they would take their partner forces out, and it was a training/combat operation, because they would take out to contact. They were movement to contact. They would go out.
Partner forces, for the audience, meaning like the
Afghan army.
Afghan army.
Yes,
yeah.
the Afghan army forces. So they would go out into these valleys where they knew all the bad guys were, and they would just move to contact, essentially, and then essentially train these guys by going into combat. And of course, we would be supporting that as well. So in 2014, one of my most memorable Afghan missions was with a JTAC call sign Jaguar 20. All the Jaguars were the Green Berets, and it was up one of the valleys in the Kunar, the Shankri Valley, but not really important. It's just another one of the valleys, and they would go off east toward the Pakistan border, and then there was usually at the top of the valley there'd be a small village of some kind. So they were, on this particular day, they drove up into this valley. And I was airborne already, so the concept, which was a good concept, was that you would have A-10s airborne throughout the Afghan war, but we would have A-10s airborne 24 hours a day. At night, we were typically owned by the task force, so you were supporting one of their kill capture missions, unless they released you. But typically at night, you would always be supporting that. But during the day, we were airborne, and they would place us around the country where they thought we would be, where most of the action would be. And then you would do, we just called it XCAS, but essentially you were on airborne alert. And then if there was a troops in contact, which there was pretty much every day, then you would move toward that. Their goal was to have us on station around like 10 minutes, no matter where it was, we could get there in time. So we got called, and we diverted up toward the Kunar Valley. So as we arrived, we went to their radio frequency, and the radios are just, right away, you're like, oh man, the radios are just going crazy. And you've heard it, and hopefully, there'll be some video somewhere that somebody can. But just listening to the volume of traffic, and of course in the A-10 we have 4 radios, and it's a real skill to be able to filter through all that. But F-16s had arrived on station, which was pretty typical because they're fast, but they don't have much gas. So they typically would show up and then maybe start to get the situation, maybe get some ordnance up. Then they had to start going to the tanker. So there's F-16s there, and then they immediately had to go to the tanker. What I found throughout and it was very satisfying as a A-10 pilot, is there's no professional pride in the sense of when the mission is there, everybody would defer to who they knew was best at it. And what I mean is, like, even if the Vipers were there first, which they were not hesitant. Like, as soon as we showed up, they're like, okay, Hog, here's the situation. Friendlies are here. You got it. They were not hesitant to like hand us off to be the mission commander, or whatever you want to call it, the flight lead for coordinated attacks or whatever. They liked it when we would show up, and which I always felt pride in it. Like, they acknowledged it. We're the CAS experts. As soon as we showed up, yeah, we're probably not going to get there first, but when we do get there, they'd hand it off to us. So, and that's what happened. He handed off to me, and I started talking exclusively with the JTAC. This was one of the most busy missions I ever had in Afghanistan. Throughout the day, which it lasted several hours, I ended up coordinating attacks with Recoil, which is an AC-130, 2 different sets of, or 3 different sets of F-16s. It was Viper 1-1, 3-1, 3-3, and it was the traffic was so busy, I would never even, on a couple occasions, I didn't even realize that the Vipers had left until the next one checked in, and they're like, oh, what happened to 3-1? Yeah, he had to leave for gas. We're here. And I'm like, okay. Because it was just, the radio volume was just crazy. There was Little Birds on station, the AH-6s. Those guys are full crazy. Worked with those guys many times when we supported special forces. But it was unusual to have them show up at like just a troops in contact, but they showed up, and so they got right to work because they can just operate super close in right down there with the guys. They were in MRAPs, pickup trucks. We had the MRAPs, the mine-resistant ambush protected vehicles, an pretty armored truck that was pretty resistant to most types of fire except for RPGs. And then a lot of just plain pickup trucks. And that was the Afghan National Army. They didn't have MRAPs. They got to drive around in pickup trucks. But they were all in the dry wash. They weren't in their vehicles because they got out and were like taking cover. So I'm coordinating, trying to find out exactly where all the friendlies are, where they're taking fire. Well, eventually, so they had gone deeper into this valley than normal, and they were essentially being enveloped. So the guys the Taliban were in the high ground all around the convoy, and at first they were taking fire from the east, and we started immediately suppressing that 30 millimeter. Typically, you would make a pass, and then they would say, okay, give you a correction from there, because in most cases, even with our pods, you can't see the guys that are shooting at them. We could definitely see it was daytime, so you could see where the dirt's kicking up and where they're taking fire, etc. But they started to get enveloped. They were taking fire from the east, the south, the north, and they were getting concerned that they're going to get surrounded if they closed off the back, and then they would be able to start hitting the vehicles with RPGs. And one of the vehicles was disabled. RPGs were arcing into the valley, and so I ended up not only emptying my own gun. I had sent number 2 to the tanker because he was low on gas, and then I was out of ammo. He started coming back. I went to the tanker, and I was on the tanker taking gas while on the other radio coordinating attacks while I was on the tanker. The tankers throughout Afghanistan campaign were just great. Can't say enough good things about the tanker crews. They were always willing to, in a troops in contact situation, typically they would be in their holding pattern, but if you asked them to, I never had one of them say no, where they would move closer to where you were. And that was such a benefit to be able to know that, the tanker's right up above, not necessarily directly above you, but close enough that you didn't have to drive 100 miles to get gas and come back, because that would be a bad situation, because you'd lose contact. And so the tanker had moved closer. I was able to coordinate attacks while I was still in the tanker. for a couple of different refuelings. We came in, we dropped JDAMs, we strafed all the different locations around there, and then used the ordnance off of the F-16s, put the AC-130 onto an area, and of course they have different ordnance that they can use and sensors where they're scanning that area. Helicopters right on the deck supporting eventually the H-6 to the left, and the AH-64 Apaches showed up. I never stopped. I don't think my finger came off the mic switch, never stopped talking for like 3.5 hours. It was just, the only thing I wrote in my logbook, and I usually kept pretty good notes on most engagements, but I just wrote, it was chaos. It was just chaos. Organized chaos, but it was chaos. And so they eventually decided, okay, before we get the guys coming around behind us, we're gonna leave. But the JTAC was not in or near the vehicles. He had moved to a different position, so he had a better viewpoint. So he needed to get from his location back to the vehicle before they could get out of there. And the volume of fire was so heavy that he was like, I can't run the 100 meters here. I'm gonna get shot. So the goal was to coordinate essentially simultaneous effects on like all three sides of them so that he could egress back to his vehicle. And so we had AC-130 to the north, my number 2 with strafe to the south, the F-16s dropping simultaneous JDAMs on the ridgeline to the north, and I was able to coordinate all of those attacks to be nearly simultaneous to give him a window where he could sprint back to the vehicle, and he was able to do that. And then we escorted him out of the valley and then back towards their base. And what was really satisfying about that mission, besides that we had accomplished getting them out of there, was that later in the deployment, the guys that were the ground force commander, I didn't get to meet Jaguar 20, he had rotated out, but I met the ground force commander, essentially the Army guys that were there that he was supporting. And they looked us up. It's always satisfying. This happened to me on at least a few occasions at Bagram. It's always the most satisfying thing you can ever have as a close air support pilot is have the guys that were on the ground come find you, because they didn't have to, and come say, hey, where's the A-10 squadron? And then they would, and go, hey,
who was patch exchange?
Yeah, and then who was Hog 5.5 in this day? And he'd say, hey, I think that's whatever. And then, man, you shake hands, and they were just like, man, you have no idea what was going on down there. And they, especially on that day, and so they gave us the story on their side. They had one guy wounded, but he made it out, and they just couldn't be more thankful for all the stuff we were doing, and just to hear the intensity of what was going on down the ground just gives you a different appreciation for how much we were appreciated. But I signed a bullet casing and gave it to them, and it was interesting because those guys, I had worked with them several times before in the valleys very near this one, and he actually gave me a JDAM casing from a previous strike on like the 3 days before that or 2 days before that where we had struck a bunch of guys. And again, a lot of times you would strike these defensive fighting positions and never get any feedback. But he had said, yeah, after you guys, we sent a patrol up there and they describe all the effects of your strikes. And then he showed me a piece of the JDAM, and then I signed it for him. So, but that one was definitely memorable. Later, I actually got the thanks to Rio Leonis, Mike Leonis. He submitted a submission for an Air Force Reserve Command award, and I got the 2015 Africa Air Crew of the Year for that mission. So that was pretty cool.
That's awesome.
I got to fly up to DC and went to their national convention and got awarded that. So pretty proud of that. That was just like any time, to actually be recognized for stuff like that. And, and there were a lot of guys say, oh, you were just doing what A-10 guys did all the time. And they're right. But, even more than getting the awards for it, I remember going to the chow hall after the mission, and you're still so buzzed from the adrenaline. You're like, okay, I'm not going to be sleeping for a while. So you might as well go to the chow hall and sit there and drink a Mountain Dew and hang out. And the Viper guys came over while I was in the chow hall, and they were like, and I didn't know it was them or anything. And they're like, yeah, we did this mission, and man, this A-10 guy, it was unbelievable. It was how busy and crazy it was, and he was controlling. We had multiple flights, and I was like, yeah, I think that was me. And they're like, were you, Hog 5? I'm like, yeah, I was me. He's like, yeah, we were Viper 3-3. We were like the third ones. And we didn't even check in with you because you were so busy. And I was just like, man, you guys were on it because it was great. At that point we had the data link and I was just putting out, I need a bomb here. I need a bomb here. And I want it now. And they were, the bombs were where I wanted them and it was great. And it was kind of cool to, to meet the guys I had just worked with and they were very appreciative, like we had said, of like, we were glad you took control of that thing because man, what a mess. Just trying to, one of the biggest jobs is just to deconflict airplanes because one of the biggest dangers is just having airplanes run into each other. When you have a congested airspace, the Pakistan border was literally hundreds of meters from where we were striking, so you couldn't go east because you couldn't fly into Pakistan. And so just to keep the airplanes from hitting each other is pretty situationally aware, draining just to get that done, much less coordinating the strikes and you're striking your own targets with your own ordnance. And
yeah, so for the audience, it's like, just try to imagine 4 radios with people talking on them nonstop, and you're having to listen to it all, sort it all out. And like the way I see it is like you're like the conductor of a symphony of destruction. If you screw up, I wish I'd have
thought of that. Dang it, pork chop. That's perfect. The conductor on the symphony of destruction. That is a perfect way to describe it. And I tell people it's one of the most rewarding missions I've done in my entire career, just because I feel like I used every skill I ever learned as an A-10 pilot on that one mission. As far as just, the whole gamut of being a forward air controller all the way back from Korea to all the coordinated strikes, and knowing the capabilities of all the study you do over the years of learning everybody else's capabilities and being able to talk on 4 different radios at one time and coordinate 2's attacks and hit the targets that I'm trying to hit with my weapons and slew the targeting pod efficiently to what I'm trying to look at. And
to be able to do that, it really is a culmination of a lifetime of training.
It was. It really felt later thinking about, that really was like a culmination of everything that I'd trained to do all of those things on that one mission. So that was very rewarding. Normally you did aspects of everything, whatever it was, but on that one it took everything, and that it worked out was very rewarding on that. So. And so after that, we did our 6-month deployment, came back, and we had a little bit of a time off because our next deployment was 2018. I say time off because it really wasn't. We actually did a very cool deployment in between there. It was part of an operation called Atlantic Resolve, but we got to go to Estonia in 2015, supporting when we were trying to essentially deter Putin. Which, looking back, I guess we can see how that went. But it was Estonia was a fantastic deployment. Just didn't know anything about Estonia, and our impression of, I think our expectations of what it was going to be like were totally different than what it was there. It's a very modern country with, now that they're out from under the Soviet domination has just really taken off, and it was really neat to be there. But then we were back for 2018.
Hey, not to skip ahead, but you remember us flying together in 14? That's when I got an opportunity to fly with you.
I can't believe you let me move on before that. So so we flew 7 times in 2014.
Was it 7?
Yeah, I checked my logbook and I was like, wow. So there was that many times, but it was. In fact, I gave you a mission check ride.
That's right.
So. In fact, because at that point, that was something that was kind of new, but because it was such a long deployment, guys came into their requirements zone and we gave combat check rides. So, but on yours, we didn't have to fake the weapon employment because that was also, not only was that a mission evaluation for you, but that was one of a really great mission on that one, in that that was interesting because we went down supporting a task force op in the south part of the country, back to Musa Kela, which I hadn't been, back from way back, and I still remembered all But no U.S. forces had been there in a long time, and so the Taliban had pretty much taken back over and set up their own deal and kind of thought they were going to do their own thing. And somebody got the idea of, okay, we're going to go back in there and kind of reestablish control. But they kind of knew it was going to be bad. And so on one of the rare occasions, they actually did the smart thing of having A-10s fragged, as we call it, but pre-scheduled to be there and work with them. Because otherwise, in a lot of operations, surprisingly, they would say, well, it's probably going to be okay. And if we get in trouble, we'll call for assets and they'll get there. And that's never a good idea. If you know it's going to be hot, having A-10s right there is way better. So they actually did that. I don't know if you remember all the details on that, but it was at a market. If you remember that one big market street, and they were going to go sweep the market from north to south, and they immediately normally the helicopter would land and they would get out and they'd consolidate, and then they would start to move through, and they would call out building numbers, and you would follow along. And well, this time I think I remember the radio calls already going. We're watching, and they're already taking incoming before the helicopter even landed. And it was pretty unusual to see a hot LZ. They would normally have it pre-planned where they didn't think, but yeah, they're already taking pretty good fire before they even landed. Helicopters saying, "Oh boy, here we go, pork chop. This is going to be
game on.
This is game on." And so then we started immediately trying to track all these people that are taking shots at them, and as they go through the bazaar, and then as it ended up, a lot of times, even though we're there, they don't just have us start tearing up the town. They were trying to do it on their own, but the two of those guys split off, and we had watched them shoot, so we had the PID. We knew that the key to that mission was you and I, and this is a key to many Afghan missions, is the rules were you had to have continuous PID, meaning if you saw people shoot at the friendlies, great, but then if they ran off into the trees and then you lost sight of them, and then 10 minutes later, two more guys come out of the trees over here, you couldn't say, yep, that's definitely those guys, even though it more than likely was. But if you couldn't say for sure, then they wouldn't let you strike them. So at that point, it really does kind of become I don't know what else term to use. It's like a game of death at that point, because you're like, if we can keep track of these two guys without losing them, then we're going to get to strike them. And we want to strike them because they just shot at our guys. So, and we did, and it was tough. I remember it took a while, and they were doing everything they could. They were running through back alleys and hiding under whatever they could think of, and then they would just try to, whatever I don't think they knew they were being tracked by A-10s, because we were high and trying not to be noticed, but they were using techniques they knew they were probably under surveillance. And then they eventually got to where they thought was a really good hiding spot, and they were just probably going to lie there. My guess, I think, looking back, they were just probably just going to wait for dawn, because this was all night ops, and they were just going to lie in that little area of very high grass and stuff until the morning light, and they figured, well, okay, they probably forgot about us, and then they were going to go on home, wherever they were doing. But not that night, because Pork Chop and Karl were on the job, and you knew it was a check ride, so you knew you had to no. So we ended up trading off, tracking, and eventually we started doing what we call yo-yo ops, where one of us goes to the tanker while the other guy tracks the bad guys, because again, you have to have continuous tracking. And we finally got clearance to strike them, because again, you would think it would be easy, but they confirm you haven't lost, and they would just confirm. Yeah, these are the same guys, and yeah, we saw them shoot at Americans, and yeah. And I had just literally come off the tanker boom, and they finally said, okay, clearance to strike. And back then, well, throughout Afghanistan, if you got clearance to strike, you didn't want to take long, because at some point somebody was going to change their mind, and then 3 hours of tracking. And you remember how task saturating that is, where you're at night flying your own airplane and looking through a pod, tracking a guy that's trying to lose you. It's some nights it was, I like to say it was all I had. I mean, just, especially when it was up north in the mountainous terrain and weather, and you're doing all you can. It's all you got in a single seat airplane. But you managed to stay tracking on them, and I came off the target or I came off the tanker rather, and we got the clearance, and I'm like, well, you can either wait till I get there and we can do this stuff. And I'm like, nope. Yeah, and that's when I was like, pork chop, you got him? He's like, yep, I got him. And I turn the laser on because here comes the Maverick. And at that point we had laser Mavericks, which are a really good weapon. I mean, especially for that war, because if you were going to be cleared to strike something, it needed to be something you could keep on your sensor the whole time. So, and we hit those guys with the Maverick, and then they were in that super deep grass, and then it took a couple of more strikes after that, because I think they had probably had the Maverick. It wasn't like a direct hit because of where they were at, but it probably did enough damage. But essentially, as we always said, certainly in Afghanistan, but also in every other conflict, is like, if you have the ordnance and the time, double tap is never a bad idea. So we ended up double tapping both of those guys, but we had another really successful mission too on one of the we didn't end up striking anybody, but on one of the, we call them one of the kill capture missions, it was a success on the high value target, the HVT, where they captured, and I think most of the time they preferred, supposedly they always say they preferred to capture them so they could get more intel and find out more about the network, but I don't think they were ever disappointed if they got some resistance. But yeah.
Something funny about our story that I remembered is just before that mission, Jabba briefed the whole squadron at the pilot meeting to like not shoot LMAVs unless you absolutely have to. And for some reason...
Well, you're okay. You didn't shoot it. I shot it. So.
Yeah, I just lased it in.
Yeah, that's all it wasn't your fault. I never knew that.
I spent my whole career just pissing Jabba off just a little bit. Trying to stay off his radar.
I can't tell you how many times in my career that there was all these discussions about, we can't shoot these, we're wasting this expensive missile on like two guys. And you know what? I never have 1 second of regret on, our country sends us to these on these deployments to do a job, and to me, I'm like, that's money already spent. If that's the best weapon for the job to take out, even though it's 2 low-level insurgents, I have no problem with using a Maverick on that if that was the best weapon for the job.
Yeah, don't put it on the jet if we can't use it.
Because you don't put it on the jet if you don't want me to use it. I'm exactly the same way. And there's so many guys, you're wasting ordnance on this. There was quite a bit of time in the war when we started hitting individual insurgents that they'd been tracking on motorcycles, and putting a Maverick on a guy on a motorcycle is overkill. However, overkill is never a bad thing. Now, when they gave us tools for the job later, like the laser Maverick, that's a much smaller warhead.
Or laser rocket.
I'm sorry, not the laser. Yeah, the laser rocket. Then sure, if I have the choice of, okay, I got a laser Maverick or I got a laser rocket it's a much smaller warhead and it's more precise, and I'm going to be able to take the guy out on the motorcycle, then I'll use it, sure. But if I'm out of laser rockets or I don't have any, or it looks like I'm not going to say, no, I'm going to let that guy go because I don't want to use this expensive missile. I'm like, and also I figure I didn't pay for it. They gave it to me to use. So,
and it's not like gratuitous. We're not just going out there to cause mayhem. It's like,
no,
these guys are like, if they live to fight another day, how many more Americans are they going to kill?
Absolutely. And I was never involved in, I know in some areas of the country, some of the guys did what they would call, and I never did this, not for lack of, like as a protest or anything, but just because I was never in that situation. But in some areas, the JTACs would call them what they called preparatory fires, or, I can't think of the word for it right now, but essentially where they were just bombing like a known crossroads of like some dirt paths where they had seen Taliban use this trail. And so essentially going, well, we don't see anybody there, but maybe there'll be somebody there. And then they're dropping a JDAM or something on that. And, part of that's like, well, that's kind of, there's not even a target there. You're just making an
wasting a
explosion.
weapon. Yeah.
So that's maybe a little bit past my line. But as far as if there was a target, I never had any problem with let's use whatever. And again, if you have the ordnance, if one bomb is good, two bombs is better. And I know Special Forces certainly use that mantra a lot, as far as, and for good reasons. In some cases, we were just on the tail end of it. If we were there to strike a certain HVT that they had been tracking for months, and we had a fleeting opportunity to get that guy, their view was, you can't afford a dud bomb. We've been tracking this guy for months, and this is our one chance to get him. And now if your one bomb duds because you're not willing to waste ordnance, and then we miss them, we may never have another opportunity. So, and that's sort of tied in with where we started to come around to that way of thinking as well, which you didn't have to get me to come around to that thinking, but even as far as the higher ups, we're like, all right, guys, if you're working one of these task force missions, drop as many bombs as they approve you to do, because we can't afford to have the one bomb go dud and then the guy gets away. So we started doing that.
Man, I'll go fast forward us back to 2018, which
Yes.
is kind of crazy because you're talking the first deployment in 1990. So now we're getting towards like almost 30 years later. And I'll just say your recollection of these missions is pretty incredible. Like the details you remember.
But you would probably agree. I don't think, and I've seen interviews with guys, in their 80s from World War II, and it's just the way the brain works. Is certain details you can remember just crystal clear details of even individual passes, of even individual radio calls and weapons impacts. It's just those type of events just get burnt on your brain, and you remember them.
Yeah.
So yeah, I don't think I'm unique in that way. I certainly don't have like a photographic memory of it, but some of the details, it's
just like permanently.
It doesn't feel that long ago to me.
Yeah.
I know it's the hard part is realizing, wow, Desert Storm was a long time ago, but it doesn't seem that long ago for me.
Yeah.
So, and I think that's probably true of a lot of veterans. But 2018, it was kind of operations were kind of winding down, starting to kind of quiet, but at the same time, that worked to our advantage in several cases because we were back at Kandahar, which was odd because the first time I was at Kandahar, it was a busy base. Just it would take you a while just to cross a road because there's so many armored vehicles going by, and we got there in 18. Most of the NATO forces had left, and the base was pretty much like a ghost town. Like we had the base to ourselves. It was really weird.
Is this where you had 2 rooms?
Yes. So I took advantage of that. I actually was doing a Stanoval job at the wing, but I also kept my other room. So no, that was in 2020.
2020. Okay.
Sorry, that was the last.
My bad.
Trip. 2018, but still, even in 2018, we all had our own room, which before that was unheard of. You always had a roommate. So we had our own room. The whole NATO side of the base was pretty much a ghost town. We just drove around, just took video and pictures and stuff, but there just wasn't much going on. But at least in my case, I know for a couple of the strikes that I'll talk about, it was to our advantage because the Taliban for years had learned that you can't operate in more than 2 or 3 people at a time. You can't show yourself in the open. You can't. They had learned how to survive with the air power. Well, there hadn't been any operations in that area for quite a while, and so they were getting more and more bold. So they were coming out in the open. They were using bigger groups. They were doing things that they had never been able to get away with in a long time. And so if you could get clearance and you could be in the right place at the right time, you could do a lot of damage. And so on one of those nights, that's exactly what happened. On, again, one of the most memorable missions of my whole career is on a deployment that we didn't really expect that we were going to be employing much at all. I was with Brad Rhodey Jones. We took off. It was a standard night armed overwatch over Tarankout, which is north of Kandahar, just kind of a town and a base. Nothing going on. We're just circling overhead for a while. You had your vol period, and right at about the time that was ending, we got a call to go do what we called a DT at that time,
Like a dynamic target.
Dynamic targeting, which essentially meant they were using all of their sensors and drones and whatever. They found something, and they're like, okay, we need to hit that thing soon. Well, during that deployment, the 2018, the strategy they were using during that trip was they had decided to try to cut off the Taliban's funding. And the Taliban, which is very interesting because they're very conservative, anti-drug, but they're not against taking drug money. So they had coerced all of the farmers in the whole southern part of the country where all of the crops are grown to shift their, because we had paid untold millions and done all this work to try to get all the farmers to switch to growing wheat. Well, the Taliban, when we left the Helmand, or mostly the forces all left the Helmand province, the Taliban went in and made them all switch back to poppy. And so they were back in the drug business. So the higher-ups got the idea that if we take out the drug labs, then we will essentially we became the U.S. Air Force of Drug Enforcement Agency. We would find their drug labs and bomb them. But there were some interesting rules involved with that. They felt that the people making the drugs were just civilians that were being coerced by the Taliban. So we had to time it so that we'd blow up the drug lab, but only when there was nobody there. Like when they would leave the drugs cooking or whatever they were doing with the turning poppy into heroin. And so they'd be watching, and when they left, they would call in a strike to take out the lab. And we did quite a bit of that. Now, whether we thought it was going to be effective or not, once again, we just did the mission. We like.
Do you know if like the DEA was running those
I
missions?
don't know. I don't think so. I'm just using that as okay. Yeah. But it was kind of like that. It was.
I know they
were using their drones and the strikes, and the other thing that was interesting about 2018 is almost all of the JTACs had been pulled back to the regional headquarters. So it used to be there was an American JTAC or an allied JTAC, but then when NATO left, an American JTAC at all of the forward operating bases. Well, they were also consolidating. They were closing all the forward operating bases, so all of the American JTACs were going back, kept consolidating until they were almost all at just a few locations. So if you were going to get a troops in contact, you were talking to a JTAC that was nowhere near the actual troops in contact going on. It was generally Afghan forces talking through an interpreter, talking to a guy back at the headquarters who you were talking over on SATCOM radio because he's in Kabul. So it was very convoluted, and it was very difficult to get clearance because you can imagine the time delay and they were very hesitant because in some cases the Afghan forces would start calling in strikes on each other because it was rival factions and all this crazy stuff going on. So they were very hesitant, but sometimes they would let you strike. So we were in the middle of all that. So we got a DT tasking. So we went over there, and on the way to the tasking, I'm looking out, and I was going to let him drop the bomb because it was only going to be one bomb, and it was going to be on this thing, and he was a pretty young wingman. I was like, all right, man, you're going to, you get the bomb. That's all coordinate based, and you had to read the coordinates back and make sure you got the right coordinates and do all that stuff because you're just going to drop on this thing. And you had to verify that there was nobody there as well. But on the way there, we look down and there's this huge firefight going on. I mean, the most intense firefight I've ever seen. It's at night, so you can see everything. And there are just RPGs arcing back and forth continuously. There's heavy machine gun fire going back and forth from different locations. And we're like, what is going on down there? But I knew better from experience on this trip that I wasn't going to just go over there. And so we kind of leaned that way, got some grids, kind of tried to see what was going on. But then we went ahead and hit the DT because I was like, I'm not going to ask them because I know what they're going to ask. They're just going to go. But I immediately called them and said, hey, we got a big firefight right here. We're going to continue the DT tasking, but I'd like clearance to investigate. Because you got to know, as you know, in all deployments, you got to know the right words to get what you want. You got to use the right lingo. You didn't say, hey, I want permission to strike or whatever. You had to use the right.
I'm going to go check it out. I need to look at it.
I just wanted to go check it out. And then I'd worry about seeing if I could, because the odds are we weren't going to be able to sort out who was shooting at who, and it was just going to be whatever. But I'm like, all right, big firefight. We're going to go drop this bomb. So we just went straight there. He dropped the bomb quick, and then we got back there as quick as we could. And the firefight, if anything, was even more intense. It was just going. And I'm talking to the headquarters, and I can see this thing from miles away. So I'm trying to get, at that time, you had to have, every strike was approved by what they called the Target Engagement Authority, or the Target Authority. And so, and it was generally an 06, and most of them were very resistant to, if they couldn't see the picture. So you had to have ISR. You had to get a pred overhead or something where this guy, whoever was going to, the TEA, the Target Engagement Authority, could say, yep, okay, I think that's a good idea. Let's strike that. And that's a perfect example of how the ROE changed from Desert Storm, first lieutenant in a 15-mile area, shoot whatever looks like an enemy, to being approved on every single strike by an 06. But that's just the way the war had come to. So if you didn't have, no matter how positive you would say, I am watching, because we had it happen in multiple cases, I am watching an enemy force strike a friendly forward operating base, and they would not approve you to strike them. They would let you do shows of force. You could drop flares or try to scare them away, but they figured out real quick that, okay,
you're not going to get approval.
The bad guys figured out real quick. They're okay. If they're dropping flares, it means we're not going to get shot. Fine, and then they just wouldn't quit attacking. But you had to have some ISR of it. So I immediately called, hey, see if do you have any Preds close? Get somebody over here, so that hopefully by the time we figure this out, if it is bad guys that we can strike, you'll have the ISR. Maybe we'll get approval. All of which was a long shot. But I'm like, what? Let's do it. So they started getting a Predator to move over that way, and we started circling up, and it was super dark. It was. We had night vision goggles and pod, but there was no moon, and you never realize how much light there is in the United States until you're over Afghanistan at night when there's no light on the ground. And of course, NVGs, you need some light, so it was pretty dark. Couldn't really make out the ground at all. So I made the decision to chuck out a couple of Lu-19s, which is the covert flare. It's an infrared flare, so you can't see it with your naked eye. But you can see it under night vision goggles. So we chucked out a few of those that float down on a parachute over the area, let you see the ground, just to see if we could see what in the heck is going on. So that helped illuminate what we realized was there was a building, in a fairly distinct building near the town that was getting attacked by, looked like a lot of directions. And there were little outposts, like little fighting positions around the building, and they were returning fire, and there was this firefight going on. We learned later that it was the Nesh, which is the name of a town, Nesh District Center. The district center would be the best way to describe it, is like a combination of community center, police station, government center, courthouse, kind of all the city functions combined into a building. And they were always, wherever town it was, they were always targets of the Taliban because they were the symbol of the government. And so they were always getting attacked. So this one was under attack. So now I'm working the radios like crazy, trying to go, hey, we see what's going on. We see that this is a building being attacked. We don't see the guys yet, but we can see where they're firing from. And we're trying to get the pod on, because you could see where, like, when you saw some tracers arc toward the building, you would try to get your sensor where they were coming from and see if you could see the guy shooting the gun. Because the goal was to go, all right, we see them. We can PID. Not that they were going to give us clearance, but we're going to try. And right about that time, we got the Pred overhead, and he starts figuring it out and searching. Of course, they're looking through a soda straw, so they can see greater detail, but only in little bitty areas. But that was good news, because now we're like, if we can find these guys, then the colonel is going to see it, and we might get clearance. This might happen, and which again, is still kind of a long shot. But the firing started dying down. So we think what happened was at that point they had become smart, that they knew it took about 15 minutes for airplanes to get overhead. So they would limit their attacks to like 15 minutes, and then they would say, okay, even if we don't see airplanes, it's time to go. And we were lower than we normally would be because we're trying to see with the Lu-19s, and because then the Predator came in at a fairly lower altitude. So we were lower than we normally would be. So they may have heard A-10s as well. Either way, they started breaking off the attack and formed up into this double column which is something I had never seen in Afghanistan. I've never seen more than 2 or 3 Taliban together at any time. And these dudes all formed up, and they're wearing tactical vests. And I can see all these details. By then, our pods had improved over several generations. You could see vests. You could see the slung AK-47s. You could see that these are definite organized bad guys. And we knew they were bad guys because they were hitting the district center. But the higher-ups weren't convinced yet. They were still like, well, maybe it's an Afghan army. And they kept asking, are you sure they're not Afghan? I'm like, unless the Afghan army is now attacking its own bases, no. And so we're watching them, and I mean, that was just a high drama because I wanted to strike them with, my first idea was hit them with an airburst GBU-54, which is the programmable fuse. You can pick which fuse you want, and it'd be great because they're all bunched up and they're in this column. They hadn't tactically spread or anything. They're just in this column starting to move out into the valley. And right about that time, they say, you've got clearance. And at the altitude we were at, we weren't going to be able to get a solution for the 54. It requires a higher altitude. And I couldn't climb above the Pred because it was going to take too long. And so I made the call. I was like, we're going all gun, roadie. We're going full gun. So we arm it up. And right about that time, I'm about to roll in on this whole column. I'm going to pretty much take out the whole column on one pass. And whatever reason, they heard or they did whatever, and they just went, whoosh. They scattered. They went into full dispersal. You could tell. I mean, these were trained military type guys. They were, and as we learned later, this was what they called a Taliban red cell. It was like their version of commandos. They were the most highly trained. They had the best gear. They may have even had night vision gear, and you could tell the whole rest of the battle, which took the next 44 minutes, that these guys were trained. It didn't save them, but we could tell the way they were moving and the way they were reacting and how difficult they made it to strike them, that they were tactically trained. And so they dispersed. Most of them went to ground immediately or found some type of, like, they were in an agricultural area, so they went like into the hedgerows, or not the hedgerows, but like the farm rows, the crop rows. There weren't any buildings close enough, or they probably would have just run for a building because they all knew at that point if they got to a building, they were kind of safe haven. And on that first pass, when I saw them start to disperse, I was on final already. And number 2's radios quit, his primary radio. So I was talking to him on our interflight radio, but he couldn't mark. So I did a self-mark, which is kind of the most complicated way to do it at night, but it was my option at the time. So that means I'm looking at the sensor, keeping the marker, which is an infrared marker that you can only see with the NVGs, on the target, and I'm rolling in, and I'm going to shoot.
And it's night.
And it's night.
And weather.
Yes. And I just went ahead and I was like, I was definitely cursing as I saw them disperse. I'm like, all right, don't worry about it. You can't do the column. Pick somebody. And so I picked like the 2 guys at the lead of the column, put the marker on that, and let off a really long burst because I'm like, all right, don't know how many passes we're going to get. And at that point in the war, early on, people were still stuck to what we had trained for, which is like kind of short tactical bursts kind of thing. Mm-hmm. And the longer the war went on, the longer guys' bursts would get because A, you didn't know how many passes you were going to get, and B, we just learned from weapons effects, you needed as many rounds on target as you could get. If you're strafing a tree line, having 1 round every 10 feet or whatever is not enough. You needed to get more. Something that I had no trouble with. I never had trouble doing long bursts. Even back from Desert Storm, we learned pretty quickly that if you wanted to get a tank to burn back then, you needed to hit it with a lot of rounds. And I still remember leading that N06, like we talked about from the Desert Storm, where he was kind of one of his first missions. And I had briefed him, and we got into some Republican Guard tanks, and I was like, all right, sir, let him have it. And I think he's going to get a good one. And he rolls in, and it's like,
10 rounds.
Like no longer than that, but still not near it. I was like, you got to give him more than that. And he rolled it again. It was a little bit longer. Like, nope, you need to, So
I'll tell you when to stop.
Yeah, pretty much. And finally, the last one, he comes off, and the tank like starts, and then secondaries and blows up. And he's like, yeah, that worked great. And I said, I told you. But anyway, so I gave it a good long burst. and it caught like 3 of the guys, the lead of the column right away, and got those guys and everybody else. And from that point on, literally it was just hunter killer. Me and my wingman, I would coordinate who we were tracking because they're trying to disperse. And after every pass, so we would find 1 or 2 guys who would like taken a position in not a foxhole, like they didn't prepare it, but like in somewhere where they thought they could hide
some sort of cover,
but they didn't really have any cover. And of course they thought they were hiding, but it's at night, so we can see them with the sensors. And so we would do a strafe pass, and then almost every time, the best thing they could have done is to just stay totally still. But I can't imagine. I can only imagine the horror of being under attack by an A-10 at night and you can't see anything. And so they just couldn't help themselves. So like you would strafe 2 guys in one position and the guys right over here, which we may or may not have even been able to see because there's so much stuff on the ground, especially after a strafe pass. There's so many hot spots. They would jump up and run to what they thought was maybe a better position. And so as soon as that guy or him and his buddy would jump up and run, well, then we would track them. And then I'd put 2 on those guys, and then we would strafe over here, and then somebody else would jump up and run, and we just did that for literally for 45 minutes, tracked each guy individually or in the small groups and until we just got them all.
Wow.
I do think 1 guy may have got away because he was able to, on one of the strikes, run into a compound. And we watched him run in there, and you could see him like trying to get in, like, they're after me, let me in, kind of a thing. And eventually he did get in, probably taking the family hostage, who knows. But
I wonder what he thinks about the A-10 now.
I don't know, but we kind of felt like, all right, well, that's fine. We got 1 guy to go tell his buddies,
Exactly.
tell his buddies what happened. But so they said that we eliminated that entire Taliban cell. Like that was that whole red cell, and we got all of it, except for maybe that 1 guy that got away, but that they were done. And so they said that we got a letter of thanks from the actual Afghan governor of that area that said that group had been terrorizing them for months, and after that strike, that was it. They were gone. So that's pretty neat to get a letter of appreciation from and it's all in translated from and it's not the best grammar and stuff, but it's just neat that that guy was like, we want to thank these A-10 guys because they just took out this whole Taliban cell. So I felt pretty good about that, and also again, in making your own luck, we could have easily just said, whatever, it's a firefight going on, because it happened in other places too, and guys didn't get clearance to do anything, or we got, most of the time we got the continue to track and investigate, and then you would never get anything. Very, very frustrating to watch these guys attack friendly convoys, even if it was no Americans involved, if it was Afghan army, and then not be able to do anything about it. But in this case, they did. They let us do it, and we took we took advantage of it, and so that felt like a pretty rewarding mission. Even though it wasn't supporting American forces, I still felt like, that we're here to support the Afghan army. It's our job to try and help them win.
Yeah.
And then comes to 2020. And 2020, it was almost the perfect way to wrap up Afghanistan, because it went full circle from kind of the assumption that we were going to win at the beginning, and that we're supporting our friendlies, and then 2020 was the most disappointing, depressing type of deployment, because what they didn't tell us before we deployed, not that it matters, you're there to do your job, whatever they tell you, but they didn't tell us that they being the powers that be at the time, had made a peace deal with the Taliban before we arrived. And the deal was that the Taliban would not attack American forces directly, and we would not hit Taliban unless they were directly attacking American forces. And so what that meant was they had open season on Afghan army. So we got there and we got briefings, but you just don't realize what all these briefings are meaning until you get airborne and you're out there night after night circling over these Afghan outposts because the outposts were still there. Just the Americans had left, and they're just getting wailed on. Like night after night, we would see the Taliban forces approaching the checkpoint. Many of these checkpoints were just a couple of Afghan kids behind some sandbags, and we're seeing the forces approach. We're calling them out. We're saying, hey, they're getting close. Hey, we need to strike them now, or it's going to be too late. Hey, and we would watch on our pods as the Taliban would hit these outposts, kill everybody they could, grenades over the wall, and then anybody that survived, we watched them pull them out of these outposts and line them up in a ditch and shoot them in the head. And the whole time we're like, we can take them out now. We're in position. And then they wouldn't let us strike. And we're just like, what? And that was really when it hits home. And you're like, what are we doing here? We're watching them just destroy these Afghans, and we're here supposed to be supporting them, and they won't let us strike. And it was the worst feeling. Every once in a while they would let you strike, and we don't know what the reasoning why one time or another. And even in the middle, they would be watching, and we would find a bunch of them grouped up because they started figuring out real quick that they weren't going to be harassed. And then we would decide, well, we're going to harass them. And then they'd roll in, or we would roll in. I didn't actually get to do one of the strikes, but we'd have they would roll in and like hit 15 of them in a group, and then we would get word like, okay, cease attack, and we're like, well, there's 20 more right there, and like negative, we've sent the message that we want or whatever, and we're like, what kind of message are we sending? We just didn't understand the whole strategy. But
and then COVID.
So that goes back. That was the COVID deployment. So that's a whole other topic. The reason that made it such an interesting deployment was we were in quarantine for 2 weeks at the worst, what I still like to call the worst place on earth, which is Qatar. It's the only place I've ever seen that combines 120 degrees with 100% humidity. I literally felt my health was in danger just walking outside. Like the midday meal, you would leave your hooch and just feel like, it's a 500-yard walk to the place, and you're like, am I going to make it? I mean, it's that hot. It's just crazy. And the kids get tired of me saying it now, but whenever they're like, oh, it's so hot today, I'm like, no, it's not. And then even now they'll be like, yeah, we know it's not like LUD. I'm like, yeah, it's not. I will
not
never.
As hot as LUD.
I'm sorry, but I will forever now. Nothing, no matter how hot it is on any day of the year in Missouri, I will never say it's so hot. Like, no, it's not. It ain't as hot as LUD in 2020.
So you're essentially there's all this negativity, even just getting in theater, and then you're just watching the Taliban sweep the country.
Self-quarantined at home for 2 weeks because they told us if we self-quarantined, we wouldn't have to quarantine at LUD. And then we got there and they said, oh no, we changed our mind.
It's like a month.
So yeah, we were of quarantine now. Thank goodness for Netflix, and they had Wi-Fi, and I binge watched a lot of shows, and again, McGraw did a great job of keeping up morale, and because that was a tough job to do.
He was the squadron commander.
He was the squadron commander for that trip, and
McGraw is awesome, man.
Yeah, he was the right guy. I mean, he just knew how to. But yeah, you're talking about like every 4 hours you had to you had to go out front of your door, and then they would take your temperature, and it was just craziness. But anyway, the actual combat ops, that was it. I mean, we were just watching the Taliban
the country,
just destroy the Afghan army, and we couldn't do anything about it. And it was because they were like, well, no, we've transferred all the ops over to the Afghans. They have to do it themselves. And we're like, here we have, this is me personally, but I'm like, we have conditioned them for 20 years that the way you fight this type of war is you get in contact and then you call in the air. And then we took away the air. And then we're surprised that they're not prepared to fight as an infantry-only, no air power force. Big surprise.
They're in uniforms. Yeah.
Right. Big surprise.
Just bullet magnets.
So, and then top that off, but then I got asked by the then wing commander at Bagram to go to the what they then called in one of those many ways of how did they pick this acronym, but the CSAR, which of course is an A-10 pilot. Like, you can't name it the CSAR. CSAR means Combat Search and Rescue. Well, at that time, it meant the Consolidated Situation Awareness Room. And it was literally a room at the base in Kabul where they had the Afghan army and the air and the all of the U.S. forces in a room together, and their job was to try to coordinate. The Afghans were talking to their guys, and then they would talk to our guys, and we would coordinate the airstrikes. And they were still doing occasional airstrikes. But when I got there, it was pretty shocking. We got briefed by the general that was in charge, and essentially he said, we are under, our orders are very, very direct, and that is that we are only to support the Afghans if there are Americans involved. And so for day after day, I was down there for a week, and the Afghan their phones would ring because they were in touch with like their cousins or whoever they were talking to that was at these outposts, and they were like, we're under attack, we're under attack, we need air. And then they would evaluate whether it was valid or not, because I'm not saying that sometimes they were calling it in, even if it was, they took a couple of pot shots. But if they could determine that this is a real strike, then they would turn to the Americans and say, sir, well, they would always stand up, and they had this real regiment thing. Attention in the CSAR, we have troops in contact at this location. And then it would be a very formal, like, we are requesting American assistance. And then the JTAC, who they were all full of, they wanted to immediately, boom, we're going to take these guys out. They would turn to the guy in charge, the general, and then sometimes he'd be like, and then they would call in the AC, or they would do some strikes. But most of the time he'd be like, and then they would have to turn back to the Afghan guy and say, negative, we're unable to support. And then you could just see their whole body posture and their face just fall. And then they would have to tell the guy that's about to get overrun that, like, no, the Americans aren't coming. It was very disappointing because we trained their Air Force, and they had the Super Tucanos. In fact, several of our guys had gone over there and trained. In fact, knew them, and in some very heartbreaking situations. One of our guys, Fodog, you might know him.
Mm-hmm.
He got calls from some of the pilots that he had trained there in Afghanistan at the end there, and they're like, "Can you help me get my family out there?" Because anybody that had been trained by the Americans and in the Air Force, they were hunted by the Taliban, and most of them were killed. But to get calls from these guys, but they were doing casts. They were in there, they were shooting their 50 cals and dropping their 250-pound bombs, and they ran out of ammo. And they were, while I was even there, they were calling and going, "Can we just we need more ammo. Can you give us more bombs? Can you give us more bullets?" And they were like, "No, we've supplied you with whatever you're getting." And so they shot till they were out of ammo, and then they parked their planes and spiked the engines and essentially tried to get out of the country, do whatever they could, go get their family or whatever, because they knew they were going to be hunted down. So that was the sad part of watching the end of that war, is that we had essentially made a deal with the Taliban and then left the Afghans out to. Now, I'm not going to get into if we hadn't have done any of that, where was the war going? How was it what was the eventual end going to be? It probably was going to be ugly no matter what. But man, it was as a professional close air support pilot, I don't care who it is, as far as our allies or guys we had been supporting for 20 years, to sit there and watch us have to, the usual call back would be, continue to monitor and take video. And then one of the most calls that was most infuriating of my entire career is we got back after one mission where we had been crying over and over to the guys to let us strike these guys. They're overrunning this base, and they wouldn't give us approval other than to continue to monitor and video. And then we got a call back, and I know the guy had he had the right thing in mind, but he called and it's like, "Hey, who's flight lead of Hog, whatever." And he said, "Hey, we just wanted to let you know, the general was very appreciative. We're really impressed that video you got of that overrun was very useful in our negotiations for this." And I was just like, really? You got the nerve to call a cast pilot that we could have taken out that entire Taliban force, and you made us sit there and watch him overrun a base so you could get good video? I was just like, that was kind of a, I'm done with this. That's it. Very disappointing. So that was my 2020 experience. It's kind of wrapped it all up. And I can tell you from most of all the special operators that I saw, and certainly from my seat where I was, that I was still maybe a little surprised at how quickly the Afghan army fell, but not really very. Because from what I saw, they were already, I mean, you can imagine their morale after all those years of being supported. And then it's like, okay, you're on your own. And now your average Afghan soldier is like, well, I can either put down my gun and pledge allegiance to the Taliban, or I can keep fighting and get killed because we have no air support and no support. And so naturally, they picked what most people would pick. And the commandos and the Air Force guys had it the worst because they had no option of giving up. They were just going to be hunted until they either escaped or got killed. And that's tough to take. You know, you think of how many different conflicts we have done that to people that supported us, and unfortunately, that's a part of American military history that I'm not proud of, even though it wasn't my fault, and I don't have any say in this stuff. It certainly never got to the point of, you know, I was going to do like in some movie where I don't care what the general says, I'm attacking this Taliban and I'm going to save the day and save this outpost. I'm not going to say the thought didn't cross not just my mind, it crossed many of our minds of kind of doing you're breaking up, we're going to take these guys out, but you know, we didn't do it because I'm not going to go to jail or put my career on the line. I certainly would do that for an American outpost if it really came down to that, but then you wouldn't really be putting your career on the line. If you rolled in without clearance and saved the day at an American outpost, you might get a little talking to, but you're not going to be, you're not going to go to jail. But we don't know what would have happened had we just decided to start attacking on our own. It never, honestly, that's not something that really occurred to us. I mean, we're professional soldiers. You don't think of that, to be perfectly honest. You don't really think I'm going to roll in there and do this, even though
you'd like to.
Even though you'd like to. I'm not going to say I didn't want to many times, especially when you just watched them attack and you were tracking them and you knew you could get a clean shot and there was no danger to anybody else. And yet, so you would try as hard as you can, and you would probably make more radio calls than you probably normally would, just trying to pester them into doing it. But, you know.
Man,
anyway, so that was the end of Afghanistan for us. We were the last A-10 unit. I was able to get a lot of memorabilia from 20 years of A-10 flying out of the country in a big crate, so I felt pretty good about that as far as I didn't want all that to just go away.
Pima Air Museum, right?
And yeah, the Pima Air Museum ended up with it. They have a really neat display of a lot of the stuff that we were able to bring back from Afghanistan that shows kind of the history of everybody that was there. So they did a really good job. Shout out to Jinx Mistel for actually making that happen at the Pima Air Museum. He coordinated all of that and actually took it from, I just got it in the crate and he got it out of the crate and set up a nice display. So, yeah.
Man, the parallels to Vietnam,
yeah,
to
they're
Afghanistan
unmistakable. They're unmistakable.
So
I
stark.
mean, you want to not have parallels, and you like to think that we learned and we wouldn't repeat stuff, but the parallels are pretty unmistakable. I mean, some of the imagery, even as we evacuated Kabul at the end with the helicopters, and yeah, it's pretty striking how there definitely are some parallels. And really, in the end, maybe the lesson is that counterinsurgency wars are very, very difficult to win because all they had to do is outlast us. They just had to outwait. That's what counterinsurgency is. They're not an outside force like ISIS was. They're from there. They're not going anywhere. They just had to kind of wait us out. And they did.
Yeah. And I mean, I was always struck just by the persistence and their ability to absorb losses. I mean, they just throughout the entire time just kept the pressure coming.
And part of that is our American culture, I think. You look at Ukraine, and I can't help but think, do you think somehow that the American society would withstand a million combat losses in a war of choice, essentially, of what Russia's doing right now. I mean, you just, because look at how many we lost in Vietnam, and then look at the uproar that essentially ended the war with a massive protests and public turning against the whole thing. And that was way less than losses in other societies. And the Afghan society, they had been through the Soviet war and had lost millions, and to them it's the way it is. We're not giving up, and I don't know what it would have taken to win. I think part of the problem with a war like that, unlike Desert Storm, is define winning.
Define it before you start.
Well, but exactly.
Yeah.
But and then when you keep changing the target, well then, but yeah, what we used to ask again. We knew what our mission was. We're going to get these guys through their patrol. We're going to get them home safe, and regardless of what the strategy is. But when you think about the overall strategy, what was the outcome they were looking for? Were you going to try to remake Afghan society into a modern Western society? You're like, how long is that going to take? How many hundreds of years would that take? And we're going to have the persistence to stay there for that long and make that happen. So, yeah.
Let's take a quick break.
Okay.
And then when we come back, we'll maybe hit some more lessons learned. I think that's really good stuff.
Okay.
And then talk a little bit about what you're doing now, which is pretty cool.
Okay. All right.
All right, cool.
Sounds good.
Hey guys, just want to let you know that if you'd like to support the show, you can do so by going to dalestark.com and picking up some merch today. We've got trucker hats, hoodies, t-shirts, signed 30 millimeter casings by yours truly. There's lots of cool stuff. You can even order an entire beef if you would like. Great way to help fund the show. It's not free to fly people out here, tell these amazing stories, preserve our history. And if you want to contribute to that, you can do so again at dalestark.com. All right, back to the show. This to me is history. So this is what the whole reason I want to do this is so future generations can not make the same effing mistake over and over and over again.
Yeah, I don't know if I have enough faith that anything I say would be changing that. But yeah, I tried to pass on some A-10 tidbits in like my retirement speech and stuff. But even then, some of the stuff a lot of the stuff, I mean, it's already starting to move past it. The technology just never stops. But I definitely told the guys that in the A-10 the gun is never a bad weaponering choice. And if you have the opportunity, get close enough that you're not going to miss, and hold the trigger down till you see the red mist. So, and like I said, that's gotten me in trouble on at least a couple deployments with the weapons officer. But it was typically Karl, great job, and don't do that again. And then, but like on one of them, it was in. It doesn't matter which trip it was. We were going against an HVT, and he was riding a motorcycle, and right about as the time I was on base rolling in. And once again, I was planning on a pretty close-in shot because this was a guy that they had been tracking for a long time, and they wanted him taken out. And I rolled in, and he must have heard us or whatever, and they ditched the bike and took off running toward a small stand of trees with a stream. And so I came off the pass, circled back around. My wingman was tracking him on the pod. One guy stood under a tree, was kind of like up against the tree. Well, guess what? Guess what doesn't stop a 30 millimeter round? A
tree.
He's watched too many movies, and you're kind of a shooter. I always still get a kick out of in movies where they're like hiding behind a tree, and you're like, I've shot logs like a foot across with an AR-15, and the bullet goes right through like it's not even there. So. But anyway, in this case, it definitely did not stop the 30 millimeter.
30 millimeter.
but the other guy, so there was a low bridge, like a walkway across this stream, like essentially like a culvert. And he crawled into we saw him. He crawled into the culvert, and he was going to hang out in there until we left. But we saw him go in there. So I decided I wasn't gonna let him, I was gonna get him. Well, he's in a culvert, so the only way that I could get him was
Low angle
essentially
strafe.
I had to low angle strafe into a culvert.
Damn.
So the strafing coincided with the pull up, and so after that, the guy started. So that was the first time, and then on one of the tree line strafes that you got, I came off at the pull up. So they started saying that like they would always remind me. The joke was they're like, Karl, the abort cue for strafing is not the pull up warning. But the bottom line is we got him. I strafed into the culvert and we got him. And so that was the, hey, good job and don't do that.
They kept saying
and
that.
after a while they would just, you're setting a bad example for the young guys. But anyway, that was my recommendation for strafing. So.
That's beautiful advice. Did you ever read the Afghanistan papers, or do you know what that's about?
I do not.
Okay.
I feel bad for saying that.
It's
but
okay.
I don't know what
there
those
was
are.
like it was like a Washington Post report, and then they did a book on it. I think the guy's name was
I used
Craig
to
Whitlock.
follow I don't know what it would be called, maybe a blog, or I think it was called the Long War Journal. It was like a continuing web page where like people would put opinion pieces on it and all that kind of thing. I used to follow that for a while, but you know what? I think it was because I was so close to it that reading about it this is kind of strange, or maybe it's not. I don't know, but it's kind of painful to me to read about it because I was there throughout the whole war, and it's kind of like, and I don't know why. It's kind of like since 2020, I just kind of want to. I'm not saying like it's, gives me painful memories or anything. I mean, in fact, I said some of my most memorable missions, and I felt like we did a great job. We got a lot of guys home, and that was our real mission. But the overall war and the way it ended, and so many of the things we saw happen there, as far as decisions, are just like, you know what? I'm not saying I don't want to hear about what these Afghanistan papers are.
It's really
and
in
maybe
line.
maybe my ideas will change sometime. But like now, I'm like I just told you in the break, is so many articles now pop up about Afghanistan. I'm like, you know what? I don't
want to hear it.
Just block it out. I did
It's
that.
too
And I'm sure I
depressing.
won't say that forever, but yes, there's certainly the way it ended as well was not what anybody wanted for sure. But certainly those of us that fought there for as long as we did. So
The basic idea was that what was happening on the battlefield, basically everyone did their job until it got to the general officers. And then when they went and testified before Congress and, all the way up through the Pentagon and everyone basically knew what was going on there the entire time.
Oh, yeah.
And then all the public testimony was that everything's was
fine,
great and it was
great,
wonderful. And
right.
And everyone got their promotions and everyone got their board seats at Raytheon when they were done. And we all win except for actually the country and what actually mattered.
But I've had discussions with other guys about this, and we're probably getting into areas that I was going to try to avoid on this podcast.
We don't have
but I've often thought that there's no general. I don't think in history that's ever said or that wouldn't say, all I need is more time and more troops. I've never heard of a general that said, no, I'm good. I've got all the troops I need, and I don't need any more time. We're good. And so you just have each successive commander is like, well, if you just give me more troops, and that's what happened in Vietnam. The same thing. It kept leading up and say, well, if we just had one more surge or more troops or more time, we can win this. And it's so rare. Who is going to be the one to and I think in our system, it has to be the civilian leadership side has to say, okay, enough's enough. I understand you're a general. You don't get to be a general unless you think that the answer to war is more troops and more time. But that's why I think our system is the way it is that eventually, at some point, a civilian in that chain has to say, okay, I'm sorry, General, but you're no more time and no more troops. You either got to do it with this or we're out.
Yeah.
And I think that's kind of what happened. Versus you look at Russia right now, and they don't have that civilian oversight of the process. And so in which case, there's no such thing as too many troop losses and too many resources and too much time. It's like, well, it's either we're going to cease to exist or we're going to win. And of course, I think rightfully so, we didn't say, well, we're either going to win in Afghanistan or we're going to break the entire U.S. military. We're like, no, it's not. It's important, but it's not that important.
It's not existential.
It's not existential. Absolutely.
Do you think, think how to frame this question the right way? But
we're getting into the shady territory. We're getting back to shooting the gun. Can't we just talk about shooting the gun?
Yeah. Well, like as the next generation comes up, like for me again, I'm seeing like disturbing signs with stuff we're involved with now too, where you see the similarities in Ukraine, where it's like, oh, we're just going to send funding or weapons and advisors, and so many times we've seen that continue to escalate. Oh, well, now we just need to do airstrikes, or we need to send troops to protect our bases. And
I think with Ukraine, we have kept we've kept that line. You know, we're certainly supporting, but I don't think anybody has even been calling for, hey, what we need, if we just sent the 101st Airborne in there, or if we just put some special forces teams to capture the leadership. I'm not saying that those communities wouldn't say, oh yeah, we could definitely do that. Yeah. I'm sure they would. That's what
the appetite's just not there.
I don't think the national appetite is there. I don't have any worries that we're going to be called on to go, suddenly start flying F-35s in there to
especially after the election, it seems. Another thing that I kind of drew from your comments is like some things that are huge red flags. It's like if you're going to get involved in a conflict and you don't really have your victory criteria spelled out before the first bombs are dropped, you're probably going down the wrong path.
Well, and I got to see that firsthand, like we talked about with Desert Storm. I think that was the right way to do it. Even though, again, at the time, there were a lot of people, and me included, that kind of felt like, man, we can completely eliminate the Iraqi military. We got them on the run. Why are we quitting now? But years later, I think I really came around to that was a very wise decision. We had a objective, and he didn't let it go into unknown territory where it was kind of open-ended. And I wish that we would have used. They started calling it the Powell Doctrine for a while, and it was very, very brilliant. I think he would have been a fantastic president. On a side note, but he was too smart to run. He probably knew what that would entail. But the idea that if we have a clear objective and we meet it with overwhelming force, and we don't change the objectives halfway through, and we don't let mission creep, that we'll be successful. And we were. And then we went right, and then we went immediately.
Disappointing because Powell was right, helped to get us into Iraq.
I have to imagine that he was in those meetings going, "This is a bad idea. Don't do it. Don't do it." And then, in the end, he was overruled. I have to believe that. Yeah. I wasn't there, and who will ever know except for the people that were there? But I can't believe he was probably doing exactly what we think he was doing, which was saying, "Look, guys, we already learned this lesson. Look how successful Desert Storm was. We need to learn that lesson and not ignore it, or we're going to repeat the mistakes." And then he was ignored, and we repeated the mistakes.
Yeah, if he had like resigned in protest, he would have been a national hero right now. But
because look at Iraq. I mean, the military campaign was wildly successful. We completely seized the entire country in 3 weeks and totally destroyed their military. Franks's campaign was I think it was brilliant, and then we let it extend into, and then suddenly the objectives changed, and the State Department took over, and now we're going to turn Iraq into a modern democracy. And again, my opinion, but I think the biggest mistake in that post-war effort was making it impossible for any of the former Iraqi military to join the new military, because you had thousands of these guys that most of them were not the vast majority were not Saddam loyalists. They were just,
just
in the
professional
military. They were
soldiers, yeah.
professional soldiers. They couldn't get work. We prohibited them from doing what they were trained to do. And after about a year of sitting around seeing if what was going to happen, they were like, you know what? I've had it. I have no prospects. I'm gonna take up arms against the occupiers, and I think that's what happened. And if had we done something different, used those guys and got them on our side to go, hey, Saddam's gone. You're now gonna help us to get Iraq, because to be a stable place. Because what history has proven is people above voting and democracy and all the things that we take for granted, what they really want, first of all, is stability. And they're willing to accept a lot of other bad things if they can at least have stability. Mm-hmm. And Iraq, after we broke it in 3 weeks and totally took over the country, was then very, very unstable. And so people were like,
yeah, the whole de-Baathification.
Yes.
We have an entire military unemployed.
We dismantled their entire structure of order in the country and then expected it to, work itself out. And it did not. But so I think that was disappointing that we haven't learned that lesson because we have models that worked very well, and then we just ignore the model. And like we had talked about off camera there about the Afghan campaign of, where's the clear objective? What is the definition of success? What is the definition of victory?
It's like any time that you are focused on enemy killed in action, I think you've lost a plot.
And I was one of the older guys, but to me, I'm like this. And I wasn't obviously, I didn't fight in Vietnam, but I mean, I know enough of my history to know that was when I started hearing about the JTAC is very concerned about EKIA numbers and reporting, and they had to go out on patrol and verify numbers. I'm like, man, this is straight out of Vietnam lessons learned, that body count doesn't matter to these people. What difference does it make? They're not concerned about how many losses they have. Why are we? Because that's not their definition of loss.
Yeah.
It's us putting our Western values, our American values, going, man, if we kill this many of them, they're bound to give up, because if it was America, they would never put up with this kind of losses. And you're like, well, but they're not Americans. And to them, look at Afghanistan. It was generations that have known nothing but war. To them,
yeah, there
probably isn't an Afghan alive that doesn't have a relative that's been killed in one of their wars. And that's just that's life to them. So to them, I'm not saying they're not just as sad as any one of us would be when you lose a relative, but they don't look at it like they're not going to change their worldview over it.
Right. Yeah, when you look at these, politicians that just seem to love. I mean, I can't help but think that there's money and these perverse incentives involved, but they just seem so flippant about getting involved in war. And it's like, well, they or their kids are actually never going to participate in it or see it up close and personal. And I know. I thought that the whole country kind of was war weary at the end of Afghanistan. And then you talk to people and you're like, well, maybe it's just the veterans. Like, I don't know if it's permeated.
I don't know that that's
culture.
True, just because I think a lot of American society is so removed from our conflicts that I still remember, they would do interviews and people would be like, we have troops in Afghanistan? And of course, for those of us inside, we're like, yeah, you're like, what? Yeah, what do you mean? But sure, because people, and I'm not saying this is, I don't think it's probably any different than, well, certainly it's different than, say, World War II, where everybody was very aware and everybody had some sacrifices to make and that sort of thing. But certainly Afghanistan was, not on the forefront of a lot of people's minds at all.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, that's a little bit depressing, but it is what it is, right?
It is what it is. We're professional soldiers, and we're be prepared. And You go and you don't also, I'm sure you've heard the term, but you don't get to pick the war. You get the war you get, and you be prepared for whatever comes your way.
Well, one thing you can be proud of is there's certainly many, many Americans that made it home that wouldn't have if you hadn't, raised your hand and served. So, at the
I
end
like
of
to
the
think
day,
so. I like to think so. And,
there's a lot to be proud of.
That's one of those facets of the close air support mission that's made it very rewarding of a career to have that mission the whole time that I flew. So.
Retired now. So after how many total years of service?
So 37 years, and I wrote it up in about, I think, 7 months. So pretty almost 38. I couldn't quite get there with the age 60, but
And then the highest time A-10
yeah,
pilot
that
of all
part
time.
still just blows my mind that to think that kid that picked up the model kit and said, man, wouldn't it be cool to fly this crazy flying Gatling gun, and that to end up with the most hours in the airplane is just, is amazing to me. I mean, just lucky to be able to keep doing it and timing and stay healthy and, yeah.
Well, you look great,
Amazing.
man. And,
Well, thanks.
I think you got.
I looked at in preparation for this interview, I looked at like a bunch of pictures because, it brings back a lot of the memories. But the main thing I think of is, man, look at that. Who is that young guy in those pictures? And then you look in the mirror and go, holy cow, what happened?
That's funny.
I will say though, I think I probably got some permanent mask creases here. So if you're going to have some permanent creases in your face, oxygen mask from flying fighters, that's a good way to get them, I guess. So.
And so what do you do now to occupy your time?
So starting about 2015, I started doing some track days with one of my cars, and then I've got a buddy that, as always, is bad influence on friends. But I've always been into cars forever, even as a teenager, and so he's been doing vintage racing. So essentially, you racing old cars. They freeze the rules as of 1972. So essentially, you got to build the car using the rules from back then. So no fuel injection, no modern radial tires, no modern stuff. It's all the old stuff. The stuff that I'm used to.
That's so badass.
Some of the stuff and it's so cool. So he finally convinced me to build one. So I did, and I've been racing that for now. I think this will be my second season doing that. So it's 1970 Dodge Challenger, lime green. It's an awesome car, and just to drive it, so that's filling my adrenaline rush because when you can't fly the A-10 anymore, and certainly the combat rush and all the rest of that. But it's a pretty good substitute. It's not the same, but it gets you going, gets the adrenaline going. And I'm doing that now that I'm retired. I have been doing a couple of events, 3 or 4 over the past few years. But now that I'm retired, I can do that a lot more. Going to go to a lot of tracks further away. Going to try to do a lot of the kind of the historic and classic tracks around the whole country. Some of which are like south of here, like in California. You got it's road racing. So just to make clear on this is. Our cars are made pretty much to the specs of like the 1970 Trans Am series, which was Challengers and Cudas and Mustangs and Firebirds and those type of muscle cars that I grew up with, and then they're race cars. So V8 muscle car type race cars, and we do road racing typically on 3 to 4 mile road races. Our races last about half an hour, and yeah, it's mainly all old guys like me that not only have the means to build a race car, but are interested in those kind of cars. Although I'm getting my son involved in it, so he didn't really have much of a choice. He grew up with all this stuff, and he does really enjoy it as well. So,
have you ever done any paid speaking engagements, or is that something you're interested in?
I have. Well, I mean, you paid for a plane ticket to come out here, so there you go. This is my first as far as receiving any compensation, but no, I've given a few talks here and there. It's always been just on a, heck, the last talk I gave, it was really fun. I got in touch with a guy from the Chamber of Commerce. No, it was a Rotary Club at Lake of the Ozarks in Missouri, which is a very famous like resort kind of lake famous in Missouri, probably not in Oregon, but anyway, we fly over it all the time because it's en route to our range. And everybody there at the lake loves the A-10s, and we would normally come down the lake at low level. And as you know, one of the fun things about the A-10 is, you don't have any, like you can fly almost anywhere at low altitude. And so he had said, everybody down here knows the A-10 flying over, but they don't know much about it. And so would you come down and talk? And I was expecting like a Rotary Club meeting thing. Well, there were like hundreds of people. And it was really fun because I got to talk about the history of the A-10 and here, because I looked at it like from the viewpoint of, hey, there's people that see this airplane fly over, but they may not even know what it is, what we do. So I did that. And I talked about our mission and why we fly over your head all the time and the history of the airplane. I love talking about the special features, of course, all the survivability features of the airplane and all that. So I did that. What else? So everyone's a little different.
Okay.
I actually got to talk was one of my goals the last few months in the airplane is when it became clear I wasn't going to get any more waivers. This was really it, which kind of struck me pretty hard. But I was like, all right, well, then I want to do as many air shows as I can. And I actually got to go to Oshkosh, which was always a kind of a goal of mine to be able to go up there and do that. And not only did I get to fly in it, but I got to give a talk, and it was really just a recap of flying the A-10, and that was pretty neat. There were a couple hundred people there, and I had slides and just talked about. It's kind of interesting because it was just the public crowd. You don't know, it could just be anybody that just happened to come into the tent and was listening to. So I kept it kind of generic, but just talked about Desert Storm and the different stuff. Talk about. You always wonder, is some of it. But everybody seemed like I got good reception and stuff like that.
I think you could do this like as a corporate gig for
corporate gigs. That's what
gigs.
The podcast is for, right?
This will go out to a lot of people.
Supposed to watch this and join your Patreon and
well, if we can talk about it, in the coming weeks, days before I put this out. But if you did want anyone to get a hold of you for a speaking engagement, could put an email or something in the show notes. We'll talk about that offline.
Yeah, no, I'll look at each opportunity and see what it's all about.
Well, man, it was an honor that our careers crossed paths just a little bit. I always considered it just a great privilege that we got to fly together, and then having you come out and tell all these stories to me is just such a privilege. So I wanted to say thank you.
Well, I want to say thank you. I think what you're doing is fantastic. I think you're a great guy to be doing this, because I even still remember back when you were flying with us at Bagram, how as an attached guy, and some guys come in there but everybody liked you. You've got the perfect personality for that, and I think this is a great project, and you've got the right aim with it. I think you're the right guy for it. You were always in a good mood, even at Bagram, and even when you're having to go back and go do your staff job and fly. And I hope that we treated you the right way.
Absolutely.
When you were flying with us, so I always felt like. Whiteman and I still think it's that way. I think we treat people right, and I think it's come back to our benefit. That's not why we do it, but I think it's just right.
It's a special unit. It really is.
And I think part of that is, not to get off the topic, but just you have to kind of want to come to Whiteman, because it's not near a major city. It's not, there's not a whole lot to attract it except that it's just a really outstanding unit. So, but yeah, great to fly with you. Can't blame you like you went on and decided to finish your career. It's hard to do. It was pretty easy for me, just because, like I said, like we've talked about with some of the combat ops, I had a clear goal. It was to fly until they wouldn't let me fly anymore, which you
certainly did that. I
still like to say, I made it all the way to retirement without ever having to actually have a real job. So at least I never feel like I've had to work. So yeah, extremely fortunate, and I appreciate you having me out. Glad to tell the stories. It's always fun. So, like I say, you give any fighter pilot opportunity to tell war stories, and especially talk about the A-10, you have to tell me when to shut up. So, which is right about now. So,
Well, ladies and gentlemen, John Marks.
Thanks.
All right, have a good one, brother.
All right.